saw it come into NFTs and all this speculative bullshit. Like, you know, now it's like, well, how do we get more? Well, you need mass adoption, but how do you get some more of the normies to come put money in? And at what scale, too, right? Especially the way they're hurting. Like people putting in $600, $1,000 into Ethereum is not going to move the needle. Um, so I don't know. We're going to need bigger adoption and or you know great cryptocurrencies that allow you to actually get some strong yields. You know, XXX.
Yeah, all that money that was printed definitely appreciated the market. We're gonna have to see how these next few years go to see how the next bull run will turn out. But you know, hopefully a lot of that money stayed in the right pockets. That's gonna put it back in. We're gonna see a lot more institutional money though next bull run for sure.
I believe that as well, and that's kind of my game theory with taxing these projects, where it's like Richard's designed products where like when they really start sifting through the bullshit, even looking at the coin ranking site and looking at the top six, right? Like we're in there, so they're smart. They're doing the research on everything, and I think once the other shoe drops with Pulsechain and they see that there's not only one amazing product, but now like 3, 4, 5, like he's also designed it so that the individuals that are in first get rewarded by the wave of institutional money that will come behind it, and like they won't even blink. Like they're looking at 6, 7 cents. Like I think that they shove good capital in, and especially for like these groups like Fidelity that want to allow people to add crypto to their 401k. Like, it's one thing to put Bitcoin in there. It's another thing to put a token in where you could, if staked, get yield on top of it. So, it's gonna be pretty interesting to see. I think maybe some of these groups might think that they can make their own token too, and they're gonna be in for a rude awakening to see how difficult it really is.
I was just about to say that.
And they'll probably try to hark. So they'll probably try to fork, Pulsechain and stuff. But that just further validifies how amazing Pulse is. And
Yeah.
I hope that they're changing some things in some of the code so that it's not as easy, right? So people can't just be like, oh, well, you forked Ethereum, so we're forking you. Like hopefully
Well,
they
I
make it a
think they'll
little.
try, right? I think you're exactly right. They'll try to put out their own products and coins and whatever. But I think that's going to be just a gateway for those people that didn't, take the dive in early adoption, get out there in the decentralized ecosystem, and they'll get into those initially, I think, and then they'll go, oh, well, what the fuck am I doing with this middleman taking this shit, and not doing this right? Yeah, I see it better over here, so it'll just be like a lily pad jump off kind of thing. So that'll be good too.
Yeah, there's gonna be a line that's drawn in the sand. Do you want to be in a product that's centralized because you don't know how to hold your own keys and you don't know how to do any of these things and you're scared money, or are you going to be in the decentralized products because you understand that this is the way to creating that generational wealth? And if you want to be in the ship that gets a lot more of the dollar for dollar value on the transfer of this greatest transfer of generational wealth between in history, like you want to be in those products that have way bigger positions and allow you to actually be in control. Like I love all those memes with like Noah's Ark, you know? It's just like hex on it and everyone's just being left on their island. Like feels like that. I also don't know any other token that could quickly double as I think Hex could at this point. Like 7 cent Hex is such a gift. We were literally at 14 like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, don't be fooled though. It's gonna get better. At least once or twice this year. I just don't know, like with crunching the numbers, how low it can actually go before it's a bad thing. Because like I said, we had the more stakes than we've ever seen ending right now. Going forward this month. Look at what is it? HEXvision.
Yeah, but I didn't like. I've only seen like a couple that were like longer stakes, like 800-day stakes.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
time
The
HEXradio like
guys got in
something
early.
to get through. Like there's a couple that are like 175 million that are just like rotating every 30 days. There's like 2 of those, right? And that's kind of like at least a quarter billion. There's some other sizable ones, but I don't know if they're propping to sell this low. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. You know, you want to work it out in your head the probability of what percentage of people will sell this low, right? You have to be stupid or be just not really educated into it. Kind of got lucky to get thrown into Hex and then kind of panic selling after the stake ends. I've seen a lot of it. Do you follow the Hex whale bot on Twitter? You'll see guys fucking losing their butts, uh, getting penalized, ending stakes early just to sell out because they see it tanking and all this stuff. So probably going to be a small majority, but like we said, the liquidity pools are small, so a little bit makes it move.
they sell because I'm in a position right here where I'm trying to become a whale in the next like 3 years. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm still like interested in how many people really. I mean, I guess you really could have sent a few $1,000s back then to like get where you're at now, right? I guess like I don't know, like I sacked about 10K for Pulse and have like 80 million tokens, so 100 million tokens. So I guess people could be doing that, could have done that for Hex, but how many people really did? I mean, this community seems kind of small, to be honest.
Yeah, I missed the boat. But yeah, certainly, I mean, a bunch of these guys are still coming out ahead, even doing all the, dumb things.
Somebody posted I have to go back through my tweets and figure out who posted it, but they posted a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet that showed. Let me find it. Got to get through all of my shit posting. Here it is. Sam Stoltz said if PulseX performs similar to Uniswap or PancakeSwap over the first year after launch, and someone invested 10K, he shows how $10,000 in PulseX, based on those numbers, would be worth around $650,000.
Sheesh.
So PancakeSwap did a 65x and Uniswap did a 24x. Right. So yeah, Uniswap did so PulseX be worth $250,000 based on Uniswap numbers and 650 based on PancakeSwap numbers.
Yeah, and I think those numbers you'd have to pump a little bit because of the deflationary aspects and stuff on PulseX with the burning and all that. Uniswap and Pancake didn't have any of that, did they?
I wasn't around for it. Also, I don't know if the burning is gonna how quick does that burning really take place?
Well, there's the 22% of all the fees are burned, and so that reduces supply perpetually with each trade. There's never going to be any more PulseX than when it started. It's just going to keep burning.
Crazy. So then game theory, right? Like everybody that comes in with all of these copies of their tokens, and I'd say 50% of them probably won't know what the fuck they're doing, but see a copy. If there's any type of value, they're going to try to get it out as much quick as possible. So that's going to send a frenzy into PulseX, and then it's just going to start burning. Right?
Yep. And with the cheap transaction fees, I mean, people aren't going to be hesitant on pulling the trigger like, $50 Ethereum gas fee or whatever like that. They're going to see little pennies on Pulse and just click that button all day.
Just experimenting, not knowing what they're doing. They're going to be like, oh, let's go do this. And
Yeah.
just start sending things.
Yeah, so you can anticipate a pretty good pump in the first few years. I mean, things are going to get more expensive, sure, and that will make the volume decline, right? It will take a while though, since it starts so low.
I saw somebody post something on Twitter today. It was a screenshot of like the mailer, the infamous like hex mailer, right? Which like sometimes rubs people the wrong way. But I'll tell you what, I've gotten messages back from people being like, dude, I just got this hex mailer, this hex postcard in the mail. We're like net, all right, maybe there's some people that think it's a scammer. Like for that one person that it gets to, also the return address on it is from Wall Street. It's from 99 Wall Street. Like whoever is trolling and like has that mailer coming from Wall Street, and then like the info on it looks solid as fuck, dude. Like it's like, it's a first digital certificate of deposit, and like, all right, like there's some. I think Richard even said that like once that had gotten to like a pretty well-rounded dude. I don't know who he was or what he does, but Richard said that like it had gotten to like a millionaire, billionaire like trader, and like, man, I mean, like we should just be focusing in that zip code. We'll be all right. Like, I actually am more bullish on that.
Yeah, I guess you're getting into that demographic with the Wall Street address at the same time. I don't know. I guess with the DeFi situation, you might get some trust on both demographics. But me, I see Wall Street. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Just trying to stick it in me. But big money, I guess, would be attracted to that.
Hey man, now have your positions in front of theirs. Let them come right behind you.
Yep. That's why we're here, right? Or me behind them, per se.
Sorry. Right, I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Like,
yeah. So yeah, who's gonna get a second? The one behind her and one in front.
Who's fucking him, right?
Yeah, you don't want them behind you, for sure.
I grew up in one of the most wealthy zip codes in America, and I'm thinking about like going to my airport and talking to the guys that like fly the planes over the beaches and stuff, or do like the, actually I think I'm just gonna like rent like a banner. That might instead of like the Hex community renting or getting a NASCAR thing, we should just rent a banner at the summer beaches where all these multi-millionaire houses are. Just fly the banners. We'll probably get a better return on investment than the Phillies at NASCAR. I like literally might just call the airport right now and see what it costs.
So just a little pointer, if you guys don't already know, you can see an aggregated order book of people's limit orders across Uniswap and all that. Metric.exchange. Just go to the pair you want to see. It's got it all there.
Where is the biggest buildup on buy, just out of curiosity?
Your mic's pretty low. Couldn't understand what you were saying.
Sorry, but where is the biggest buildup on buy, on purchasing right now?
Your mic's still pretty low. I think I heard what you said though. You said what's the biggest buildup right now on buying?
Yeah.
Let me check. Biggest two buildups I see down the list is 7.2 cents, and then 536. It's about 100K lined up.
What site did you say?
It's metric.exchange.
And then sorry, real quick. Sorry for the guy that has the rec mic. How do you use it? It says connect wallet, but how do you just
just jump into the trading. It's like a DEX, and just jump in there like you're gonna swap, and then hit the pair, and then you'll see the order book for that pair. It aggregates from like the OX, which routes Uniswap and what is it, 1inch, and I think some others. See a lot down at the 1.5 cent level too. Personally got some down at that level.
do you think get us down to that level, like a full market nuke?
What's going to get us there? I mean, dude, like I said, the end stakes before launch, if it's delayed, somebody could pull that trigger with that low liquidity. Also, post-launch, people just getting the copy and dumping it. And third would be the bottom of the bear market in the end of the year.
Yep.
All possible scenarios. Shoot, it just depends on how long until launch. I would not be surprised if it hits that level before launch. Not financial advice. But we're talking, the fast wick that, not many people get. So I'm using that aggregator to see where the order book's at. And, you want to kind of set yourself above that. And of course, if you're doing it on match.xyz, then, you want to have to set a little higher because there's the slippage and everything baked in. You're kind of getting it. You hit your limit a little above where the price wicks.
I'm trying to use this this site, right? So you said that's not loading. So if I'm on metric.exchange, it says pay with. I'll put in HEX.
Yeah, right? Go start trading, and then pay with, and HEX to USDC. Yep.
Oh, wait. So
or whatever pair you want to see, of course.
So then I'll put in two different. Oh, I see. So I put in two different ones. I see. Okay. So
yeah. So the red's going to be the sell orders on top. Of course, the green is going to be the buy orders bottom. And the way you want to look at it, I mean, don't just scroll with your mouse because it's going to refresh and take you back. Just hold down and pull the slider up and down where you want to look, so it doesn't pull you back. Go all the way down the list. Yeah, see the price on the left, and the amount of USDC liquidity, or orders in that range.
Yeah, so there's it's 35,000. All right, so yeah, the decimals. Cool.
It's been pretty useful. I've had some good limit orders above those levels that a lot of people are setting their orders at. I'll just set mine a little above.
We don't see any of these like major end stakes sitting there, do we? There's
I did. Actually, I saw a sell order go out. A guy actually offloaded about 3 million the other day. He had it set just above the selling price. I mean, he picked a price. I think he offloaded like 7 cents, and that's why we sat at 7 cents forever, because he was just selling right into it, and it didn't, tank the price like that one guy that just did a market order and just dumped to when we went down to 3.34 cents or whatever. Right? So that guy did it right, and you can kind of see how that works when you see him. You'll see a guy doing it right on here, setting that limit order at 7 cents, and every time somebody goes in to buy at 7 cents, it's his him selling, and it offloaded pretty quick. He had it up. I noticed it yesterday when it was just hovering 7 cents. It only took him like an hour. Like, there was a lot of people buying, dude. Like, we would have gone probably up to 10 cents at least. Again, if he had not put that order in. So I guess we're gonna need a little while to get more buyers because of that.
Yeah, buddy, could you spell the website? I'm having a hard time Googling it.
Metric, ETRIC.exchange.
Okay, and where do I go from there?
You'll just go to trade or whatever the button is, and it's going to be like a DEX, like Uniswap or whatever, and just put your pair in there, and you'll be able to see the order book for that pair.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
But yeah, I think one of the Hex YouTube influencers put me on this. I think it's Crypto Coffee or somebody.
If you want to use this site, how else do you see the buy sell volume?
Say what?
If you weren't going to use this site, how else would you see the buy sell volume?
Don't know anywhere else that has the order book like this.
Right.
Anybody else knows anywhere else? I'd love to.
Yeah, I mean, because like you almost need to be on an exchange or something, right?
Yeah, which Hex isn't. I mean, I heard it's on one exchange that I can't recall right now, but other than that, yeah. What was it? GetBit? I think you maybe could see one on there. I haven't been looking at that. I need to check that out because I mean, just all the research tools you can gather is all for the better, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So, are there any mods in here? There's a couple of hands raised. If anyone can let them up. It's a holiday, y'all. Let's party.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Who's messaging me? Yeah, one sec. Yeah, Rhino. If you just hit that flip button on your left of limit, it'll convert it over to USD price. So you could see on the left. You're seeing the hex price per dollar. Yeah, you're just seeing the other side of that ratio. Yeah, and Rhino's muted as well.
Wait a second. So on these books, oh wait, price USD, total USD. Yeah, my shit's fucked up. Wait, total USD.
Yeah, Rhino. Everything in green is the buy orders, and everything in red is the sell.
I don't
And if you
understand
take the scroll bar and hold your mouse, click on it, and scroll up and down, it won't refresh you every time.
I'm having
What's your
trouble
question?
understanding the decimals though. So like, all right, that's your price. I don't understand why. Like, I'm looking at price USD, amount of hex, total USD.
Yeah. Yeah, so the first would be price in USD. If you got it flipped right. Next will be amount in hex, that's up for a buy, and the total USD amount is going to be the total on the right. If you have it right, it should be the total limit orders for that level. Like, say 100,000.
But this says amount of hex, like I'm looking at like sell orders, like 20,000 hex.
So if you have it right, it should be from left to right. Price USDC, amount hex, and then total USDC. If you don't have it right, you can flip your things by either putting one on top or one on bottom, or hitting the flipping. I think actually you have to have it hex to USDC. Maybe that flip button doesn't work. You have to have the top in the pair hex and then the bottom USDC to see it correctly.
The decimals are they accounting for like how does that decimal work? Is that in the millions or the thousands?
Well, if you have it right, it should be just the price. You're going to see 0.07 cents and whatever. I'll post a picture in chat and send it to whoever to make sure you have it right. There you go. Pictures in chat for anyone else.
We're looking at like the top one, or like the one underneath it. The second one at 8 cents. That's 500,000 hex, or that's 500 million. That's 500,000 for $40,000, correct?
Yeah, so that'll be the total amount of hex that's in that limit order level. You're on that price to the left, and then that's going to be the total volume on the right, the 40,000. So it's relative to the price and amount of hex, and that's the total USDC at that level that's set to sell.
But that's 500,000. Like the decimal's right. So that's 500,000.
Yeah, hex. Yep. If you multiply that by 0.08 cents, that's going to be 40K USDC.
Man, I overpaid for HEX this year.
Overpaid? Yeah, this will help a lot. Setting limit orders. I've been using Matcha. Tried 1 inch. It's a little sketchy. It's kind of screwed me a couple times on the slippage and whatnot.
I've only been screwed by 1 inch.
You've never been, or you have been?
Only have been.
Only have been screwed by it?
Correct.
Yeah, I will say the only time I got screwed by it was when I was trying to set a stop loss kind of thing. And I set it like 5% lower. I don't think you can do stop losses. It's really just about buying or selling. And I set it like 5% lower than my position, and it just sold me right away. So I wouldn't recommend trying that. Rookie mistake, I guess. I don't know. If somebody knows better that you can do a stop loss anywhere, please let me know, because I'd like to. But I guess that's the difference between stop loss and limit order, right?
Yeah, the bots just hunt those stop losses. Those are not worth using, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's got a buy order, right? If you're setting a limit, then that's what it is. It's just in the book, and like if somebody sets a buy order at that level, then it's just going to scoop you. So it's really not for that. It's setting limit orders is setting it for you to buy at a lower level or sell at a higher level. Not necessarily sell when it gets to a lower level, because it'll trigger right away. So yeah, I'll set my limit orders. Trying to hit a certain level, but I mean, we'll get the big wick down, and maybe my level didn't catch. That's when I'll use like Uniswap and just try to get it quickly. Other than that, most of my accumulation is through the limit orders and Matcha.xyz. And it has worked pretty good.
Yeah, lesson learned. I'll never fucking do market orders again. It's just ridiculous. I mean, like in extreme volatility, things pumping, sure, but like, why wouldn't you? For me, it was like I don't really like who's matcha.xyz. I didn't really fully trust it, and sometimes I'd rather just like use Uniswap. But at this point, it's like, why not, man? Look at that wick. That wick was just so gnarly.
Yeah, I caught 555 on that wick. I could have caught like 4-ish, a little more on Matcha.xyz. But like I said,
because you didn't have a big enough order, because like bigger orders get filled first, right?
I'm not sure. But like I said, you're gonna have to set it a little higher than what you think it's gonna wick to, because of the spread on Matcha. Like the buyer pays the gas fee, and the slippage is kind of baked in the price, and so you're not going to catch the full wick on setting limit order there. I don't know where these guys are setting that are catching these wicks all the way down, but yeah.
So there's other game theory baked in, right? Or other variables
Yeah, yeah, and when looking at the metric.exchange order book, that's not going to be the full picture. I mean, it's going to be a good thing to go off of, but it's not going to be all the data or around wherever you can trade hex, whatever. I don't know at all.
I feel
Just
like there's a
another
bot
tool to add in your
that
bag.
rearranges the market at those bottoms of the wicks, and it's like all bot related trading. I feel
Yeah.
like I feel like there's not real wallets that actually get to be down there very much. I don't know.
Where do I get a bot is the question.
Yeah.
Somebody tell me where I make a bot. Got some programming skills, so we could figure this out.
There's definitely people in this community that can make bots.
I know some smart people. But like, what do I tell them to do? Just set bots at buy and sells. It seems like everything that's counterproductive or counterintuitive to everything that I enjoy in this world, but fucking can't beat them, join them, right? I don't know.
For sure. There's a lot of value to extract, the arbitrage and all that. But sure bots are tough to beat. But easier to compete with a bot.
I mean, it's all psychology at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting for a project or something you're gonna trade that's gonna be through these dexes and decentralized trading mostly through liquidity pools and all that. So it's a different ballgame. Until they're listed on exchanges, of course.
Okay, so much of this shit's narrative based, right? So it's like, how many narratives can you spin? I mean, even in the regular world too, right? Like, how many narratives can you spin? And then once narratives become so heavy and it goes one direction, like, how do you float it back the other way until everyone just gets wrecked, fucking forgets, and then you get a whole new, you either helicoptering money, you get a whole new round of plebes, or not, So I think we're just in one of those holding patterns where it's like, where's the money coming from? Who's the new victim? How do we wash trade them around and then make them X liquidity? Not to say hexes, because obviously Richard's designing good products, but beyond that, like, show me a good product that's actually doing anything of substance.
Yeah, the decentralized trading majority is a different ball game. I'm still learning myself. Even exchange trading, but yeah, like you say, a whole new round of plebs when it's listed on big ones. It's going to change the game a little bit.
Well, we're still like nowhere near the surface of type of people in the game, right? Like, I don't know. I keep looking at I'm coming over from the NFT community, but there's probably only 1 million people that own an NFT in their wallet. And then everyone's probably got about between 2 and 5 wallets. So, if you size that up to like adoption and look at like Facebook and stuff, like imagine Facebook with under 1 million users and then how they scaled to 1 billion. That ramp up happened over whatever, a decade, but we're still kind of in those early under 1 million kind of numbers.
Oh, absolutely, lots of room to grow. get too caught up in the short term. It's the long game. Shout out to Crypto Goose. Got the hand up in the chat if there's admins around. Got a few people now. Yeah, so back to match, the order book on metric.exchange. If you look at the wrapped ETH order book, you have to do some conversions in ETH to calculate the levels and prices and everything like that. But like I was saying, those wicks, people are getting wrecked on the slippage or whatever. Thinking about starting to set my cells up in wrapped ETH, start trading wrapped ETH a little more. Getting some better entries maybe too. It's pretty thin on the wrapped ETH order book. So not sure if it catches the wicks down better, but I see like a lot of guys catching the highest wicks up. I think if I was I'd want to liquidate my HEX sometime in the future, I'd probably use that.
So kind of a noob question, I suppose. What is wrapped ETH? like in reference to the dexes, like what is wrapped ETH? Why is it not just regular ETH to hex?
Well, wrapped ETH is you know, so you can bridge it over to anything. It's just like you know, PHEX will be, right? I don't
Okay, so
know. I've
people
never
have, like,
traded in it. I've never. Go ahead. What?
have people like basically paid a gas fee to wrap their Ethereum in order to bridge it to another chain, but then maybe they're just holding it liquid and decide that they want to make a purchase with Hex with it. Is that kind of the layout, the scope?
Right. Yeah. There's liquidity pairs on it. If you look at a Uniswap, you can swap in it right on the Ethereum, I think. So there's some trading going on with Hex with that, and it's low liquidity, so it's pretty sensitive, a little more sensitive than USDC and what have you with higher liquidity, right?
Yeah, that's where you're trying to make the play. I get it. And then I know, like, when ProFX was going over all the ratio swapping and stuff, you know, he was telling us to look at a Uniswap V2 wrapped ETH pools. And now that I think about it, you know, I'm just like kind of interested as to why is wrapped ETH relevant when it comes to Pulsechain launching. And in those ratios, is the automatic market maker only going to be working with wrapped ETH or what?
Illumi. I think they have to wrap the ETH, so it's because the wrapped ETH is the ERC20, right? So to interact with all the different dApps, you have to have that standard ERC20 code, which is the wrapped ETH. So you can't do that if you just use just the simple ETH because it's not fully compatible with all the different decentralized applications.
Correct. So like if you think of it as in terms of like NFTs and stuff, if you want to put in a bid on something, right, you have to do it in WETH because you can interact with the DApp to say, hey, I'll pay this amount if this ever triggers or if they ever accept. Otherwise, it has to call the full like Ethereum. So like by wrapping it, it allows it to interact with whatever DApp, like an OpenSea DApp. If that makes sense.
Gotcha. Now that I'm checking it out on Uniswap, if I go wrapped ETH to Hex, there's a huge gas fee. So I guess if you are trading, trying to swap or whatever, then consider those fees. I'm seeing like $163 gas fee.
Thank you
That's
for
just
clearing
right
that
now.
up. And it's just a tokenized version of Ethereum, essentially, that allows you to interact with like on-chain dApps and stuff, because you can't really use the layer one native coin. You want it in tokenized version.
Gotcha. I don't understand the high ass fees just to swap though. That's you can hold that asset on Ethereum. Why the high ass fees swapping? Or is that just the gas fees right now? Gwei's only 36. Weird. Oh, you know what? I just had hold on. Okay, no, the fees are just fine. Trading with that pair on Uniswap. I just had the amount USDC, which was like thousands of dollars, and that equated to more gas fees. So doing one wrapped ETH to HEX, $10 gas fee. So pretty much comparable, the same. So all that said, with that pair, low liquidity, different sensitivity on price. Thing is, can you set limit orders in that? I think you can, yeah, because you can see that in the order book. So let me see if Matcha will allow a wrapped ETH or HEX pair limit. It sure will. Okay. However, on Matcha, with their order book and limit on the wick up of what do we get, like 22 cents, it only got to, when you do the math, it only got to like 14 cents. So that's a huge spread on Matcha with that. I don't know where they're getting these wicks. Like what we were talking about, maybe bots are getting that somewhere, trading it, catching those bigger wicks with the more sensitive volatility, or maybe on the exchange that Hex is on. But yeah, I wouldn't. I guess I'd still go with USDC in that case with setting limits.
Well, it's getting the chart data directly from Uniswap.
Matcha, yeah. If you go on Dex Screener though and look at the wrapped ETH to Hex pair, like I was saying earlier, on the wicks up, you'll see much higher wicks getting sold that don't even hit the USDC pair. If you compare them on a Dex Screener. It's crazy. Like we got up to, I don't know, let's see for instance what I was talking about. I don't know, we got up to like 7-8 cents last night, but some guys sold for like close to 10 cents on the wrapped ETH pair. Or it wicked up, at least I don't know who caught those wicks. But yeah.
Hey, I got a question. So, you know how people were using the what was it called? The Compass protocol over on Luna to get the yield, but is that still DeFi, or were they doing that on a decentralized exchange? So I asked because we're going to be able to yield farm on PulseX, but it's still DeFi. We still have control of our coins, correct?
not sure of the exact question. You're talking about PulseX staking?
Yeah, PulseX staking, where we're collecting yield. We still have, like, you can yield on these centralized. You can collect yield on these centralized exchanges, like a Gemini. So for Gemini dollar, whatever, get 8%, but you don't have control. You don't have your, no, not your keys, not your coins.
Exactly.
But when we do it on PulseX, when we yield farm on PulseX, we still have control of the coins, even though we're yield farming, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be you interacting with the DEX and your wallet, and you you collect your rewards right in your wallet. You own everything you get.
Nice. I saw a good video last night with Crypto Coffee, and he was having a podcast with this guy. Let me take a look. Oh, it was good. It was good alpha. Let's see. Hold on one second. Really good alpha. Let me see if I can find it.
He did a stream last night.
Yeah, Crypto Coffee. I don't know if it was a stream last night. It was just a podcast he did with this guy, and it was really good alpha. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Let's see if it's on here. Crypto Coffee. Let's see if it's on his. Here it is. Yeah, hold on. Let me see.
Cryptocurrencies right now are the
hold
Wild
on.
West. People are betting enormous sums, thousands, by community over the.
Is this the guy? Yeah, this is the guy. Waters Above Crypto. This is a guy who has his own YouTube channel, and he's really both these guys. Well, Crypto Coffee, he's got an acute, keen intellect. I respect. They alpha him with, let's say, Access Alive on Twitter and Silver Antidote. But yeah, I'll put it in the feed here if you're interested in taking a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
I'll DM it to you instead.
What was the last part?
I said I'll just DM it to you instead.
I got it, bro. I think I was watching this. Yeah, I caught this one. I jumped on the video. Unless you shared it with a timestamp. I think you did.
Yeah, I just posted it, but it didn't. It just posted the URL link. It didn't post. Usually, when you post a YouTube video, it'll show a picture of what it is, but it didn't do
Yeah,
that.
posted it with the timestamp wherever you were at in the video. Is that the part of the video you were referring to, or is it just an accident you did that?
No, I just DM'd it to you, and when I DM'd it to you, it says it shows a picture of Crypto Coffee, and then the guy you did the podcast with it's called With Waters Above. So he uses some the guy's super dialed in with TA, but he also uses some a few esoteric factors in there. But from what I saw, he was pretty spot on. And he called, we don't know, right? But he was saying, based on what he's looking at, he said September is where we could dip down, of course, to like 3 or 4 cents. Of course, we did that right away, right after this was released.
Mm.
And then he also had a price of potentially, I mean, 4% or 4 cents being the bottom, but I wouldn't bank on that with the macro environment and seeing what's ahead this summer with the increase in the interest rates, etc.
When you guys are trying to put YouTube links in chat, it's better just to tag an admin and say it's for voice chat, or else people will start reporting you. And maybe Kumbot will get you.
Yeah, I was in another channel and it banned me right away for posting a link.
Yeah, it depends on the
No.
it depends on the options that Kumbot has active at that time, and sometimes they change. So just either say it's for voice chat and tag an admin or something to avoid that sort of thing. And because some people just see a link, they don't really know what it is, and just preventative, just ban it right away.
Yeah, good to know. Thanks. By the way, do you know anybody in any of the admins in the HEX trading channel? That's where I'd like to get unbanned if I could.
1 second. HEXradio, you said?
Yeah. Let me double check if that's the channel. But yeah, the voice chat HEX trading channel, I think. Yeah, exactly. HEX trading, all one word. Or HEX trading question mark video chat. I don't know if they're the same.
Okay, I just spread the message. Someone will get to you.
Appreciate it, man.
No problem.
Yeah, I told Profex and a couple other people that knew were admins. They couldn't get through to anybody, I guess.
I just posted on the admin chat. Someone is bound to look at it.
Muchas gracias, sir.
You're welcome. Now back to making dinner.
Portuguese. He's Portuguese. He's not Spanish. Don't mix him
What's
up
that?
with Spanish people.
I'm
Don't mix him up with
Texan.
Spanish people.
I'm not.
Mixing up.
I'm Texan. I speak Spanglish, bro. That's me, not him. Yeah.
How you doing, Elmire? How you doing, brother?
I'm fine. Just trying to get dinner done.
I can recommend you something for dinner.
Well, I'm going to make some steaks.
You got Uber? Oh, okay. I thought you know.
It's already pre-decided.
Oh, pre-decided steaks. Oi. Okay. Buon appetito.
The missus ordered it, so I comply as usual.
Wow. I wouldn't complain, man. When it comes to beef at HEXradio, I don't complain at all. Enjoy, my man. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Very quiet here. Very quiet. So, guys, I got a quick one. So, what do you think after Pulsechain launch? How Hex on Ethereum will perform? What will happen? Let's call it the next 2-3 years after the launch, or maybe a year even. What do you think about that? So no comments, or was that subject been already so many times in the chat?
What was the question?
How Hex on Ethereum will perform after the fork and the mainnet launch?
Bear market. I mean, just the whole macro. You know, we're gonna see low prices all the way to the end of the year until a turnaround.
No,
In
no,
my opinion.
yeah, no, of course. You know, after the bear market, we're gonna bull market, and then when Hex on Pulsechain will be copied, and then how those two will perform. Maybe I put my question wrongly. Yeah, how those two will perform against each other.
I mean, I
Um,
think personally, I think Hex on Ethereum will run up a little bit before the fork, and then it'll dip. Not sure how much it'll dip, but it'll dip a little bit in my opinion, and then start to settle in.
And do you reckon kinetics? I'd like to hear your opinion as usual. The Hex on Pulse will outperform Hex on Ethereum in the long run, because obviously it's going to be native token to the chain, and it's a real Hex. So the people and obviously actually the cost obviously to run it is as well huge. So do you reckon people will don't invest anymore into Ethereum one and move to Hex and Pulsechain?
Well, I think they'll be correlated. I think you'll see a lot more action on Pulsechain just because the gas fees are nominal. But I think there will be that volatility in the beginning, and then they'll start to kind of correlate. I'm not saying parity, but I think they'll move in the same fashion because the tokenomics are the same. The only thing that differs between the two is gas fees, really. And so I think you'll see a lot of smaller swaps and things that, yeah, I just think there's going to be a lot more action there. But I think that if you start to see a price move up, it makes the other one attractive because if Hex on Pulsechain is mooning, people on Ethereum will go, well, this one's about to do the same thing, so let's pick this one up because they'll see it as though it's at a discount. But I don't think there's going to be any drastic diversion between the two of them long term.
Yeah, I believe. I was only concerned about that when the mainnet launch and the people, as you said, will find Hex attractive, new, will be a lot of movement, and the people who stake and who have some liquid Hex may lose a little bit because I've heard a lot of people are planning keep the Hex for free copy and then utilize Hex into Hex on Pulsechain. And I don't know. It's like I have a few thoughts. I've been in a few spaces on Twitter, and I was listening to people. So I bring the same question here. So.
I think Dude was going to say something too. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I lost my place. What are we talking about? Ethereum versus Hex. When Hex launches, is it going to affect Ethereum's price? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Well, that's a question I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I don't think so much in the big macro scale. I mean, there's all kinds of projects, going branching off from Ethereum per se. I think certainly we're going to see more of a movement in Hex on Ethereum than Ethereum will be affected by Pulsechain. Yeah, by at least 50%.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Just my thoughts. Not financial advice.
No, of course. Appreciate that.
Well, I mean, are you Kinetics like KNTX?
Yeah, that's me. I had changed my name to Quote Me, I don't know, several months back, because I saw another Kinetics in the community. But everybody said, well, you should change your name to Kinetics. It's better than Quote Me. So I changed my name back to Kinetics, but I kept Quote Me in parentheses so that the mods would know it was me. But yep, that's me.
Word.
Beats and all.
Yeah. Well, I know there's the one that are you the one that had that like face-to-face interview with Richard? The one that shoots whales every now?
No. No,
Okay.
my Kinetics comes from I've got a patent in visual pre-processing for video that was granted a decade ago, and we built a dual GPU based hardware system that was called Kinetics, and that's why initially I used that. But then there's a more popular, more talented, smarter guy that's named Kinetics. So I said, oh, let me just move my name over. Nobody knew who I was anyway. It was on the chat, just silent. So I changed my name to Quote Me, and then people started knowing me by that name, but apparently didn't like that name. So I changed it back to Kinetics. But I keep the Quote Me on there. But this is the one you've been talking to. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard people refer to you as Kinetics a couple times. I'm like, holy shit, is that doo-doo fucking talk to Richard? But speaking of which, we just had the up here the kinetic sculpture race where these cats do. It's like a 3-day trial by fire where they got to do like they go over some sand dunes, they go on the road, they got to do a water crossing, all on these like art sculptures that are totally people powered, no engines allowed. And it's actually just finishing up today on the last leg of it, but it's pretty freaking sweet. Been seeing like all these awesome like like those pedal pubs that they have in cities where everybody bikes like and drinks and whatever. They pretty much set them up like that, and then like a lot of them get into the water and sink. They aren't built right. It's hilarious though. It's pretty freaking cool, man. There's a lot of good. Check it out if you got the time. The kinetic art sculpture race.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Jeremiah, we go Gone Same raising his hand. He may have a question. Oh, he's already cooking that steak. Or is he already cooking the steak?
I'm already cooking the steak, but I can jump to the computer in a minute. 1 second. Any question? Gone same.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Someone just know my seed word for Metamask, and I just buy a hardware wallet. It will arrive after 7 days. So what should I do when it's arrived?
So if someone already got your seed phrase, then no hardware wallet will save you, because if they have the seed phrases, they already own everything that you have, and putting your seed phrase anywhere else or sending or waiting for the sacrifice points on a different hardware wallets won't change anything.
So what should I do? When the Pulsechain launch, should I send the PulseX my sacrifice to the hardware wallet?
Yes, you should. As soon as the sacrifice gets your account, hopefully the scammer is not aware, and the only thing you can really do is try to raise him and send the funds to your hardware wallet, to a new address, a new seed phrase on your hardware wallet as soon as possible.
Okay. Does the trader hardware wallet accept the BRC20 such as PulseX? It is okay to send it from Metamask to hardware wallet?
It doesn't matter if it's a ERC20 wallet. It will be able to receive Pulse or PulseX or any EVM compatible chain. So you just generate a new wallet, a 24-word seed phrase. You generate Ethereum wallets, and you keep that wallet secure, and you send to that address as soon as you are able to.
So,
But understand that it's a race, and since the person has your seed phrase, he can also do the same, right, and send it to another wallet as soon as it gets there. So you're basically competing with him to be the first one to move out the funds. Okay.
So what I have to do, just copy the hardware wallet address and post it in Metamask and send the funds or the.
So
or the-
have you used the testnet yet? The Pulsechain testnet?
Yes.
So you know how to add custom RPC settings, correct?
Yes, I already know. I just need to go to
Okay,
the.
it's just a send. It's just a send. You just go to your MetaMask, change to the Pulsechain network, and then you send your tokens like you do a normal send to the new address. It's very simple, just a normal send.
The new address. What should I choose? Ethereum, because there is many addresses.
Yes, yes. It's an Ethereum. You should generate an Ethereum address and send it to that Ethereum address, because the same address will be used for the Pulsechain.
Okay. When the hardware wallet arrives, I will come here to set that hardware wallet with you.
Okay, no problem. Come, and if you have any other assets in the wallet, if they didn't get everything out,
I don't have
then
any.
try to do it. You don't have anything, okay?
Yes. The problem do you know what is the problem? I do all the process in my phone. How did he know that I transfer from Binance to the MetaMask? I transferred $250 to buy HEX. How did he know? I didn't use my computer. I only use my.
It doesn't
my
matter.
phone.
If he has your address, he can see it every time you do something on the blockchain, and then by having your seeds, he just needs to go there and take it out.
There is no way. There is no way he got a notification. There is no notification in MetaMask. How did he know? I think he see
What
I
do you mean by identification?
I mean I know he already know my seed orders in MetaMask, right?
Exactly. And if he knows your seed, he also knows your address. And if you placed your address in the block explorer, he's able to see everything you do in that address. So if the address received funds, you'll be able to see it and probably get notified and just goes there and steal it.
Can he get the notification?
Can you what? Sorry.
Can he get notification from Etherscan?
Yes, notifications can be set up, especially if he's a savvy scammer. He probably has a bot querying the blockchain, and so every time you do something, you'll be notified, and he can go there and steals it. The advantage that you have now in terms of Pulsechain is that maybe the attacker does not know that Pulsechain will exist. The RPC settings will only be available for everyone at the same time. And so the only hope you have is to get the RPC settings when the network is live as soon as possible, change to that network, and send the funds as soon as you can. That's your only hope, because anything else that you are able to do, they'll be able to see and take it from you first.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. That's so disappointed, really. He just stole steal $300 from me. I was wanting to buy HEX, and he just steal it. Oh my god!
And that's why we basically always say for people that they should have an hardware wallet, because MetaMask, especially if it's on the cell phone, is very easy to hack, and is very easy to get your seed phrases. And that's why we always tell people to use hardware wallets.
Yes, I ordered 2 of them. Thank you so much. I ordered 2 hardware wallet. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. You're welcome. And when you need help to set it up, just come here and we'll help you out.
Thank you so much, really.
You're welcome.
So we just experienced another a key point on our chart, right, Elmire? Security, security, and security.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the only story we get here.
No, of course, of course, of course. For anyone who is new in here, that should be like a very key point on the security and security and security again. It sounds funny that the guys in the chat, we are talking about this all the time, but as we can see that that's literally happening on daily basis, right?
Sorry, guys, I'll be back in half an hour.
So Elmire, we got two gents raising their hands. I think that was Crypto and someone else.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Enjoy your
I'll be
steak,
back in a
buddy.
bit. Thank you. I have to feed the kid also. See
Take
you later.
Take care. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, 2 people yesterday entered the chat, big high rollers, and pretty much getting liquidated. Just got a question for the OGs that got hardware wallets and stuff all set up. There's no way I did it through Papa's and stuff, but I'm just curious. There's no way for me to reverse that, right? Like, there's no way for me to fuck that up in a sense where like I did it back.
Crypto. My man, if Papa helps you and if he couldn't help you, no one can. He's the guy who is number one on security in here, brother, and he explained it to you for a couple of days in the raw and other members. And if this guy can't help you, I don't think he's any hope. Don't get me wrong, with all the respect.
Sir, thank you, man. When he gets in the chat, I'm gonna ask if because I don't I just I did his video twice and stuff. I just was trying to make sure I didn't do nothing like reversal where I put MetaMask as primary to my hardware wallet, you know.
Well, you can tell when you disconnect your hardware wallet from MetaMask, you see a different address, and that's your dummy address on your MetaMask. Assuming that you set the new MetaMask up and into the hardware wallet you set up to it.
Okay, so initially when I disconnect my treasure and I don't see it anymore, then that means like the treasurer has control of the account.
When you say disconnect, you hit the little button, little circle button, like you do to connect, or you have to remove account, and then you'll see your dummy MetaMask. You won't. It'll still show your hardware wallet account until you actually remove it. And actually, a lot of guys, when they're disconnecting it, they'll actually remove the account from MetaMask, and then they'll reconnect hardware wallet when they want to use it again. So that's one way you can confirm that you have that correct.
So, dude.
What?
That's what I do.
That's what I do as well.
Today, thank you.
And I will say 95% of people in here who've been run through the security are doing the same thing.
Yeah, so if you click the circle thing on MetaMask, you'll see account 1 and you'll see your hardware wallet, given that's connected. And you know how to remove your hardware wallet, correct?
Yeah, it's in the same section as connecting it, right?
No.
No, it's in the 3 dots just below the circle. You'll click that and you'll click remove.
Okay. Hey man, I'm about to drop $1,000 on Hex today.
Crypto.
What?
Please, if you don't mind, don't mention any money. Don't mention how much do you have. Don't mention your assets, because there are people here who will help you at the part of the community, but there will be people as well in here who will be listening, and literally you making yourself as a target, right? So with all the respect, please do not do that. It's just for your own safety. I don't care, man. It's your money. It's just a word of advice.
Hey man, I love you, dude. I appreciate you, man. Keep it up, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. So anyone got any good topic, any questions or anything we can talk about it or help or have fun?
Yeah, man. On Pulsechain, I was reading on the website that an anonymous or a pretty much a Richard Hart wallet gets like 0.01%, no expectation. But yeah, I was reading that today. Like cash.
Got something to say?
It had to do with the Pulse and PulseX. That I think it's on PulseX that he gets like 1.01%. Like I don't know if it's exit or when you in your stake or I don't know exactly, but I know that he gets 0.01% of whatever the payout is.
Don't really understand what you said, mate.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I'm not sure. He was mentioned something about Richard getting some percentage of any payers or something like that. Not sure. Can you say that again, Crypto?
Oh,
He's
is he
just
talking about
referring to the
PulseX?
distribution of coins.
Oh, distribution coins. Ah, right. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Fun facts.
Illuminati, you here?
I have a question. Not a question, but I am going to say something about. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
I think the guy who hacked my PC, he already installed the virus in my PC, but somehow I deleted that virus, so he didn't watch my computer anyway.
Gonsame, I got a quick one. So, do you have a lot of assets? If you have a lot of assets,
No, I don't have a lot of assets.
I don't care. If you have assets in crypto, right? If you have £100, 200, whatever, right? If you want to be super secure, what the people are recommending in this channel is to get your own separate laptop dedicated only for crypto, right? It's not have to be amazing machine, like if you want more technical questions about what kind of laptop, maybe someone else can answer, or you can speak to Papa Bona. But dedicate machine, hardware wallets are like two really important keys. To make yourself secure. And another way, what I'm using Linux Mint. So it's not Windows, no Mac OS. I use Linux. Really easy to install. I literally watch like 5 or 6 videos how to install, how to operate, how to use it. Really simple to use.
Is
You
Linux
get
safe?
yourself.
Is Linux safer
It's
than Windows?
safer. Yeah, it's
Than-
safer than Windows and or Mac OS. I've been listening to many comments and but if you have a hardware wallet and you block your assets that way, you that's number one. You secure already. And then if you want to invest more into it because you want to invest more, or you will have a good airdrop or whatever, you want to be secured more, get another step, get yourself a laptop. And if you
Yes,
want
I
to
will
add
get.
something on top and get yourself something on top, go on Linux. I've had so many conversations in this room and in the other rooms that Linux is safer than Windows and Mac OS. And if someone
There
else
is.
got a better question in the channel or better suggestions to the gentleman in here, please feel free to talk.
Yes, there is a guy called Baba, I think. I don't know what his name. I'm going to buy.
Baba.
Yes, I don't know.
Babona.
Yes, I am going to buy.
Sorry.
I am going to buy a laptop with $100, and I am going to install Linux system. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you can get a good laptop for crypto for $100. If you want more question about it, maybe Dude can answer, or Kinetics, or if Papa is around, he can answer that question to you.
Okay, I will. I am in the channel. If the Baba is coming, I am gonna talk with him. I won't get out from this room.
Sure, that's great.
Yeah, I bought a laptop this week. My hardware wallet last night. I bought them 2 more hardware wallets for specific things and reasoning. So, but Linux, dude, I thought about doing that, but I heard it was just a pain in the butt to, it was just you have to type in everything pretty much.
It doesn't really.
Use
It doesn't really matter though. If you have a hardware wallet, you should always have a backup one as well, in case one breaks down. And then your seed phrase should obviously not be in your home, and it should probably split up by 2. But I mean, like, yeah, whatever OS you use doesn't really matter. If you have the hardware wallet, you'll be fine. I mean, like, they won't be able to hack you. Like, you will have to sign the shit anyway with the hardware wallet, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, seed phrase not in your home. At least 2 different spots. Extra hardware wallets if one breaks down. Yes, that's it. Yeah, cool.
Hey, so
Yeah.
I got an email from treasure.io, and it's genuine. I'm gonna share it in the chat if I can today. I'm gonna take a picture of it, of how he described the hack, and it was point for point. I crap you not.
Wait, so do you mean like? Yeah, I mean, Ethereum, right? I mean, like, that's a different thing. Like, yeah, you can sign something. We usually blind sign things, so you don't actually know what you're signing. But I mean, like, without you signing shit, I doubt there is any hack currently that can do anything if you have a hardware wallet. You have to sign it though. It's like you're giving up your bits the wrong way.
No, I didn't have a
if
hardware.
they haven't got your seeds right, it's nearly impossible. It's like trillions of combinations, billions, sorry, to break that code. And yeah, if they don't have your seeds, really difficult.
Unless you just have MetaMask and no hardware wallet, all they need is your password.
Exactly, dude.
All I had was MetaMask, and when I got the hardware wallet, the bad one, it was bad from Amazon, dude. And
Who is buying hardware wallets from Amazon, man, or eBay or anything like that?
and a dude
Jesus.
last night, and they got him a lot. And then hearing the guy yesterday, I mean, he pretty much lost a lot more than I did. And I feel for him,
Well, you live and you learn. It's an expensive lesson, but yeah.
It's
No, you won't make that
expensive
mistake
education,
again.
my friend. It's expensive education.
Yeah, but you have to
Great.
see it like a live life lesson.
Yeah, I hear if you buy off of Amazon, they set your seed words up for you and everything. Why not?
That's exactly how the email went, where he was just like, they're able to put their crap in the machine, the treasurer themselves, and the treasurer, because he was describing that it'll fool you, and it's our dashboard and it's theirs, which that's what happened to me. And I inputted my seed phrase, and it was all bad, ladies and gents.
Oh, really? You got an email? It's saying what?
Crypto, we went over this, man. I'm not gonna let you talk again. Okay, you're gonna be muted for a day. It's been over a week.
Yeah, I
I'm
just said
tired.
that, mate. I just said that.
I'm tired of this, man. You had malware on your machine. You typed in your seed phrase on your computer into malware, basically into a fake MetaMask or whatever, right? You had so many compromised positions, right? And then you keep on coming back and saying it was the treasure, and it was not the treasure, most likely, right? You were compromised before you had the treasure. It was not the hardware wallet. And you've got to stop saying that it was a hardware wallet, okay? Because it's not a proven fact. So we're just going to move on.
Most likely already got the treasure set up for him. He just used the pin code he got, and then yeah, they already knew they passed the seed phrase, obviously.
But I think he was here like more than a week ago. I do apologize, Muffin. I think it was more than a week before he was start mumbling about this. And
I've been listening.
Papa
It's
went
been like every
mumbling a
day for
couple
like
of
a week.
times.
He's right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Exactly. So anyone got any topic we would like to discuss or would like to bring on board so we can talk?
Anyone notice Richard's got more wallet developers?
Well, we were talking about that a long time ago. That the next step is going to be a wallet.
Hey, I was hoping that the next step was actually getting Pulsechain launched.
Don't even
I
start
care
that.
less about. Hey, I care less about investing in a wallet. Let's get the next thing done before he move on to the next thing. You know.
I do, Joseph. You're right.
Yeah, just don't take it off the prize, man. I kind of get worried when people is all about the next thing, and it's like ain't nobody delivered the thing that they was going to deliver. I'm sure he's posted something.
Don't you reckon that, you know, if you want to bring a good product, obviously that take time. They've done a good move, and before launch decide to change validators onto new language, and I think that was a smart move. I know he's pissing the community off, but
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job with Hex, right? And then now let's launch the chain, and the chain is going to be a little bit more complex than launching a D app, right? It's a little bit more working parts, but once that get launched, then you can go back to a D app like a wallet. And I'm sure that a lot of people would invest because I would invest in this wallet if the chain was very successful. But I wouldn't really want to invest on anything if the chain isn't successful, because if the chain is broken, why would I invest in other projects that's going to run on top of a broken?
exactly.
So it just kind of worries me that that people are just listening to whatever the hell anybody says. It's like, let's get this done so that, hey, if the guy can't get the chain up and running, I don't want nobody investing in that wallet. He could be a great guy personally, but I wouldn't want to tell nobody to invest in a wallet if the chain that the wallet is going to run on doesn't work.
Yeah, I have a question. So the wallet is currently in development. Of course, he said that he won't. Basically, his focus is on Pulsechain and PulseX, getting that out first, and then I guess more focus will be put on the wallet. But I have a question concerning the development of the wallet. I don't really have much experience with coding and developing, but do you think it would take us long to develop the wallet as it did uh, Pulsechain, or would it be shorter, longer? I don't know what are the technical differences between developing your own blockchain and the wallet.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, ProfX, are you here, please? The man is trying to get in. He's raising his hand widely. Can you let Warriors please in? Thank you.
Very kind, thank you.
Hey, Steak and Bake, you said he has more developers for the wallet? Because I know he mentioned one, but did I miss something?
Yeah, go check out his Twitter tweets and replies.
You can ask yourself, what will the wallet do and how does it play into the walled garden ecosystem? There's a lot of wallets coming out, and they're all kind of trying to maintain their user base inside their ecosystems. So, there's good wallets out there. Personally, I'm talking about wallets. I hope we get to see Metamask Airdrop pre-Pulsechain launch, so I can roll some of those tokens over into Pulsechain. But beyond that, we see, Ledger's got their own wallet coming out. Even GameStop has one, and they're just trying to contain people in their ecosystem. So until there's the chains out, until there's real utility in the wallet that is, only for potentially our ecosystem, why would anyone slide over if they can just use the products that have been tested? So I'll be waiting to see what incentives we have to download and use that wallet over anything else.
Yeah, and then I think it's a little bit risky right now with the wallet. One of the things that I've been looking at, because I'm interested in kind of a lot of those wallets that are being generated, especially with one come out where I can invest in it, invest in a corporation that owns the wallet. But the issue with the wallets right now is that a lot of people don't know whether they're going to be treated as a debit and credit card. If regulation actually start treating them as a debit credit card, then they're going to have to comply with something called PCI dash DSS, which is specific for debit and credit cards. If that happens, then you're talking about like you can invest in a wallet that whoever created that wallet don't even know how to comply, or it may take so much money to comply that it would just be worth it wouldn't be worth the money. So that's my only issue with wallets right now.
Interesting. It'd be great to see him have like a fiat onboard. I was hearing what was some problems with MetaMask. They like shut down service or something. Or what improvements on wallets are we looking to see?
Well, MetaMask wasn't designed to really deal with all of the transaction and per second that's really needed, right? So, and then they have a company that is actually taking MetaMask private, right? And you're not going to get the best of MetaMask. Like that corporation is gonna own the best of MetaMask, and then they're gonna have a version that says, "Hey, you can use it up to this point, and then you have to pay afterwards." So why would they give you the best version of that wallet for free? You're gonna have to pay to get the best version in the most use case. For sure, you won't have to pay for it.
I don't see that happening.
Their whole MO is being decentralized. Even if they have JP Morgan paying consensus, like that's why they designed it. And then even with their airdrop, like they're trying to build out their DAO and allow more decentralized participation. The Metamask airdrop is going to be a governance token.
One of the things I think we should keep in mind is, like Richard mentioned many times in the past, like he's not going to waste time on wallets and other things down the chain that would impact releasing Pulsechain at all. So the fact that he's actually working on those things now, and he's got 1 dev or 2 devs out of like 14 devs working on this, I think it's a really good sign, because that tells us that Pulsechain, as we all know, is probably not far off at all. He wouldn't be wasting time on this, I think, if it was impeding his efforts towards Pulsechain. So I think it's if he comes out the wall, it's gonna have a lot of benefits over MetaMask, which we all know is lacking in many ways.
I think
Yeah,
he
that's
hired
a
a
good
brand
answer.
new dev for the wallet. I don't think that's one of the Pulsechain devs.
Full stack innovation, though, for sure. See improvements all across the board in all the projects. And the wallet's going to come down to getting a lot more people exposed to crypto and everything. If the user interface is better, that's what really needs to happen. Development of that aspect.
We look at the numbers of what
Yeah.
MetaMask has done. They're pulling in like $1 million a day in swap fees. So it'd be interesting to have a wallet that has PulseX built into it. And I guess you can just swap right in.
Right. Exactly. I would love to see that right there. As long as it uses PulseX, I would love to see that. And then another thing that I'm hearing that Richard is protecting us from is exactly what I touched on. MetaMask is going to be free up to a certain point. And to continue on using it, you're going to have to pay for it. So that means that on top of those swap fees, you're talking about a usage fee. That's all that I'm saying. I'm hearing that he's trying to circumvent us from having to pay MetaMask, because we all are MetaMask users because of certain features that it has in it. The RPC, the ability to change your RPC settings, things of that nature, and the way it integrates with the hardware wallet.
Well, I think the code was open source up to a point, right? Where to that point where
Yep.
Consensus
Sure.
did that
Yep.
equity sale. So we can always take that and build from that point.
Exactly. And that's what I'm hoping that he does. It's but MetaMask follows a Google model. It's like it's free, and then you read that real fine print, and it says up to this usage, and then after that, then it starts charging you. But Google do the same thing.
Or they just get you hooked on it for for free for years, and then they say, okay, now we're going to a paid month.
However you want to do it, the end result is you're going to pay for it.
Yeah.
Hey, if we all own a wallet that did the same thing, who cares, right? If we're all getting paid, who cares?
Question. Anyone know how many validators there will be? I mean nodes, sorry. Yeah.
It says 30.
Yes, 30.
It's 32.
Is it like no more nodes allowed, or why is it only 32?
It's 32 validators, and then I don't know how many nodes there are. Could be lots of those, but only 32 active validators.
So I guess this will be 32 validated nodes, nodes you can stake on, right? 32. The reason I'm asking is because those people who spent a lot of money, if they control 51%, they control the network. Yes, so then it doesn't become decentralized. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the 10,000 to 1 stack price, and then like wouldn't they need to like buy a fuck ton of hex and then or pulse, and then isn't the OA's position protective of that? Like they'll never be able to beat out the OA.
To be honest, I have no idea. I mean, like, let's say there's, I don't know, 20 people that sacked a lot. I mean, compared to a lot of other people, right? They don't have to have like 51% of all pools. Not everyone is gonna stake. They just have to have 50% of the nodes, like the power of the nodes, and then they can control the network. But maybe, I mean, I think, like, yeah, obviously they just want the best for a project, else they wouldn't sack money. So I'm just saying that it will not be decentralized. That's it. Nothing else.
Hey, Profex.
Yeah, what's
By
up?
the way, Ethereum still have 300,000 validated nodes. So yeah, 32 is still very small. That's what I'm saying. So you get what I mean, like centralization, decentralization. Yeah. I don't like Ethereum, by the way. I'm not a fan.
Profex, how are the liquidity pools looking? They look all right, don't they?
I mean, what liquidity pools you talking about here?
I look at the USDC hex pool. What are the ones should we be looking at? The ETH pool?
Much lower than last week.
I mean, the ETH pool is for. I mean, for the Pulsechain fork, you want to be looking at the ETH pool, but I mean, primarily, Hex is paired with USDC, right? So if we pull, as we pull liquidity, the Hex price is just going to go nuts, right? One way or the other. That's why we're seeing this, extreme kind of move, right? Thankfully, I guess the only good thing about this is with Hex at the low prices, if there's less liquidity, I think that means it means that there's less people getting out, right? Because of it. Because if more people were getting out, the price would go down even further. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to get out because it's the bear market, it's a rough time to get out because you're not going to come out with much value as we're seeing. But it's giving people, a good opportunity to buy and push the price up, right? And get a price they probably haven't seen before if they weren't around like a year ago.
Looking at the liquidity, obviously you have like the big blue lines, and then as we kind of get above 10 cents, there's not much liquidity. So if we get up there and we pop from say 8 cents to 10 cents, will people just keep adding liquidity behind it? and kind of like straddle the price. Like
Yeah.
liquidity follows price.
Yeah, people most likely just follow the price as it moves, right? They just, the problem is there's not too many people, providing liquidity at this time. That's the bigger problem. But as the price moves up,
You can take a photo of your graph that you're looking at and then take a photo of it in 24 hours, and you can see how price changes and what is being placed above and below the spot price. And then you can kind of understand that future predictions are really hard to make because those variables fluctuate too easily.
Massive liquidity always comes in at extreme lows and significant peaks.
Yeah,
John,
that's
did you miss your
definitely
low?
too well known state.
Did you miss your low price buy-in, John, because you were trying to wait for 25 million volume?
No, I pulled the order. I knew it was going to go from 4 to 8 in a day or two, and I didn't want to participate because I want to observe these end stakes in the coming days just to see how the price action reacts. And if we get back up to 15 or like say 12 or 14 or something like that, and then pull back into the 8 area, then that's about where I'm going to look into entering, depending on what the chart says.
Hello, friends. I have a couple of topics to inquire about. Can you hear me?
Go. There's a lot of smart people on.
Yeah. If you could try to turn your mic up a little bit in the settings, that might be helpful.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
That's right.
All right. Has anybody looked at the website called Chain? Where is it? It's called Chain List.
Yeah, there is the mainnet address there.
Yeah, you type in Pulsechain and it shows. Click on testnets and it will show all 4 of the testnets. Version 2 is the one that's working. The other 2 are not currently. The other 3 aren't working.
Yeah, it shows one for main too.
So
Probably not the real one, just like the placeholder.
I chart and I only got a few minutes here, but we're right at the bottom of a descending wedge. We're gonna come up and hit a 4th hit, so from here we should actually run up to somewhere around 35 to 37 cents before getting another pullback. So good area. RSI's smack in the bottom. Everything seems to be a go on this one. Just my TA.
Good luck.
So that'll work. That'll work until the RSI hits a low that it's never hit before.
That'll work until it doesn't work.
Correct.
Say it'll work either way until launch.
Yeah. So when Pulsechain actually gets launched, is it still going to be on this same chain we have looking at here? It's channel 3, chain number 369.
My theory is Richard Hart is a winner. And he wants to come out looking like the hero. That's what winners are. And I don't think, this is a speculative opinion again, I don't think he would launch unless he knows this is going to give us, the Hexicans and the people in the community, a big return. And if the market is rising, if Hex is rising and Bitcoin is rising, that opens the door for the possibility of a major correction after a launch, and people coming in and bashing him because of that. I think we're not going to launch until we get a crypto bottom and a Bitcoin bottom.
4-year market cycle says around November of this year. I'm looking at a target around anywhere between 7 to 11 for Bitcoin.
Sorry, may I kindly ask you, where do you checking those info?
Where the what?
Do you think this market cycle is this similar to the previous market cycle, or do you think variables are a little different and you should expect different?
I just look at charts and I read them all day, and we didn't go up to the 125,000 like everybody expected, so now you can actually draw a channel and you pull
Everybody?
back 80%.
Question
Exactly
mark?
what Richard Hart says. Pull back 80% to somewhere around the 10 grand. Plus, there's a ton of other confluence, including an open CMA gap sitting at 9.8K. A lot of other factors that I have in my charts, but November timeframe is the similar pullback time frame that everybody has. It's following the exact same structure. If you look at it year on year, every 4 years, it's doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. As a matter of fact, 4 years ago, you can look at the Ukraine, Russia invasion when they took over Crimea. Same exact thing happened.
So everybody thought, everyone was
follow
using the TA to get the 125. Everyone was wrong. Now everyone's predicting this November bottom. What do you think the odds are that everyone's wrong again?
Well, I've been calling 7K Bitcoin for a year and a half now, ever since we hit the 62K. And then it came down and it didn't keep going. It just kept going up to 69K, but that was just a double top. Look at it on the monthly. I don't know, just my opinion. I throw up charts every day, so if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Anybody who was using technical analysis to predict 125,000 Bitcoin back then doesn't know technical analysis, doesn't know what they're doing, and is not a professional trader.
Oh, so it wasn't everybody, John?
I just want to mention that I doubt Bitcoin will ever reach $10,000, and the reason why, if it does, we'll probably go into a real death spiral. But I don't think we will. So it costs like 15,000 to 19,000 to mine one Bitcoin. I mean, would you really sell in a loss? Really?
Well,
here's one thing you can look at. So the DXY has been rising, which means Bitcoin should have been falling. In past history, but the only thing that's being manipulated right now is if you look at the ruble Bitcoin and the ruble dollar, you can see the ruble had a massive fall off when we put sanctions on them. Now, if you look at the ruble dollar, they have doubled in price since they have done that. So we've been trading sideways this whole time. The ruble has dropped at that time and then completely just doubled in price on what their value of their coin is compared to what the dollar is. And then you can look at the ruble versus the Bitcoin. And right now we've hit a bottom. So basically, people are going to be selling. We've broken a trend right now. So ruble is now falling and Bitcoin is now rising. You can see if you look at the S&P 500. Apparently, there's a lot of similarities there. However, you can't chart them side by side. But the S&P, the SPY just started going up. The DXY just started coming back down to come down for a major retest, and Bitcoin should be going up. So it's going to be heading into a bull trap right now, and then it'll end up falling again, just like every other pattern.
Agreed.
All I'm saying is that Bitcoin won't go to 10,000. If it does, I think the institutions and shit will sell a bit earlier than 10,000, and then that will be a big problem. But I don't think so. Like, it costs more to fucking mine one Bitcoin. Why would you sell it for cheap that it costs you? Makes no sense.
All of these liquid assets are manipulated, plain and simple. You can draw upon your correlations from one to the other and do your whole web of game theory, but they're all manipulated.
You can't say people won't sell because markets are people, and people sell when the market goes down and buy when it's rising. I forget the term for it, but they do stupid things at the stupid times. You see it all the time.
But yeah, if we go too low, I think institutions will have to sell off. They won't have a choice. So yeah, they will be sad if that happens.
I think it's the other way around with institutions, isn't it? Because when the price goes up, they only there's limits or rules on how much of percentage they can own of crypto. So as it goes up, so then it's a higher percentage of their portfolio. So they actually have to sell it on the way up, and they can buy it on the way down.
Yeah, that's why we're seeing like less of all-time highs, and I think we'll see less of all-time lows just because of that. More institutional money would mean that, right?
Yeah, you gotta remember, institutional money is a little bit different. So institutional money is always looking to make money with their money. So it's a number of ways they can make money as the value of their crypto go out. They can give loans to other units of or other corporations that the institution owns. They can do all types of other stuff with it as well.
Well, when Richard mentioned that Bitcoin was going down 80% like it always does, that was my marker to start looking at these lower levels when we were up in the 60s. So when he called the top, so 80% of 0 to 65. I mean that's right around my marker. So, but yeah, as far as Hex looks really bullish right now. Leave that at that.
If you're studying charts, you know the dips. Do they get less and less as a market gets bigger and bigger? Do they sort of ease out the dips and the peaks?
No, because you base it off of an Elliott wave theory. So if you use the wave analysis, there's a website that you can use, and you put on the Bixmet chart, and it will show you that we had one massive 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave up to the 69 from when it started up until 69. We went all the way up to wave 1. Now we've pulled back and we've had our ABC correction. So we're at a 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to be heading down 5 now. So our fifth leg down in an Elliott wave structure, wave 1 from 0 to 69, and then wave 2 can actually retrace all the way back down to 0 in theory, but it usually gets rejected at there's an Elliott channel that gets created, which is right around the 7,000-8,000. That if you draw it from the top of where our first bull run was, it lines up perfectly. So the from 0 to 69 was one Elliott wave. Now we're heading down the second one. The third Elliott wave will go up to the 124. That is the marker on the 1618 fib. So we still have I mean, we can turn around and go up anywhere from here, as according to this, because we're already down past the 50% marker. We're going to go down to probably the 618 and maybe drop down to the 25, but 25K, I don't think it's the end all.
So sorry, it was more a sort of a thought process about as a market gets bigger and bigger and more liquidity in it, it takes more and more economic mass to move it either up or down. So that I don't know if you've been studying markets and studying these things, it would show that they would become less and less volatile, surely, over time. So they wouldn't necessarily always dip to the same amount or rise to the same amount as they did last time. They would tend to kind of smooth, even out, or yeah.
So we won't get down to the $2,000 marker again. That's not a case, because there is so much liquidity in there. Will we wick down? Look at what happened with the hack with who was that? Bybit? No.
Get bit.
No, they had this massive crash that went down, and you can use that wick as a marker right now, and it draws a beautiful channel.
Yeah,
It was a hack of one of the exchanges. There's so bloody many, you can't keep up.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, both of y'all talking about the same thing with like two different perspectives. The one gentleman is talking about a more real time analysis, which I think is like super difficult, right? So you could say that these are going to be the waves, and those waves can happen over a span of a day or over the span of 5 months. But what the good trading companies have, and then you always hear it, like they try to even go to court sometimes. Like, hey, this bigger institution have a trading algorithm that has those type of analysis built inside of it, and then it says at this point, no matter when it happens, it's going to buy. At this point, no matter when it happens, it's going to sell. So in order for everybody to make money in Bitcoin had to go up to like just say $68,000, and then everybody starts selling. So no matter why they're selling, they're going to sell Bitcoin down, right, until either crashes and there's no more money to be sold, or it pops back up because for some odd reason people are coming back and they're buying that price back up. You know, it's all an algorithm.
We have
the one
ISO 20022. If anybody doesn't know about that, that's the financial system that's starting come November with ADA and just look it up. There's all kinds of coins that are going to be in that for the banking system. That all launches in November, and it's just perfect timing.
Hey yo, you should put that. You should put that in the chat, man. I would love to research that.
I got yeah, I don't really talk in the chat too much. I don't want a bunch of people.
Okay, well, hold up.
Just put it there. Put it there.
Well, what's the name of it? ISO you say?
ISO 20022. You can type that in and then go to the images in Google, and it will show you a whole bunch of charts, and it will show you when all that stuff is starting.
Okay,
ISO 20022.
Yep.
It's been around for the last 2 years. I've been talking about it and watching it. But you got XRP, XLM, XRP is going to be the transfer protocol between bank to bank. XLM,
Right.
Stellar, will be what people will
Hey
use
guys.
to be able to transact.
Yeah, we're not
So
supposed to talk about third party projects too much, dudes. Try and
Yeah, look at
chill
the
with
top of
it.
the chat, guys.
Well,
Says Pulse Chain.
not only that, but ISO 20022 is the standard for SWIFT and other banking networks.
Yep.
And if there are blockchains that are compliable, that's one thing. It doesn't mean they will be adopted by the banks. So just for everyone to
Exactly.
keep it in mind.
Yeah, that sounds like more like what a private
And I
organization would do.
worked for a bank as a developer. We were implementing new changes for ISO because they were mandatory in Europe, and they very unlikely will adopt new networks, especially crypto. They were still using code from 1990, so I seriously doubt many banks will use crypto for like that for transaction protocols.
But it could affect the market still, even though it might not be used. It's just a piece of FOMO, isn't it? Markets aren't always rational.
It's not about FOMOing or FUD. It's just ISO 20022. It's a communications protocol used by banks that the banks need to comply, and simply to be able to understand each other, right? And it so happens that some blockchains out there and some tokens want to be compliant with that standard in order to maybe in the future be adopted by the banks. But that's not neither here nor there, right? So saying it's going to launch in November, launch what? A bank will adopt one of those tokens?
No, well,
There's no.
that's the plan. Yeah, not the banks, but the
Yeah, if you do it right, I don't see a bank having to adopt anything, right? Because that gives you the ability to approve a use case and actually say conduct the transaction on a banking system, on a banking network, from a crypto wallet that's say connected to Pulse.
Yeah, I would like to pick your brain more about that, since you are in the banking industry having to deal with that. Like, where are CBDCs going to be implemented, and how will these other ISO 2022 protocols be implemented when the banks are doing their own CBDCs?
Good point.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Good copy.
Yep. Mr. Zupdude007. Someone will unmute you shortly from HEXrading.
Oh, thank you, sir. I saw, dude. You mean unban?
Yeah,
What
unban,
was
sorry.
someone have been noted there?
I posted one link over there. If that was the same here, I think everybody would be banned.
Was that
If
for
I'm
TT
live,
sites?
Was it what?
For TT sites?
You know it.
Mm,
it
no,
was
you.
Google it was Google searching, but typed on the wrong window.
Exactly. Oopsie.
They got you.
Shameless.
Bitcoin is above 30K today.
Bitcoin has to close above 31,000 for 2 days in a row to start a new leg up bounce before it comes back down and smashes through 20,000. If it can't stay above 31 for 2 days in a row, then the door is still open to a move down. But with the stock market bouncing, crypto should bounce too. That includes HEX and everything else. And that's why I don't see an actual bottom for anything until October or September. Especially with massive inflation. The money that used to go from the paycheck right into crypto is going in to buy gasoline for the car.
Yep. What do you see for the ceiling for that bull trap?
I was thinking like 38 to 40K on Bitcoin.
Copy that.
I was gonna say 36. 725.
Could be 36. I'm just overshooting it on purpose because Bitcoin tends to overshoot sometimes. And then again, now this opens a whole new fucked up door. If we do get up to 38 and we close above that for a few days or a week, this whole thing about coming back down could be totally erased. Totally erased, because there's rumblings that the stock market's going to rally 25% from here between now and November, which shoots us up towards all-time highs again. So that door has to remain open, and then of course any guys who didn't buy HEX down here are going to miss out on that boat. But we have not had a classic October bottom in years. We just haven't, and we always used to get them, even a little bottom. And I think that's going to happen this year. I think we're sometime around September, late August, we're going to start smashing back down with the stocks.
Yeah, I'll follow some guys on YouTube that still don't take that off the table for new all-time highs and then lengthening 4-year cycle. That's why, you know, you got to take all the macro things in perspective, the DXY, the stock market, everything. Yep.
And we'll be able to tell through the technical analysis. Once we get to that point where we figure, okay, it's got to stop rising here, obviously a close above that point is going to make us reassess the whole situation. But yeah, when I look at, you know, weekly charts, there's just no way we're going to any all-time highs. There's just no way. I can't see it. Moving averages are always touched, and they're trying to hit that 200-week moving average on everything. So, you know, even if we did get all-time highs, we'll come smashing back down to hit that average eventually. Might take a year, 2 years. I just feel currently with inflation, we're going to hit it this year or early next year.
Concur.
Again, that all is a better situation for all of us, because if we were to do that right now, you know, boom, slam down, we're not going to get a V bottom, and it's just going to extend the bullshit. You know, it's going to extend it. Yeah, we'll plow up and then come right back down and then plow. It'd be better to form a solid bottom and then stair step up slowly, boom, 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 over several years. And that's nothing but good for stakers of HEX. You know, if you get a solid, slow stair step up that's kind of in sync with the rest of the markets, that's a containable growth. So that would be a better situation than to slam down in the next few weeks and say, okay, guys, Bitcoin's under 20. We got the bottom. Let's dive in, which we all will. But no, that's it's just going to extend the rise out longer, or the volatility longer, as opposed to a slow stair step up growth, which is the goal here.
Right. What
So
do you?
you think?
Go ahead. I'll wait.
What do you think, John, about those stake endings in the next couple of days? That will change the price drastically, or?
So the stake endings is the only thing that stopped me from piling in with hundreds of thousands of dollars, because you guys might have been on the air. You might have been on. You might have been listening while I said this is the bottom. This is as soon as we get to 4 in that area, that's where I have my buy orders, and I pulled them. And it's because somebody had said, oh, we got 1 billion HEX stakes ending next week. So I quickly went and looked at the end stakes, and I said, whoa, wait a minute. We haven't seen this amount of end stake in the last year, 2 years. And people are telling me, oh no, they're rolling over 100 million every week. Well, I don't see that rollover on that HEX vision chart, if that's correct. And I've changed it to daily, I've changed it to weekly, I've changed it to monthly. There was no stakes ending last year compared to what is happening today. So I'm just going to observe the market action to see what happens with these end stakes. I think they're going to hold through the I don't think they're going to sell it, because they're going to want to keep that for the copy over. So the majority of those end stakes probably will hold, but I would rather not risk the money, because again, I don't want to trade HEX. I could have bought it at 4 and I would have immediately sold it at 8, 12 hours later. I don't want to do that. I want to get in and hold it for years.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, and if you're
someone got a cough. Someone got coughing.
yeah, I definitely agree with you what you're saying,
Your thoughts,
John.
Walrus?
But you can definitely pull the trigger if you believe it's going to go low and they're going to dump. Once you see that happen, then I would just pull the trigger if that's what you believe in. But a guarantee up, going up for years is going to probably be difficult to look at it as a continual basis. You would have to say, over years it eventually be higher than what I paid for it. So, if you buy it at 4, maybe 5 years down the line you'll sell it at 14. That's the only way I can kind of see what you're talking about. But what you're talking is very difficult, man. You're talking about real time analysis of financial transactions, man, and that got to be difficult.
No, it's not that hard.
Well, I would say it right. So my thoughts are, if you have that type of vision, then you will have buy and sell points, where you buy and where you sell with that analytical analysis. Now, if I had a piece of software that can do it for me, then I would be able to say, hey, $50 billion got sold and 90% of it was Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin prices want to go down. So I would have an algorithm that says once it hit this point, I buy automatically.
So let me just say something.
So that's
I don't
why
know
I say
if
it's very hard what he's talking about doing. Like, I can see a computer doing it better than a human mind being able to do that. Is what I'm
if you
saying.
go to HEXvision.io, it doesn't show almost any of the stakes that actually ended last year. So you guys are comparing things that are not even there. So how can you expect
Just want to
to
say
compare
that. Just
something
want to say
that
that.
is not there?
That's
There
what I was
are
gonna say. That will
tons
show you
and
the stakes that
tons.
already ended.
Exactly. There were billions and billions of stakes expiring. They just don't show there
Billions
because
every
they
month.
already ended.
Billions
They're not
every
there.
single month.
Yeah, so I don't
So
know what
where
you are looking for or
I thought
comparing.
this was 100% transparent and we could all see all transactions past and everything. Is nobody charting that, or is that
Those,
vision a bullshit website?
if you go there, it's open stakes. It says open stakes by expected end time right at the top of the chart. Open stakes by expected end time. If you look at the chart, but you don't see what the title of the chart says, I don't know what you're expecting, right? Those are the stakes
That
that are
chart
open
on
right now. On HEXvision, I'm looking
the
at it right
stake,
now.
that chart
Open?
on HEXvision,
Yes.
those are open stakes that are expiring next week, this week, the week after, or is that
Exactly.
wrong?
Exactly. It doesn't show the stakes
Right?
that already ended.
So
You can't go in the past. There's no past data. Only stakes that never ended.
So you're comparing
So
the
what?
billions that are going to end stake now and say that last year there were no end stakes comparable. And I'm saying there were. They just don't show in this chart because they were already closed. They are not open anymore. So the chart does not show what is not open
Come
because
over
it's
here.
open stakes
Come
chart.
here. Get out of the sun.
So wait a minute. The data that is back in April and before that I'm seeing end stakes in that chart. What is that data? Why am I seeing past things
Because
on
those
there?
stakes were not
Those
ended.
Maybe the person died. Maybe the person lost their keys. Maybe they got stuck in jail and don't have access
They
to
are
it.
still open because the number of stakes that ended were a lot higher, especially between September and November. It was a massive number of 2 years in stakes that ended.
Hey John, go to Hex Daily Stats and you can see all the stats, right, of everything that happened in like the last whatever 900-ish days. So go there, you can do your own little Excel sheet with it, and you can see the numbers on the end stakes.
Exactly.
And Walrus, please stop smoking Cuban cigars, man. You gotta back off after that. Sorry, honestly, man.
That's what it is. It's my bad vices.
Yeah, you know, Cuban cigars are no good for you.
Don't let your TA get you left behind, buddy.
And by the way, if you go to X daily stats, you can also see the X in the liquidity pools and the USDC in the liquidity pools, and they are probably half of what they were 2 weeks ago. So consider that when you're doing TA. It's important, I guess.
Perfect. Did you put a hand
Hey.
on them? Did you make them perfect?
No, someone else made that.
Hey, El Mauri, can you actually dig into that? Because that's a big blind spot with me is liquidity pools. And when I look at liquidity pools, I kind of see value really being established and set up so that people can play. But then when I see liquidity pools, I look at it as somebody could, trying to understand how that coincides with what we're seeing right now, just from my knowledge.
Well, the thing is, since the liquidity pools are so much lower than they were, any buys or sells impact the price a lot more, right? So that's why you see drastic changes on the upside and downside when a bigger player goes out or comes in, and there's no way to run from it, right? If the liquidity pools keep getting lower and lower as we approach the Pulsechain launch, as I have been saying for the past weeks, it's very likely that we will see this sort of volatility, and then the prices can go a lot lower and a lot higher. What matters is where are you going to place your orders, either to sell or to buy, right? If you want to take advantage of it. If you're staked, you don't really care. Most of us agree that the liquidity probably go up again after the fork because most of X liquidity was in Ethereum and USDC, which arguably are two pairs that people might not want to hold for the fork. So I always thought it was very likely that those pools, those liquidity pools will drop because liquidity providers that are in the know would most likely remove it in order to try and gain any advantage that they might be able to get during the copy, right? And so when we have liquidity pools so low that one person or two can just sell or buy and dip the price to whatever number they want, no amount of TA will help you with it because it's not knowable. If I decided to dump on my ex or someone else, probably the price will drop a lot lower and no amount of moving averages will help. It will simply go down. And it will only go up if people buy it back. It's as simple as that. There's no hidden mechanic here or hidden sort of power that can change it. What makes the price go up or down is people's psyche and their behavior. And again, TA influences people's behavior because they believe in it, and everyone is looking at the same thing, and that's why it's valuable. Also, like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But when you go against liquidity pools that are so small, when one party can do whatever he wants, TA can only take you so far. As simple as that.
When there's low liquidity, is there not a risk to getting wrecked on the slippage, or a risk that there's maybe not that much money to take out of the pool?
Of course, and that's why you see the price swing as high and as low as you see, and that's why when the guy that removed liquidity then sell all his X, drop the price alone to 2 cents or whatever he puts, right? And that's why when people started buying, it just jumped right up.
And when you say TA, you mean technical analysis, right? Just so we can be on the same page.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, not tits and ass.
Well, that definitely doesn't help you, unfortunately.
Well, Titanas
Like
or
I say,
technical analysis?
I think
It might help you just about the same.
Hello.
technical analysis with crypto is very hard, man. You know,
So
most corporations use algorithms for that stuff.
hello.
I go Alpha. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, quick. Yeah, I've been trying to using Matcha XYZ. Try connect the wallet, and the wallet connect, right? When after that, when I put the limit buy order and change and set the price that I'm willing to buy, but then they say confirm the transaction. When I confirm it, and it would take me to a wallet again, to and to connect, and it's already connect. You think because maybe I use an old computer or something that is not, because my computer it was Vista, and the guy changed it to a Windows 10. Should I try a different computer?
Are using Google Chrome as your browser, right?
Yes, I did. Yeah, not Brave. You know.
You haven't
So
connected up a different wallet address to the Matcha?
no, actually, it's the same wallet connected. And but then because before
You got the wallet running in more than one place?
have everything connected, but then they asked me confirm again to connect it again, same wallet, and I said, what the heck? But the reason I did it, just a beta test, I didn't do on a ledger. I just did it on a MetaMask just to see how it's working. But should I maybe just go on a on a ledger and do it, or
Whatever wallet you want to function with, to do it with that.
Yeah. Is it wise right now to
because once you connect up whatever wallet you have your funds on, you need to connect it to the Matcha. You need to approve the tokens you want the Matcha to interact with, and then you'll be able to run your function.
Yeah, that's what I did, but it's just spinning. It's like I say, it's not freaking connecting. And
here's what you have to do.
Yeah.
You go into the upper right corner of your MetaMask and you disconnect from everything. Disconnect from Matcha, disconnect from everything. Shut your browser down, shut everything down, boot it back up. You may even want to log out of MetaMask and log back in with your password. And then try Matcha again, because sometimes this shit gets confused where it asks you to log in twice. It might have to do with the cache of the browser or something. Sometimes it can get screwy like that.
Yeah.
So you might want to like empty your browser cache. But I don't think you'll have to do that. I think just literally log out of MetaMask. Make sure you first disconnect from everything.
And it's
then log back into MetaMask before you connect to Matcha, then connect to Matcha, and I don't think it will ask you to do it twice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's weird, because this is not the first time I'm using MetaMask and go to an exchange or like Uniswap. The function is the same, but then Matcha is supported by 0x. But at the same time, like they say, with Ethereum, you may do a wrap or stuff like that. But then I make sure I have enough Ethereum for the transaction and everything. But it's still, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that got problem. Could be the old computer. I may try the new computer.
I've had similar things like that before. When I've logged onto a website where I'm getting airdrops and stuff like that, and it's just a little kink that is happening within MetaMask. I'm almost positive if you just log off of everything and re-log back on, it probably will be fine.
Yeah. When I first did another question too. So let's all right. I'm gonna give it another shot on the Matcha. But another question is, I have a when I did the sacrifice, it was my first time. I miss out on the hex and everything. So I did the sacrifice, right? But I did the 2 different wallet from MetaMask from a different computer. I split up, which I should combine so I can get the extra bonus, whatever, right? I did on the first day. But now, is any way should I wait until the launch, then combine all the token together? Because right now, if I transfer anything, I may lose it, right? You think?
That's a question you might want to ask Papa Boner tomorrow or whenever he's on.
Mm-hmm. Because right now it's just a smart contracts, and they may do the airdrop, because the one we're doing right now is just a test token, right? And I don't want to confuse, and they may send it into the wrong wallet, So.
All right, I'm not sure that there's probably a way you can send them both to. You would have to get a Trezor or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would totally confer with Papa Boner on that, or a couple other people that know about the Trezor and
Yeah.
getting your tokens into that other wallet.
Yeah, I just don't put it up before the launch, the mainnet and launch and all of a sudden they say, oh, but I did right now. I have like 2 different wallet on the PulseX. Man, I'm so glad that I did the sacrifice before all this market is tanking like 90% down. It's like I went big on PulseX, and I'm so glad. It was like my portfolio was like down 90%. And I dumped Chainlink, I dumped everything during the launch, PulseX. Man, can't wait, Well, I don't mind. I mean, it keep delaying, but at least we're still hopeful, You have something to hope. Yeah.
Alpha, dude, you're in a very good position.
Yes.
Have you got yourself hardware wallet, Alpha?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
And have you migrated your seed phrases over to it?
Yes. I did with the ledger and everything, so I'm just waiting. And I have one of them is on a MetaMask. I just left alone, but because I have 2 different wallets, So
you've sacrificed from 2 different wallets.
Yeah. Yes. Correct. Mm-hmm.
Then you'll need 2 ledgers.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Oh, you'll need 4. No, you'll need 3 actually, because you'll need to migrate both of those 2 over to ledgers separately, and then you'll need a vault wallet to then move once your sacrifice tokens arrive in those wallets. You'll need a vault wallet to move those tokens to, so that they have a seed phrase that's not been created or typed into a keyboard.
Yeah. And after that, I'm just go delete it, uninstall everything.
No, don't delete your sacrifice wallets. I highly recommend you don't do that. Just don't use them, because there could be airdrops possibly in the future.
Okay.
So don't delete them, keep them, but you'll need to create a vault wallet.
Yeah, so far I haven't claimed anything. A lot of people talk about Doge poke that and all those.
Be careful about claiming, because that can get you in trouble too. There's a Pulse Police Telegram group which is quite good for devs looking at the code.
Yes,
to help you.
You're gonna save your words to those MetaMasks, but you will delete them off your computer.
Okay. Yes.
Just
okay.
to clarify.
Yes. Right. Okay. That's I did. I wrote it down, and everything, but nothing. No picture. I didn't take anything. No screenshot. Anything like that. So.
Yeah. Remove those
that's cool.
off your computer.
Recommended you store them in stamp it into a non-ferrous metal, stainless steel or titanium.
Yeah, that's like I think Papa like recommend just go to a hardware store and get those rings and just put together. And I'm a dental tech, so I have the hand piece, just carve it in. So,
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Hey, you guys have a blessed day. Happy Memorial Day. I don't know where you're at, And this is But well, we're blessed. Just a matter of time, you know. Like a year and a half is not too long, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah.
John, I'm going to send you a message, a DM. I tried posting on the chat, but it's too long, and Combat just deletes it. This is what you're looking for. You can play with it. It's basically a filter that you can use on X.vision in order to show what you want to see.
Can you also send that to me, Omar? I'll text you.
Yeah. It's a big link, but
Thank you,
it's no
sir.
spam. I just adjusted it to show from the 1st of January 2021 to the 1st of January 2023, and you can clearly see the number of stakes that ended 2021 versus the one that are ending in 2022, and you see it's a big difference. In 2021's favor, I might have.
Has anybody got experience with Matcha here? I have a slight problem when I want to put a limit order in. Everything's set, everything's fine, it accepts all my tokens, they're all approved. But when I go and try to change the time period, I can't change it. It's stuck on 1 hour.
Once you lock in the contract, it's there until you undo it. So you'd have to pay to undo that and cancel that contract.
Okay, what about a new contract? I still can't do it on a new contract.
Yeah, you just set a new contract.
But I still can't change it's locked on 1 hour. I can't move that at all on a new contract or anything.
Oh, you can't move the time?
No, it doesn't want to
Just
keep
like
clicking
close the page and reopen it. It's probably debug it.
Yep, tried that.
Yep, try clicking harder. I can move my time right now.
So you tried reloading it?
Tried a new wallet, tried reloading it, tried shutting the whole browser down, tried a different browser.
I tried going from market to limit, changing the pairs, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that I did. I did a fair
It's
bit.
kind of
I
buggy
was trying all
sometimes.
sorts of weird shit. Okay.
Not sure what
I'll
works.
persist.
Use the arrow key down and up on the keyboard.
Yeah, I saw that. I've been trying to. It won't work. Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
I had the same problem with the arrow key up and down. You can change it.
Yeah. Work, mate. Can't get the bloody thing to do anything. But okay, I'll persist. Thanks.
Hey guys, I'm curious. I hear everybody using limit orders, using matcha for limit orders and everything. I'm curious to find out why more people aren't using the single-sided liquidity for their limited orders on Uniswap v3.
Well, depending on the value, you might end up having to pay more in that daily computation code SLOC function of the liquidity providing contract.
Also,
But why would you not make a bigger spread from where you're at if you're confident? You know, someone like John, he's pretty confident where he wants to buy. Why would you not spread it from where it is now to down where you want to buy it and earn all those fees? The amount of money for an example that John's talking about, he has disclosed, that's a shitload of fees you could earn all the way down.
I would also be curious in John's response to that, since he has up to $3 million to put into it.
Exactly. That's why I brought it up. You know, I'm doing that myself, and I'm making but I know the targets that I want, and you know, both buying and selling, and I'm making a haul on fees.
I do everything strictly on Uniswap. I've done Matcha a few times, but Uniswap pretty much is always going to have the most liquidity.
He's talking
Yeah,
about you
that's what I was.
purchasing your asset via providing liquidity yourself and earning fees on all the price action, all the way to your beloved, whatever your bottom price that you think you're going to get with a limit order somehow.
Well, to his defense, I think putting a single limit order where he thinks the value will hit, if it hits it, you will make a lot more money than spreading it between a certain range, right?
Right. If you have,
It would be
resting limit orders, if you have resting limit orders at various prices below, I just find that easier because the price spikes down there when it's spiking, and it just fills you.
Right, but how are
If you
you
do
doing
this,
that on
if you do the
Uniswap?
if you do the V3 single-sided liquidity, if you want to put in your $3 million and you can set the range and you can set that bottom range at the 3 cents, then by the time the price hits all the way down to the 3 cents, you'll be fully converted from your 3 million USDC or wrapped Ethereum into that hex price that you want to obtain. And during that time frame, you would have made X amount of money off the fees of the price action between the current spot price and your expected bottom price. So
Exactly. And
you
if
would
it
make
doesn't make
much
it all the
more.
way down,
You would make much
exactly. And
more
if
than
it
your
doesn't go
trading
all the way down,
ideas.
yeah. And
Well,
if it doesn't go all the way down there and it goes back up and you miss it, you're wrong. You haven't lost anything. You've only gained all the fees, and you're back where you started.
so in one way, if the price doesn't hit its target and moves up, yes, you'll earn the fees and then remove the liquidity at the same rate you put it, and you wouldn't lose anything. But if the price hits at that value, you will be able to get a lot more if it just bought everything at that lower value, unless the price stays for a buttload of time in that range and is making a buttload of fees during that period of time until it goes down. So saying it will get more value overall, it's only true in certain specific situations.
And the other situation is you get no hex because your limit order never filled at all. And you get left behind completely.
True. But again, everyone has their way to do things, and if you really believes the price will hit a certain target, then that's it. I'm here just trying to look at both sides and comparing both. And in one way, your play is better. In one way, in another way, the single limit order is better in other ways.
In my case, there are instances where yes, I do miss it. Okay, I miss the bottom, and What I then do is I buy it on a pullback at about the price where I would have bought anyways, not the bottom. Like say the bottom was whatever, 4 cents or some shit. I would have been willing to say buy it at as high as 7 or 8 cents. And
it's 8 cents right
after
now.
it pops to 12 to 15 cents, there is going to be a pullback to the 8 or 7 or something like that. And that gives me a whole nother chance for a secondary entry. And I almost always get that second chance to get in. It's very rare that something just V bottoms and goes straight to the moon. So that's another reason that I don't mind taking that risk of not getting filled and totally missing a bottom.
It's been between 9 cents and 2 cents for like 6 days.
Yeah, but it went down the last time we were talking. As I was talking, boom, the volume came in. I said, "This is it. We've got the volume," but I pulled my orders, and Benjamin got all pissed off at me.
Oh,
I said, "Dude, I know
okay.
it's going to go up to 8. Don't worry, it's going to double, but I don't want to get in right now. I just want to observe the how they treat some of these
That's
stake ends, and
that's one
if I
thing I've
miss it,
seen
I'll
from
get in on the next downturn.
that's one thing I've seen from really high grade professional traders who have a long term view is that they'll always not take a for sure double to make sure they get a chance to get in later. That's something I've seen.
Were you able to see the link I sent you, John? I think that's the information you were looking for.
In the main chat?
No. I sent it to you directly because Combat was deleting the link. It's a big link. Basically, it was sent by another admin. I didn't know about this, but you can actually create a filter in XVision to see exactly what you're looking for. And I filtered it between the 1st of January 2021 to the 1st of January 2023, and you can see the end stakes during this two-year period, and you can compare it.
Yeah, it's
And you can
interesting
also
because
play
I
around with the filter.
interesting because I blindly pulled up another similar hex end staking chart thingy, and basically what that says is that the end stakes and the new stakes pretty much haven't moved. They've been lockstep, going with each other up and down, and in between the spread in between has not pretty much widened. So
Can you
the
repeat that?
end
Sorry.
stakes they're consistent with the new stakes. So that other hex chart was very confusing.
If you see the link I sent it to you, it shows the number of stakes that were ended and are to end during this 2-year period, 2021-2022, and you can see exactly the amount that was staked already, and the amount that is it's supposed to stake till the end of the year.
Right, this one makes much more sense.
Hey, John, you talk a lot about the 200 EMA. Are you showing that Hex's 200 EMA is at 16 cents?
Yeah.
Around that.
When I talk about that, I'm not talking about Hex. I'm talking about the overall crypto market, Bitcoin, and the stock market, and just kind of using that as a correlation basis of the overall, global macro market, which includes Hex, and I just feel Hex is going to, move in a similar direction with the overall global macro market.
when you're
So
questioning
as far as the
a moving
200,
average,
we're well beyond the 200 on the hex. It's going to bounce up to the 200 now.
and you need to clarify the time scale that you're looking at when you're using these EMAs.
Exactly. My macro vision is more of it's a weekly. I'm using the weekly 200. Actually, just a simple moving average. 200 week simple moving average for the Dow Jones, S&P 500, Bitcoin, crypto total market cap, and you'll see that 200 is down right around 20,000 on Bitcoin. And then the stock market, the 200 is down around like 3,600 S&P 500. So it is so close to a point where you will see massive amounts of institutional money come flying into the markets. And it doesn't seem to want to crack that level right away. It seems they want to try to rip it now and then maybe revisit it in October or something. Because we're off and running, and that's why I say HEX is ready to pop up to that 12 to 15 area.
So it sounds like now is the time to buy, is what you're saying, right?
The time to buy was when I was talking the other day and it hit that 4. I said, this is it. We got the volume. I've been waiting for volume for days. Again, I've already stated the reasons why I didn't buy. I don't want to trade HEX. Yes, I could have made 100% overnight. I don't want to do that. I want to get into a position it's going to stair step me up gradually over 3 to 5 years, you know.
John, what is your overall like? Seem like pretty well-rounded guy. What is it about HEX that you like? Why are you here? And just to put it bluntly, like I have tremendous amount of respect for you, but what about HEX do you like when you're looking at all these things?
HEX is brilliantly designed, and the main reason I am here is because I sacrificed a ton of money. I really don't give a shit about HEX, okay? But I love the design of HEX, and it has the potential that everybody expects that they think it's going to do. But I have reservations to go in with real long-term stakes now, and we've seen why. You know, the people that staked last year up near 50, if they did a short-term stake, that they got to roll that over, you know. And if you do a long-term stake, I'm hesitant to do that unless I can get it at such a low price, which is pretty much where we're very close to. That would hesitate me to do it unless I can get it that low. And then it's kind of like a balancing act. It's like, okay, how long should we? Well, we've talked about this. You do ladders, and that kind of protects your money. But that's the main reason. I want to stay abreast of the PulseX and our sacrifice and what happens there, and then get into HEX on the tails of all the guys that are going to drive our bags to the moon. Those are the people that don't know they even have a bag of copied over stuff, and they don't know about HEX, and they're the ones that will take HEX to that all-time high. So, you know, that's the main reason I'm here.
I get a kick out of the two
Pulse.
mindsets of I get a kick out of the two mindsets of one, the willingness to blindly sacrifice a large sum of money for a project that doesn't exist yet, and two, the decision to not buy an asset that you think is spectacular that's already at a 90% dip that already exists.
95%
yeah, I
dip
understand.
when limit work. Yeah.
Yeah, it comes down to the amount of money, the amount of return on investment, and then kind of like, what do you believe that it could potentially end up to give you a particular return on investment? And then the flip side of just investing in something that don't exist. I mean, I believe personally that, hey, Richard Hart got vision, but everybody that sees the potential also have vision. So, I'm invested in it and it don't exist. So it has to be great, especially if it turns out. That means that a lot of people had a good eye for stuff.
So one's starting at 0, and one's already 10,000x. So it's not.
Especially with the viewpoint of 3 to 5 years.
And Pulse Wannabe is, he's 100% correct with his questioning of my psychology here. I had everything I could do to sit on my hands and not buy it the other day. And I said weeks ago that's where I was going to buy it. It hit it, and I didn't. And I had everything I could muster to stop myself from doing it. And I want to say the only top main reason that I didn't do it yet, besides, these stakes, which it turns out it's looking like it pretty much doesn't matter about the end stakes anymore. I'm looking at the overall crypto market, and I don't feel this is the bottom of the crypto market. And if it's not the bottom of the crypto market, I can't see how it can be the bottom of Hex, because again, I firmly believe, Richard is so brilliant and smart, and he has a bigger ego than being smart. He doesn't want to look like a fool. He wants to make our Pulse and our PulseX go to the moon and look like a hero. He's not going to be able to do that if he releases and starts Pulsechain, when Bitcoin's up at 40,000 and Hex is up at 15 or 20. That is a potential top. So I just feel we're going to have one more bottom. That's the main reason I haven't gotten in.
John, let me ask you 2 questions for you. Number one, just so we can kind of dispel this narrative of these end stakes at the end of this month or the beginning of this month, they're going to be really detrimental. One, you just kind of pushed off that narrative, so I'd like to know why. And 2, follow up. Don't you think that Richard could launch in the next bull trap or whatever, still get the pump, let everything else come back down, and then just gives us another re-entry into Pulse?
Yeah, what could potentially happen is, let's say Hex goes up to 15, which I expect it, 12 to 15 very soon, and then we get that pullback that would allow me to enter, allow you guys to enter. You're already in, some guys aren't, and of course Bitcoin is pulling back at that point also. That, if it's a solid pullback with a lot of volume in Bitcoin, a lot of volume in Hex, that is one of the best patterns that I love seeing. I see it on a daily basis, intraday for trading, and I would dive all over that. And of course, everybody will be bashing John because he's buying Hex at 8 after he could have bought it at 4. It went to 15. Now he's buying it at 8. Why did he wait for 8 when he could have got it at 4? Well, because the move from 8 will be much stronger and much higher. If that's a situation and he launches.
How about 12 and 16? I wish I would have listened to your live for. So don't worry about buying it, bro. You're good.
Yeah, I just don't get it with the
what I'm saying is
6 to 7 figures, John. It's like, but also the time frame that you go without actually obtaining your first little base of asset. You could be making all that extra yield on top of that, which kind of offsets your penny pinching on these current levels.
But only if you stake 3 to 6 years.
Well, 1 year is going to give you 12%. So if you're doing $1 million, if you're doing $1 million stake at a year, you're going to get like 12% just right off that. Okay. So
I just did
120,000 is pretty good return, right?
it's less than
Just on
12.
the yield.
I just end staked 200 days and I got 6.4%.
Right.
Yeah, like you had mentioned, the best scenario, if we pop up to whatever hex goes to 14, 15, whatever, and then it pulls back, and then boom, Richard announces when it's at 7 or 8, and we go live. You're going to see that thing pop to 30. And that to me is, I don't know, it just seems like a better pattern to enter. But I still can't believe that that's going to happen. I just
I do not think that happens.
Yeah, I just, something tells me crypto is not going to bottom until it bottoms, and Bitcoin has to be under 20,000, and I just feel Hex will test this 4 again, and if it goes a little bit lower, boom, I'm jumping in.
Well, John, you always talk about retail, like
John.
Sorry,
John, we've heard. I'll be real quick. We've just I've heard you a lot, and you are definitely wise. You've definitely been in markets for a while, and so I would love nothing more than to hear that you've made a purchase with as much conviction in your choice as possible. So I'm glad that you're taking the time that you think you need to make sure that you make your purchase at the right time for you. And you always have a lot of good points to defend here from what I can think. Highly skewed logic, but that's me being who I am, looking at you being who you are, and those are two totally different people. So just thanks for the transparency, brother.
Lumi, if you send me your Amazon wish list, I'm going to send you a new pair of earbuds.
I've been listening to John a while too, and one thing I can say, I can hear years of experience when he speaks. People like John didn't get where they are just making decisions based on emotion. I can tell that he's experienced the ups and the downs of the market, and he's the type of person who only moves on conviction. And at the end of the day, everyone has to have their own conviction and their own plan as to what they want to do and follow their plan. That's at the end of the day, that's how you experience success. People who move against the crowd are normally the people who make the most money. That's definitely one thing I've learned being in the markets all these years. So when I listen to him speak, I hear experience and I hear someone who moves only on conviction.
Just another quick thingy. This is normally what I do. This is what I do every day. But here's what I would have done when Benjamin and everybody was telling me to buy, and I should have bought whatever, blah blah blah. I would have sold it at 8 immediately, and when it came back down into the 6s, and it went back up to 8, right now where it is, I'd be buying right now. As a quote trader, this is a pattern where I'm buying again because I know it's going to 12 to 14. So it would have been a double trade, in, out, in again. And again, I don't want to do that. I want to get into Hex. I want to hold it. And I just feel rather than trade in and out, in and out, in and out, I'll catch something that is just a capitulation with the whole rest of the market. Hex may not capitulate below 4 again, but it'll be, the market will be capitulating, and Hex will come down with a retracement. Boom. I'm jumping in. And then I'll hold it.
We're not an exchange. So how do you? Hold on. I've been waiting in line. I have a couple of questions before I forget. Number one, unless you're saying that, like, are you setting limits or market buying and selling? Because you're gonna get fucked by slippage. And two, second question before I forget. Last year was a huge helicopter money year, and a lot of the retail came in, shoved into Ethereum that brought us to 4K. What catalyst? We always in the NFT world or DeFi world, we're like, oh, it's this summer or that summer. Is this like institutional money summer, or like how do we regain all-time highs if retail is completely strapped and out of cash?
is absolutely institutional summer. What's happening is the institutions. I said it the other day. I said the institutions are right now drooling. They're ready to deploy capital, but they're being extra cautious at it because obviously we have this major inflation going on, and so if we were to get this slam down into Bitcoin 20K and the stock market, you get the S&P down to 3,600, you will see trillions of dollars go into these markets. But that starts already coming in. Like it came in a couple of days ago, came in with HEX, came in with the stocks. So they're already slowly deploying money and in somewhat of a big way, which creates that bounce of what we're about to see here.
Is
So,
that why you're setting your limits with theirs? Is that why you're trying to set your limits with theirs? Or with volume, you're looking at the volume? Are you essentially waiting for the
right. I'm not watching, or trying to mimic the institutions or watching them or any bullshit like that. You can see it on the volume. So yeah, when I see the volume coming in, which it did yesterday, we haven't seen that much HEX volume in months and months.
How much was it? And you're using a certain indicator that is a paid indicator on
Guys, we've been talking about trading, and there are people in line to speak.
Forget about this trading. Talk more about Pulse and Pulsechain.
There's an HEXrading chat. You can talk all the trading you want there, guys. Let's just move on. I think we all understood the point.
46 known bugs on GitLab now, down from 61. So this is good stuff, guys.
Perfect.
They are actively really, really good stuff. So
the person I was going to unmute just disappeared from chat. Does anyone else has another question, guys? Other than HEXrading, please.
Yeah, I started all that.
HEXrading. John, just open your own channel, bro. I can talk to you there.
there's some good folks over in HEXrading. Maddie Allen hangs out in there quite a bit, and yeah, you're guaranteed to find some good folks over there. It's a good channel.
Is Matty an expert at TA? I didn't think he was.
No, I don't believe he is, but he's a good guy.
I thought he could read minds.
That's just what he wants you to think.
So, Elmire, could I ask, is there a way you can best protect yourself from large slippages while there's low liquidity? What's the best strategy?
Yes. On most decentralized exchanges, you have a setting that basically where you basically set the maximum slippage you are willing to incur. By default, I believe it's 0.5%. For instance, in 1 inch, I think it's 0.5%. And in most others, I believe it's the same. So if the slippage ends up being more than that predefined value you set it at, the transaction just won't go through, even though you still pay the fee.
Okay, thank you. So
imagine that you want to buy $1,000 worth of X or any other crypto, and you set the slippage to 0.5, but when you actually your trade is supposed to happen, the calculation gives you a slippage that's more than 0.5 or 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, and the transaction just doesn't go through, and you just pay the transaction fee.
So you
So
got to
people getting
change that
wrecked.
per trade then, right? You got to change that per trade then, right?
I'm not too sure.
It all depends
But
on the asset, right? Or depends on the asset.
well, I believe if you set it, it will be set it for the entire
Yeah, for
session.
all your trades. But I'm just saying it's
Exactly.
something you would have to watch per trade.
Oh, of course,
You know?
it's something.
Okay. Just
It
got
really
that. Just
depends,
wondering.
and it really depends on what you want and what you're looking for. So if you, for instance, want to enter on the coin as soon as it launches, and you know that it will be low liquidity, you know that the price will fluctuate a lot, but you still want to guarantee that you are able to get in, even if you have to incur a higher slippage. Then you just set your slippage to a higher value and try to get in then, because maybe you would incur slippage in the trade, but that might be better than actually being only able to buy when the value is actually 50% higher, right? So if you weren't able to go in just because you would pay a 3% slippage, but then when you can actually go in at a later time, the price is already 50% more expensive. Well, I prefer incur 3% slippage than a 50% increase in price, right? And so
Right.
it's there's no right or wrong number. It depends exactly on what you're looking for, what you are planning to do, the liquidity on that pair, and the volume of trades being done at that time.
Thank you.
Hey,
Welcome.
Elmari, are you able to set a parameter that says, hey, let's say post opens tomorrow. Are you able to set a parameter that says, hey, I don't want to buy unless it's, I don't want to buy a coin that's over this price. And you can set a price, and as long as it's underneath that price or at that price, then a transaction would go through. Are you able to do that?
That's like a limit order.
I didn't catch that. Are you able to do it?
Like
You
a
mean
limit
do it
order.
where? That's like a limit order. You set the price, and when it hits that value, it goes through. Or you're asking
Or
something else?
if you were doing a market order, and you're at say just $1 for easy math, you can set your slippage to 90%, meaning that the order will go through if it goes to $1.90.
Right. Yeah, but at that point in time, the price could be $2, and then that could be whatever that 90%
Yeah, well, that's
is
what I
at
was
$2,
about
right?
to ask.
So
Is it possible to set slippage over 100%? Can you set
nah.
100%?
What I was talking about was the price of the coin itself, not the slippage to how much you can go to. I'm saying if I say, hey, I don't want to buy a coin if it goes over 5 cents, and then I buy a coin that's at less than a penny, that transaction go through. But if a coin come back at 5.2, then that would fail. Am I allowed to just set it at a purchase? Say, hey, this is my purchase price. Anything above that, I don't want to pay.
Right. I'm sure there's some platforms that allow that.
Okay, gotcha.
But limit order is probably
So
the best bet.
1 second. So the limit orders or one-sided staking, one-sided liquidity providing that people were talking about before, gives you exactly that. You can set a range of value where you want to provide liquidity, and while the coins is the token is on that range, people are using your liquidity to buy and sell, and if the price, and in the meantime you are basically gaining fees depending on what the ratio is. When you extract the liquidity, you get more of one token versus the other, And if it goes below or above the range you set it up, your liquidity just pulls immediately, and you get whatever, depending on the ratio at which you set it before. But I'm not sure exactly what feature do you want, because you have limit orders, normal limit orders on the centralized exchanges that most of us know. You have the stop limits and stop limit orders, right? So when the price drops but then reaches that point again, the trade goes active. I don't believe we have anything of this sort in crypto, at least that I know of, in the decentralized exchanges. But most of it can be accomplished with just simple limit orders or the single-sided liquidity providing that people are mentioning before in Uniswap v3. Did you understand me, Joseph?
Yeah, yeah, I understood. I was just more thinking like, was there a feature in PulseX or a feature, in say MetaMask or Treasure where I can set it and say, hey, I'm about to do purchases of coins, and any coin I try to purchase over a certain value, I don't want that transaction to go through.
Well, but that's exactly the same as you just normally buy it and you set a slippage. You buy it at a certain ratio or set a limit order at a certain ratio with a certain slippage, and you are guaranteed that the price will you will never buy it at that price plus the slippage you set it at. It's the same
Yeah,
idea.
Omar, that goes back to my question. Can you set slippage to over 100%? So, for example, if the coin's at 1 penny, but I'm expecting it's super volatile, I might go up to 3 pennies. Can I set my slippage to like 300 so that my order will still fill?
I think there's a way to do it, but I don't remember how exactly. I think I actually watched it in the stream, and they were talking about it. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, but that's fast math. That's fast math. That's like saying, I know the price, and I know that exact price at that exact time that I'm gonna make that transaction, and then I can set a slippage. I'm saying you don't know the price, but you know you don't want to pay more than a certain price because of your bag, right? And you can set that price and say, I don't care about slippage. I just don't want it to go over a specific price, period.
But that's like I told you before. If you set limit orders on Uniswap v3, you can set a range where you provide liquidity, and that's basically the range at which you are buying. And if you set it between $1 and $2, you are only buying between $1 and $2, and you're not buying above $2. The same idea.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. So I need to understand that what you just said a little bit more, because I'm still trying to gather that around in my head.
Yeah, but most exchanges, decentralized exchanges, don't have that feature. PulseX won't have that feature most likely at the beginning unless they add it afterwards. And it's more likely that you get a normal limit order than what they have on Uniswap v3, at least at the beginning. And I believe it's more than enough. You just set a price, and if the value hits that price, you're a buyer. It's like
Right. And I can see why that might not be a good feature to set, say, for like PulseX at the very beginning, right?
it's not about being a good or bad feature. It's just
I can see
it's
from
not
a business standpoint.
From a what?
I say from a business standpoint, I can see that feature being good from something that's a little bit more practical and adopted, because then that helps, people kind of come in and guarantee that they're going to be able to spend their money. But then I can see it as a limitation for something that's trying to get adapted. Just
No, it's
looking
not
at it.
about. It's the only limitation is it will take longer to launch, and that's not the goal, right? Illuminati, you said you were looking at the issues in the GitLab, and they had gone down. Where are you seeing it? On the GitLab for the testnet, or which one?
GitLab for testnet, but I didn't see it directly. I'm driving. I'm working right now, hence the poor audio quality. But I had seen it in chat. Somebody else had reviewed it and saw that we were down from 61 to 46.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Someone by a
it now.
computer might be able to help us confirm.
No, I'm seeing it now.
We let.
Hey Elmar, you think, or either Profex, you think we'll be able to get a version 3 to test out, given these bugs that's being taken care of now? Version 3 might help everybody kind of get a warm and fuzzy that everything is just like smoking, right?
Well, since there were some important changes to the validator code, I feel it's likely that we have another one. But they can just test it privately and anyway. But when big changes are done, usually it means another testnet, I would say.
Well, but they have it in I'm sorry, chainlink.org. They actually have version 3, the address. It just doesn't work because it's not up and running, right? Hey, Warris, not sure if you're listening, but if you are, given that how to post, the organization that I plan on utilizing as much as possible is going to be validators for posts. How is everything looking on y'all end for posts? And would you say everything is going like better than planned, or is that kind of something that you don't feel comfortable with talking about?
Everything on the validator side has ran fantastic. It seems like from what we've kind of inferred from the outside is that there was, a bug that could have caused some sort of issue with the delegation that no one else found. So they wanted to go and take care of that. And since again, judging when he said that it was mostly written, I'm assuming that this was a change they were already going to make in the future after mainnet launch. And they decided, since they found a bug, to go ahead and finish the rewrite, take care of the bug issue, and increase the throughput. But everything on our end's been fantastic so far. I think we restarted our validator one time, and I don't think it had anything to do with coding stuff. I think it was just stuff on our end. So from there, everything's been fantastic. We don't get, as much inside baseball as we would like sometimes, to always have a good footing. But again, other than it not being live, we haven't had any issues.
Would you say that some of these changes are going to be better for the third-party apps and other D apps that are going to launch on posts? Because when he said Go lane, front end and back end is not really associated with a blockchain, I started thinking like D apps, right? And there's some of those features that make it easily adoptable where it doesn't cost as much money. I mean, if you can how do you feel about that type of enhancement?
Yeah, most of what they rewrote is on sort of the core contract for like delegation and validator stuff. It doesn't really affect the dApp guys very much. But anything you do to improve the base layer and show that quality of coding, it scales up, right? Like I think you can see that in, like think about Hex, for example. Hex really well written at the coding level. It functions really well. It brought in a very, people that are very, very passionate about it, right? And it tends to placate from there. So I think the advantage on those things is that, one, we'll just have better chain performance. And when you have a chain that's written better, that's faster just to be faster, when you sort of just see that extra mile, that's the thing that brings in the next wave of development. So I think that the same way we've seen chains that aren't very well maintained when it comes to gas, that they're a fork, or essentially haven't had that same level of quality of code to keep bringing in third parties, don't have a lot of production on top of them, primarily, nonsense. Whereas you look at what's already being built around Pulsechain, and I think that difference is pretty clear already. And I think that'll continue to grow.
Roger. So I appreciate you explaining that. I really feel a lot more comfortable retweeting, a lot of our Pulsechain, benefits, as given that, given what you just said, for sure, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sometimes it's because blockchain is complicated, it's hard for us to sell or hard for us to see. But for every industry that we're in, every one of us can think about things that sort of trigger the people that are really in the field, and maybe everyone else doesn't notice. But if it gets to sort of your most extreme members, they're the ones who get excited, start explaining it, and it sort of filters down from there, right? So like I know you're a football guy, right? So maybe if they hire someone like a Greg Roman or a Kyle Shanahan or XYZ thing, right? One of these big minds, right? Maybe the people in the crowd don't really notice or care. They don't know about them, but those guys bring in better assistants, help develop talent better. Talent becomes better. They produce more now that, they're much more enjoyable, right? So you sort of, maybe you can see the results. Most people can't see the connection there, but I think that's what you're kind of seeing here is the quality of these devs building all these cool things, finding new ways to improve it. Sort of that's what engages that next level of developer to come here and build. And as we get better stuff, then, now we have better utilities. It's one of those things I think that just kind of play back and forth.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate that, man. That's been pretty cool, man. Haven't heard that in a little bit. I think that the community needs to hear stuff like that, man. And if your organization believes that this thing is still on track, then I don't believe that anybody really has anything to say negative about that.
Yes, sir. All good on our end, man.
Told you. Walrus, you're insurance of this channel. It sounds like.
I know, right? Hey, this has been a blessing, man.
I've been
So,
telling
like I said,
I've been telling him,
Yeah.
not only me. So, yeah.
We've been getting a lot of speculation over the last 2 weeks. It's good to hear somebody say, hey, we still pushing. It's going good.
And this guy pops in, tell you a few words, and you're all good. Well, what can I say?
And he's the master of analogies, master analogy master.
Soon you'll upgrade his name to Papa Walrus.
Yeah.
Hey, I said this the last time I was in the chat. If y'all not following Warris, follow Warris, retweet, man. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling.
Oh, his brother, Papa Bona.
Papa Wally.
I mean, I definitely got the for it.
So, say that again, Wallace.
Oh, I said I already got the head for it. I'm as bald as Papa B.
Hey, you got it, brother.
You can do walls are us.
The hat collection, Walrus. You're a good hat collector.
All that wisdom pushing all your hair out, bro.
Hey, look, War's created a new category, man. When you say how whales, hey, after Pulsechain launch, we're gonna have Warris. It's gonna be a new crypto category.
I think my mouse just died with my mute button open. Sorry, guys.
No, that was Walrus. He's crushing mouses. He's crushing heads. Even.
Chain coming soon.
Bald too, Walrus. And I appreciate your hat collection, bro.
don't tell me you're gonna be crashing Pulsechain when it's launched. Don't do that.
Speaking of crushing Walrus, I have this idea. Instead of having like crypto and NFT baddies for these girls, I would love to have the Heartbreakers. Like we have the Hexicans, but I want to create a crew called the Heartbreakers and just like somehow create NFTs or something and just onboard all like the hottest girls in crypto Twitter and just let them be like heartbreaking throbs and they can just help us leverage.
Hold up, bro. I got a wife, man. You can't be creating a group of hot heads. What are you doing?
We need simp money, bro.
You are not included.
There's nothing like simp money.
I'm happy that you're happily married. There's also 35-year-olds like me at home sitting here talking to you guys all day that would love to shove some capital into the next project that the Hot Girl tells us to. So not for nothing. There's a market.
Joseph, you're not included. Sorry.
Hey, no pun intended, man. No pun intended, bro.
I got a wife as well, so I'm not in. Sorry. Not for us, brother.
Hey, enjoy it, man. Look, I just turned 44 this year. So, you know, I did a 35 thing. Look, 35 years old, I did that before.
Congrats on the high score, man.
That JLo track.
Thank you.
Remember the Heartbreaker track? I don't think that was Ja Rule. Heartbreaker, you got the best of me. That was a summer track in like 2001. So I think we're due. It's been a full circle, right? I mean, if we're talking trends though, like I watch a lot of these like quote unquote shit posters or people that are looking for engagement on crypto Twitter. I tell you, man, everyone's frothing over what these girls do, and they're kind of like where they're like a I don't say it's an epicenter, but they're a gravitational point where a lot of guys on crypto Twitter will go and just want to engage with them. So get a couple
100%. I don't know. Look, RSA is the biggest technology event in the world. It happens once a year, right? Typically in San Francisco, right? I had
What's RSA? What's
RSA is like tech. It's like tech stuff, right? Techie stuff like software. So I had Department of Homeland Security pay for the corporation to come out there and represent them in RSA because of some stuff we was doing with Department of Homeland Security. They got something called Booth Girls, man. And the after parties, they had to shut it down. The last year I was out there, they had to shut it down because, man, it was getting like rated X really fast, bro. So, I know about how beauty can bring us nerds to the table sometime. You know what I'm saying? It's a true statement.
Tell that to Kris Jenner. See what she says. Maybe the
it don't matter, man. Beauty sells, man. I say women are the most powerful beings in the world from a secular standpoint because I've seen it in action, man. I've seen guys with pockets full of money that is willing to cut a deal because they get a chance to freaking intertwine with, and it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's just a truth. It's just a truth that happens.
Know your market, and work what you got.
My homie sent me a picture of some decent looking broad that he was talking to. He does it all the time. He's like, she's hot, huh? And then I just sent him a picture of the hex chart when it was at like 20 cents. I was like, mine's better looking.
True statement from the bottom line standpoint, Illuminati. Hey, that's when you know you're a nerd, man. I'm proud to be a nerd. Right? It's like, hey, show me the bottom line first, okay?
me, DM me. I think I got a business idea for us.
Just a reminder for everyone that's new to the chat, if you have a question and you're muted, just raise your hand and you'll be unmuted.
Pretty good chat.
CZ Crypto?
I was just gonna say, pretty good chat for a holiday, though, guys. Good talk.
Well, it's not an holiday where I'm at.
Yeah, I was trying to join this afternoon and this morning, and I was really quiet. So, yeah, it was good. It's always good to listen to you guys and good conversations. Thank you.
Any question, Gone Sam?
What is your name? Is your name Elmir?
Elmire.
Omar?
Elmire.
Elmire, okay. What do you think about instead of saving your money in bank, you save it in HEX? In HEX. So there is no way HEX can be destroyed, or you know what I mean.
Well, I already have like 95%, 90% of my wealth in X.
Yes, I think it is. I have my life saving in my bank, but I am thinking about it is better if you save it in HEX and stake it, because it will be in the it will be because it is inflated token, and the money you put and stake it, it will be increasing with the time.
Yes, but remember that the crypto market is very volatile. So if you plan on putting all your money in, you need to understand that when you need it, it might not be the best time to sell.
Yes,
right?
yes, I agree.
So even though I believe X and X staking is a good proposition, you will also need to account for your daily needs, your emergency fund, right? And those are things that you still need access right away, and maybe you don't want to sell X when it's at the 90% dip.
Yes,
Right?
I agree with you on this point. That's a good point.
Yeah, so maybe you start slowly if you want to put your money in, especially if you are new to crypto. And I believe we spoke before, and you had some issues with MetaMask, right? So again, it's better to start slowly, understand how things really work, and then when you're more savvy and more informed, then you can make a big decision like that.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have this idea in my head, and I want to discuss it with someone who have more knowledge than me, such as you.
Yeah, no problem. We are here to help. And even though most of us would like you to buy X, because most of us also have it, and most of us believe in it, Still, you need to understand it's always risky, especially for someone that's not used to it or to crypto in general. And the most important thing is to make sure that you have money for emergencies, you have money for your daily life, and you're not dependent on the market cycles to actually live day by day, because then you'll make irrational decisions. You will lose money.
Just staked, then you can't touch it.
Yes,
Well, people
I
do crazy stuff when they really need it. So, yeah, it's better to go in slowly other than just putting all his wealth in any crypto asset and then risk needing it 2 days, 3 days, 1 week from now due to emergency, right? I think no one would put. I think none of us would put all their money in, knowing that tomorrow or next week they will probably need it, right?
Is Elmeyer your first name? Is that a real name?
No, it's an alias.
Saw dude is my real name.
I knew that by the way you speak.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that. Obviously.
If anyone has any more questions.
I have a question about HEX. Is there an actual end date of when the inflation actually stops?
No. So the inflation, it's always set as 3.69% of the entire supply. But the caveat to that is that since the inflation is only given to the people that are staked and is only minted at the end of their stake, the actual effective inflation rate tends to be a lot lower than that. For instance, if you do a 15-year stake now and you're accruing yield that comes from the inflation, you will only mint that inflation after the 15 years, right? Which means that during that entire 15-year period, you are not creating more X to be counted towards the inflation, right? And the inflation that you're due and that was created, a portion of it will only be minted at the end of the 15 years. So the effective rate of inflation, it's a lot lower, than the 3.69% due to that mechanic. I think
Is there
it's
any-
more between 1 and 2% more or less this past years, I believe.
Is there any burn mechanism?
Only when people are tired of their money and send it to the wrong contract, I guess, and then they lose it. It's the only burning function. But no, there's no native burning function for X. So you can burn it by sending it to the contract address. It's the same as burning it because you cannot access it anymore. But I don't see anyone doing it because they like to. Only Pulse and PulseX will be truly deflationary, and yes, then they both have burn mechanics. But X does not.
And is it correct that PLSX has a certain expectancy of life regarding that burn?
You said PulseX has expectancy of life for that buy and burn? That's what you said?
Correct.
So PulseX, the PulseX buy and burn is not automatic. In PLS, it is. So 25% of the fees are automatically burned. Okay. For PulseX, what exists is a public function that anyone can call, either by using the contract or the front end in the PulseX exchange. And what that does is use a portion of the fees that were paid by the users of the exchange and use that fee to buy PLSX from the market and burn it. So effectively, as soon as PulseX is live and people start trading, that function will be available to call by anyone. They just need to pay the transaction fee. There's also a small incentive for people to run that function. They receive a portion of that bot X, but it's very, very low. So it's not really, I won't really go much into it, but the biggest thing is that anyone can call that function. And what that function basically is pump PulseX, because it buys it at market price, and all the tokens that are bought are then burned. And so basically you are, one, pumping the price up by buying it, and then you are reducing the supply by burning it. And that's how it works. Did you understand?
Yeah, yeah, think about it though. It's I guess it's used as a mechanism of a tool. I'm just trying to figure out why then PulseX would exist to be necessary to do that. It's used as
okay. PulseX is the DEX token, let's say. And the best way to look at it, in my opinion, is to see it as PulseX stock, right? You have a product, a decentralized exchange, that produces a revenue, right? People go there and do trades, and a portion of that fee paid by the people that want to do the trades go to the exchange, right? It's the revenue. You can think of it as a company having revenue by providing services or products, and then with a portion of that revenue and the capital, they can buy back their stock and remove it from circulation. Just what's the contrary of diluting? Well, diminishing the number of shares, right? Yeah, making them more scarce, right? And it's the same idea here. Anyone, so it's a public callable function, so anyone can call that function, and they use a portion of the revenue generated by the exchange to buy PulseX from market, and then just burns it. So it's like having PulseX. It's like having a stock of a company that's generating revenue, and with that revenue, it's always pushing the price of the token up and reducing its supply.
Okay, so it's the transactions on the Pulsechain PLS that they use the actual, let's say, for example, the currency of PLSX. They use that. That's the fee.
No. All the transactions in the Pulsechain will be paid in PLS. The PLS is the equivalent to Ethereum, right? In the Ethereum chain, you pay ETH fees. In the Pulsechain, you'll pay PLS fees. Okay. PulseX is an entirely different token that's only used in the PulseX ecosystem, the decentralized exchange, you can think of it like the cake token or the uni token, with the benefit of having better tokenomics. So the supply is only goes down. So it starts on day one with the total value, the total supply, and from that point on, the supply can only go down. So it's fully deflationary, and again is the token associated with the exchange, basically. So if you believe people will use the exchange, then you believe that the PulseX token will be valuable, because the use of the exchange is directly correlated with economic power, economic energy going into the PulseX token, the PLSX token, based on the mechanic I said. It's like you have a revenue producing company that uses a portion of that revenue to buy their stock, and in doing so provide more value to the people that hold their stock. So it's the same idea. If you believe in PulseX and you have PulseX tokens, a portion of the revenue generated by the exchange will be used to buy PulseX, making the price go up, and then selling it, burning it, and by doing so removing the supply. And if no one sells, we only have buy pressure, and we are giving value to the people, to the holders, to the people that hold the token because they believe on the exchange. It's the best analogy I can come up with, because it's exactly what's happening. You are generating revenue, using the revenue to buy back and burn the token. You can also use your PulseX tokens to vote in the DAO, the proposals that will be there. So that's the other benefit. You have a say in the proposals that are made to improve or add single-sided staking pools on the exchange, and you will be able to use PulseX on those single-sided liquidity pools to earn other tokens that you might then do whatever you want with.
Yes, it is like a Class A, Class B equity in the actual exchange, PLS. And it's like buying back the company buying back its stock so that the less scarcity. It's deflationary then. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
In terms of PulseX, that's it. And you have the added benefit of, if you hold it, not only you're accruing value by that mechanism of the buy and burn, you can also use those tokens as voting rights for the proposals that will exist, and for single-side staking, and earn other tokens as rewards for just holding the tokens and staking them. And you're not time locked; you can unstake whenever you want, but it's done in a decentralized way, so you have full control of your tokens. You don't have third-party risks, and it's always better than having the tokens on your wallet doing nothing, right? So you have these three things that give value to the token.
But you know that some people eventually exchanges, commercial exchange will get involved. Let's say Coinbase would allow people to trade it if they adopt the new token. So
Well,
if that's the case, those wallets do not have voting rights unless will they send proxies as like when you own stock in a company.
Sorry, when you mean holding value, you mean what? Sorry, the Coinbase, if you want to list PulseX, that's what you're saying?
For example, if Pulse, PLS and PLSX are able to be traded on Coinbase, the wallet holders or the aliases of the wallet holder, the names in custody of those wallet holders, it would be interesting how those people would be able to vote.
They probably won't. They probably won't, because remember that when you are on a centralized exchange, you're playing with their front end, and so they own the tokens and the coins on their own wallets, so they can vote with those tokens, but you cannot, unless they decide to give you power over them. But I don't really see Coinbase or any other decentralized exchange doing something like that, because they control the tokens, they have the voting power. Simple as that.
But what's interesting is that private on the exchange, you're obligated to do that. So if they're going to be regulated, they're going to be obligated to allow.
Why would they be obligated to allow?
If they're, excuse me, I don't know how they're regulated. If the SEC in the United States are regulating, because I think they are I know they're the U.S.
Coinbase is, yes, Coinbase is regulated.
The SEC is regulating them. The thing
yes,
is,
but that doesn't mean they need. That doesn't mean they need to allow their users to use.
But just as a side note, DeFi is unregulated field, right? Decentralized systems are not regulated, and there is no law or any organ of the law that has any rights to interfere in decentralized systems.
He was talking about Coinbase, I believe, right?
Correct. You're using, for example, hopefully in the future, owning your own wallet will become a lot easier. But to the common, person out there, explaining MetaMask and wallets, it's a difficult thing. So if they buy through Robinhood, go ahead.
But those people won't trade on PulseX simply because if you're buying PulseX or Pulse or trading between them on a centralized exchange, that simply means that they hold wallets with those two assets, and they allow their users to trade between them on their own ledger. There's no interaction with the blockchain. They have the wallets, they have the tokens because they need to buy them. If they want to list the tokens, they need to have liquidity for them. They will need to buy them, or need someone to send them to them and provide liquidity there if they accept it. But that's it. You'll be able to trade, and you won't be gaining any other benefit because you won't be able to interact with the blockchain as a normal DeFi user with their own Trezor or Ledger wallet or Metamask or whatever. You are using their own exchange, their own front end, and you'll be able to do what they allow you to do, which is mainly trade between the assets and nothing else. And until you send the tokens to your own wallet and are able to interact directly with the decentralized exchange, only then you'll be able to get the benefits I was speaking about. You indirectly get the benefit of the buyback and burn, but you cannot vote with those tokens or use them for staking because they are on the wallet that the exchange control, not your wallet.
Yes, and I understand that. That's almost, you're explaining almost like how dark markets are between two brokerage houses, and they don't even hit the market. They're so quick that they make an insider, not an insider, but it's basically a dark market. And the retail customers, they don't see that. So I understand what you're saying, but and it's not regulated, the actual exchange. It's excuse me, the actual tokenomics of a PLS. The question is that people use Coinbase, Robinhood as a brokerage house. A brokerage house holds customers' accounts. Every person, you and me, as a custodial. They're responsible to pass along any voting issues in a company that you own stock in. You will receive you know, an option to vote. So the thing is,
I understand that. I understand that, but this is not mandatory on this type of assets. And I understand what you're saying. For instance, if you hold your assets in the bank and you have stocks from a company, and then you have a voting for proposals for a seating on the company or wherever, and you have some stocks and that give you voting power, you'll receive a letter or an email or some way to vote. But it's funny that I actually helped develop this type of thing to in a bank. But anyway, but in this type of assets, that sort of thing is not mandatory.
yeah, I would assume it's not mandatory because who's going to regulate that, or who's going to enforce those laws unless
Exactly.
you see a lot of loss. But you know, the other thing is that well, you know what? I'm going to let other people speak. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I think it's always nice for people to understand how things really work. And if you have any more questions, just go ahead. I don't see anyone else raising their hand
You
or
know,
asking questions.
what I wanted to bring up lastly is that to make it easier and to make it safe, I think a development of a front end of a personal owned wallet. Now, let it that be MetaMask or some other solution.
Well,
You know, go ahead.
Richard has that in mind. That's why he says he wants to build his own wallet to make it so it's better, simpler, and more how do you say
Friendly.
more friendly for the common man, I would say, right? So, for instance, on MetaMask you cannot do batch transactions. If you want to cancel a transaction, is a pain in the ass, right? If you have pending transactions or you want to speed up your transaction, is also a pain. So there are all these or these things users need to know or need to battle with in order to be able to have a somewhat decent experience in crypto that are not very friendly at all, right? And that's why sometimes you have transactions failing and people don't know why. Uh, you don't. It's not easy for people to understand how it works and to do the same things that normal wallets do, right? In a normal wallet or account, you can see your total value, but MetaMask does not show the total value of your assets. You have to add them one by one to enable you to see what value you actually have in there, right? While you can just paste your Ethereum address on the Ethereum scanner and see everything you have there right away. So why does MetaMask does not show that information right from the get-go, right? So there's a bunch of improvements that can be done, and they will eventually be done. It's just a matter of when and by whom.
I just think you just touched upon just the surface of it. You know, I'm sure you
Of
know a lot
course, of
more. I mean,
course.
I was just thinking about like using an ATM. They should, you know, when someone starts to create this, they should have the grasp the idea that it could be used out in the street. Let's say, for instance, that your savings are based upon either Hex or PLS, and you could use an ATM credit card to go and buy a cup of coffee. You know, many things like
Well,
that should be incorporated.
that's a little bit more difficult because then you need to actually have fiat on and off ramps and deal with different jurisdictions. If it's something like other wallets want to implement, which is simply having a QR code. I'm not sure if MetaMask allows that or not. I don't use it on the phone. But having like a QR code where you can just spend your crypto directly on the places that accept it, and things like that, very user friendly. Like you use different paying apps, for instance, in Portugal, and I don't know if other European countries, we have something called MBWay, which basically you can associate a bunch of credit or debit cards, and you can just look at the QR code and pay without a credit card, just with the app directly, and sometimes even by your cell phone number. And that sort of those sort of apps that will make it long term, right? I think 2 years ago, no one knew what MBWay was here, but today almost everyone uses it daily. And that's sort of thing that sort of thing that crypto will need to improve in order to get mass adoption.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I think the actual QR code is probably going to be a process, the initial process to start the actual transaction, and then it has to be a two-factor involved, and either that be a phone or somehow your
Yeah, of
wallet
course.
from somewhere, sends a message, so that you really are independent, an independent wallet, and then the actual value comes in if you stake as well. So there's a lot of front. It's a lot of front end to work with
Yeah,
the actual.
or maybe you can just, when you're at home, you set a limit for the daily transactions that your wallet allows. You approve on your Trezor, for instance, and you know that per day you can only spend $20 of crypto, for instance, right? That sort of thing might be possible.
That's great. You set a budget. You can actually set a budget for each day. You can't go over.
Exactly. In case someone tries to scam you or something like that, you know that they will never get more than your daily allowance, right? This is just an idea that popped up, but I'm sure those things will come in the future, and I believe that's what Richard wants when he says he wants to build a wallet. It will probably start like something like MetaMask today, and then improve upon it until it reaches a point where we can probably use it in a more simpler way and with a bunch of nicer features. At least that's what I would expect.
So would I. I would expect that as well, and I hopefully that he'll be able to start it on a foundation that it actually implements all the things and plus more that we spoke about. I mean, MetaMask, it is actually there is a company behind it, and venture capitals invested in it, and if they can't come up with something to make it easy, the thing is that they've been at it for so many years, so maybe the foundation of that, the MetaMask. I'm not a programmer, but I have ideas how things should work, and I see that, are they on the track of doing that, and how long now would Richard be able to put together a team to do that and catch up, unless the foundation of MetaMask was terrible.
Well, I mean, MetaMask exists for like how many years? 3, 4 years? I'm not sure, but at least a couple of years right now. And you see small improvements,
5 or 6
but
years.
there's still a long way to go, I would say. And I don't know why they don't improve in some areas right now, because they probably have the budget to do it and the manpower to do it. So again,
Unless all the
I don't know.
exchange really own the company, and they're slowing them down because
Yeah,
the exchange
right.
wants to transact.
For example, even Stake app launched afterwards and has a bunch of features that MetaMask does not have, right? Of course, MetaMask is more versatile and it does more stuff. But if a new app, well, it's not so new right now, but if they right at the beginning were able to do those features, why does MetaMask does not do them or improve upon it, right? Uh,
Quick question on MetaMask. How much percentage does Warren Buffett own a MetaMask?
You got to look. There's a website for that. You could look up the insiders.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
But I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. I didn't even know if he invested in that. Do you know that he did? Because
Warren Buffett owns MetaMask. I've
Yeah,
never heard
Warren
that.
No.
of the MetaMask, yes.
percentage. He said a percent.
I just want commas on my balance. That would be a huge improvement.
Several
well,
commas.
well, here in the European side, or at least in Portugal side, commas is a bad sign because our commas is your dots.
Ah.
Sometimes I'm looking at the numbers and I see a bunch of commas and what? What happened here? Did I lose that much?
Well, then perhaps it needs to be location based. It'll show commas for the US and not for other.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. Because I live in the UK, they also use commas for the 1,000 separators, I believe. At least when I worked there, it was like that. But I don't know about the other European countries.
I don't know if anyone's still out there. I was just wondering if anyone knew. I don't want any names, but if anyone knew if there's anyone working on NFT um, interface, project on PLS.
There are some. You could look to HEXradio on YouTube, and you'll be able to find it.
Well, in building one, you can always use more.
Sorry, the first one was Geraldo, and what was the second one?
I didn't understand the other one.
Captain, say that again.
I think the other one is how to Pulse, but you can go to NFT on Pulse.
So I don't know if you know about the altcoins channel.
I think Mallow is into this as well, into NFTs.
Yeah, I'm going to post the link for the altcoin channel.
I don't know too much about the
Question?
NFTs, but can someone answer this question? Are NFTs graphics? Can they be actually high resolution graphics? And I believe there's also you could do audio files and video files.
So here's the thing with NFTs. NFT is technically a smart contract that has a cover, right? So, and you can send it around, and there is no second copy unless you make a second copy of it, but they won't be the same.
So
Put it. Go on.
So NFT stands for non-fungible token, and what a non-fungible token is like a set, a contract on the blockchain, okay? But when they associate pictures to those NFTs, those pictures are on the centralized database, and they associate your NFT to that picture. Okay, the picture is not actually on the blockchain. Your NFT represents that picture because someone says so.
Elmer, it's not somebody said so. There are two different ways to deploy NFTs, right? So
Tell me
if you
that.
deploy it yourself and you pay the $4,000 to deploy it on the blockchain, then it is on the blockchain. It will be hosted decentralized, right? But it lives on the blockchain.
Actual graphic, the actual graphic, does that is that data on the block?
No.
If you deploy the contract, so if you write your own smart contract, like create your own collection or whatever it is, and you deploy it yourself onto the blockchain, then yes, the picture will be decentralized, hosted on the blockchain. But if you do it like over, let's say, OpenSea, right? Then OpenSea hosts that image.
It's incorrect.
Right? Then it's centralized, and then when OpenSea goes down, the image goes. Oh, that's very, very correct. Because when Instagram started working with OpenSea, that was one of the biggest worries. What happens if OpenSea goes down? Then NFT verification system wouldn't work, right?
What happens if IPFS goes down? That's where all the NFTs are stored. Not a single NFT that you see out there right now is stored on the blockchain, with the exception of generative art that's actually on chain, and also potentially like CryptoPunks. But nothing is on chain. A file size of 200 megabytes is not going on chain. And to answer your question, so that's why Richard always says these are just hashes pointing at a centralized server. So this is all being stored on IPFS for the most part. You can deploy your own smart contract, but those contracts just have hashes that are pointing at centralized servers that are storing those NFTs. Yes, to answer your question, they can be all different types of format. If you are uploading to one of these, sites like OpenSea, they do have limits, about 200 megabytes. And that's because that is being stored on their own server, and you really can't tap out more than that, unless those sites are also helping by paying more for an IPFS account and stuff like that.
So I get your question. Go ahead.
And when you said you can deploy an NFT yourself and make sure that the image is on the blockchain, can you explain then the process and why it is unique? That image is unique because if you can deploy it and choose an image, someone can choose the same image for another NFT, right?
So
Yeah.
here's the thing, that image, the original, has an original code to it. Yes, you can take that image and create another NFT, and so it looks like it, but that one is not the original. It doesn't hold the same. It's just like saying, like, oh, Mona Lisa, redraw it and put my own signature on it. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. But imagine that I create two from the same image. I create two NFTs. Which one is the real one? The one that was minted first?
Come again?
I have an image that I decide to deploy myself, the contract to just two different NFTs. Which one is the original?
Depending on the smart contract. So on your site, you would say, "Hey, this is
didn't
the
understand the
smart
question,
contract."
but
You
listen.
have, as an artist or as a collection, right? This is why it's also important to have like ENS domains, right? So that you can say, "Hey, this is the contract. This is the official contract." And if the serial number doesn't line up with this official contract, then quote unquote, it's not, the collection's main contract. So it comes down to the actual contract address that you're deploying from. And if you're saying that that's the official contract address, then people should be verifying the NFTs against that contract address.
Exactly. So the person that creates is the decider of that, right?
Yeah. If you're deploying your own, like you can deploy, like for instance, right? Like OpenSea is a shared smart contract, an OpenSea like storefront, right? So like if you are to lazy mint, right? You don't want to pay for all these gas fees to deploy your own contract. People can go sign up for OpenSea. They can lazy mint, so you can create a collection, but until someone purchases it, they're the buyer's incurring the gas fee. But every time that NFT hits the blockchain, if someone goes to look at it through Etherscan, it's going to say powered by Shopify or powered by Squarespace. It's powered by OpenSea. So it's not going to link back to you and say this was created by this individual. So that's why people mint their own 721s or 1155s from their own smart contract that has their own name on it. And then also will mint from, say, their own, they'll do a drop on their own site. So they're getting that initial, drop rate. And then it's all going to these secondary markets for the secondary sales. Some people have started to do their own secondaries on their own websites, but from an art collective perspective, in the beginning we were all like, yeah, we're not really interested in anything that's just put up on OpenSea, because at the end of the day, it's not saying it's by this artist, it's saying it's by OpenSea, and it doesn't over the course of longevity, it's not going to hold its value as much.
Yeah, so I see two issues with the NFT craze. One is most of them are not actually what people think they are. And the other one is utility, right? And I think we all agree that 99.99% of all NFTs are unfortunately quote unquote useless.
But can I, Elmir, the good thing that you brought that up the reason why I initially asked the question is my questions always are around how to develop a business development of it. So that was the idea of that if the resolution can be high, I've seen where this could come in handy where you need to lease out an image. And you could have even a particular time on it and it'll just disappear. And that's where I see where in essence where you can mock up, let's say for instance, an image for a particular reason, and that has a certain code and you're the only one that has that capability. Again, that's because these images are copyrighted, but they lease them out for particular time periods or particular projects. So I kind of do see a possible business, opportunity with NFTs. I don't really see it.
Yeah, but
falling.
when you're assuming they are copyrighted, who backs up that copyright? Is a centralized entity, right?
Okay,
So why would you put it on an Ethereum blockchain? You could
yeah.
use blockchain, but privately owned blockchain, right? You don't
Okay,
need
so
the Ethereum blockchain for that.
but what he's pointing out, it's already like in the works. The idea is that, let's say, you know how Twitter has NFT verification as a profile picture, and this is going to be like a future thing, right? Where people can show off their assets. So you could then, let's say, you wanna tap into the Bored Ape Yacht Club for a certain amount of time. Well, you don't want to go and spend $500,000 on that, right? But
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
$15,000. Let's say you have $15,000 that you want to spend. Now you go and lease that for $15,000, and let's say you get it for a month, right? And then you're allowed to post that on your profile and show others, hey, look, I got this. And it's a thing.
Well, everything is a thing, right? People make it a thing.
I mean, what you'll see, hold on real quick, because I actually know what I'm talking about here. So what you'll see is, one, you'll see fractionalization, which really hasn't picked off, where people will start to fractionalize the NFT to allow people to get in a little bit cheaper. And then in terms of like IP for photos, something that we've seen is, people that have photography and out there, right? Like those photos just get stolen and used in publications all the time. So what I have seen people do is actually sell NFTs for, say, sell a photo for, say, 100 ETH, and then that opens it back up. That opens it back up to public domain because the photographer has already gotten his money out of it, then opens up that NFT to public domain, and then it can be used, versus people just taking those photos anyway and using them in publications. And a lot of the times those artists really aren't able to go and do anything about it. I mean, we see this whole right-click save phase. Like people just take photos and run them in stories and don't ask for the right credit. And then you even see like artists that get screwed over by big fashion brands, right? So like IP is one of those things. Unless you have a ton of money, you can go fight it. At the end of the day, like you're gonna lose that battle. You look at Richard Prince, right? He's won a ton of cases where it's really hard for these. And if you think that these courts are gonna side with you on NFTs and be able to wrap their minds around it, forget it. So you have to build that in to your own business model if you want to. But people, I don't know. Right now, the NFT space is very meme driven. It's been a full year where a lot of these projects are not showing up and the value is not there. A lot of these things are going to zero, and the ones that are being propped up are being propped up by VC money, and they're going to continue to use the projects to dial in, Web3 gaming, this, that, the other thing.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Exactly, where you could actually protect your own image. You explained it perfectly. I mean, it's with photographers, but think of also software. Think of software. You could eliminate piracy. Think about that.
Yeah, think about how many people use their ex-boyfriend's, girlfriend's, mother's HBO account, right? It's like, who pays for their own Netflix account? I'd be interested to see how these guys use NFTs for sign-in, or you have to sign in with your Ethereum address. You know, like that's going to be a real thing where you sign in with
But
Google
again,
right now.
but again, you will use private blockchains. You won't use a public blockchain for that.
But you'll still use an NFT. It's the underlying technology. It's not going to be the picture of a dog, but it will still be the NFT technology that verifies that you are the owner of said NFT.
Exactly. Again, I'm not saying NFTs are not a useful tool. What I'm saying is not being used for that usefulness, right? You have wrapped. How do you say? Sorry. Hi. You have the idea of HSI stakes and wrap stakes and wrapped contracts and whatever other stuff. So it has some utility. It also comes down on how is it used, and if it really needs to be on a decentralized blockchain, because 99% of the things. What, sorry?
Well, I mean, you need a chain that can actually take it, right? You're not going to pay $30 to log into your Netflix account.
Exactly. You'll probably use a private network.
Am I hearing segregation here?
Hearing what?
Are you trying to get NFTs out of the blockchain?
I don't really care either way. If they come, great. It's more transactions on the.
So here's the thing.
On
Yeah,
the Pulse
that's what
side.
I mean. So
What I'm only saying is, as a person that is looking from the outside, I don't really care. They can do whatever they want. But the fact is, most projects, either one, are not what people think they are, or two, have no business being on the decentralized blockchain, right? For instance, people gave me the example of proving their Rolexes are true or they're not fake, having a certificate that their Rolex is genuine. Why do you need a decentralized blockchain for that? Rolex will have their own private blockchain where they send you the NFT that represents your watch, and you'll own it, and they will be able to verify it, and anyone that looks at their database will be able to verify it. It doesn't need to exist on a decentralized database like Ethereum, and the same for all those sort of projects, right? If you want to have a how do you say, use the blockchain for a supply chain, why does it need to be a decentralized supply chain, a decentralized blockchain? Because someone needs to enter the numbers, and that someone will be a centralized party. So anyone that touches centralized parties has no point in being on the decentralized blockchain, right?
Yeah, but that's large corporations are able to develop their own, blockchain. I agree with you with that, but we're talking about decentralized, the individual artist. Even let's say your image. And what the gentleman just said, that no one could use your image in a foul way.
Well, with the ways that people are watching today, anyone can get an image of you these days, one way or another, if they really want it.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was saying. They can just right-click save it. But what these photographers are doing is they're coming out in front of that and saying, hey, if anyone buys this for X amount, then it'll enter public domain correctly because I already got paid for it, versus people just stealing it and not getting paid.
No, I understood that, and it was a good point, and I haven't talked about it that way, so it's interesting. But how many of that use cases have you seen versus all the others, right?
No, that's very, very few.
Exactly, and that's only my point, right?
This is all, the NFT space is all pure speculation, trading in and out, wash trading, dumb
and
bullshit.
and we can talk about NFTs like the other thousand of coins that exist, right? Oh, we are going to create a coin for doing this, a coin for doing that, a coin for this, a coin for that, and at the end of the day, when you squeeze all the promises that were given and all the funny business that went behind the scenes, most of them have no business existing at all, right? So I'm not discussing NFTs only, or I'm not against NFTs for some sort of reason. It's just I'm just against projects that only get people wrecked, basically.
If you're creative enough to make a project and sell 10,000 units of something and bring in thousands of Ethereum, good for you. Now, what are you going to do with that Ethereum? Then maybe people are smart, start to rotate into other projects that have some substance. I'm somebody that came in. I haven't bought a single piece of cryptocurrency. I mean, I've just printed my own, which is pretty remarkable. And in 2017, when I saw the bull run start, I didn't really trust it, and I didn't trust stablecoins like Tether. And I said, okay, when Ethereum pops and there's a marketplace to buy and sell stuff, I'll get in there and start to try to use, my 20, 30 years of experience to develop projects and print my own. I'd rather put in my sweat equity and creative ability into making something and then sell people on that. But I think now people are a bit exhausted on it, and there hasn't been a tremendous amount of follow through. And we watched a lot of that helicopter money last year get siphoned around these projects, and now there's pretty low liquidity in a lot of these tokens or in a lot of these NFT projects, and people kind of got left holding the bag. So people are gonna be a little bit smarter this year.
The concept of liquidity in an NFT token is also strange because there's supposed to be one, so liquidity is one, right? And you are either buying or selling.
But the market is different. See, in the NFT market space, there's no centralized exchanges or whatever platforms, right? So let's say you hold an NFT. I show up and I make an offer. Let's say, I don't know, 10 million, right? I don't know. I give you 10,000 ETH. I offer you 10,000 ETH. You got a few days to think about it and to accept the offer. Versus in crypto, there is a market that moves, right? And it's not.
Of course, it's a different market because it's a different asset. And if you're selling one of a kind item, it's not supposed to be the same as selling a token, right? Or having liquidity providing. It's just one. It will be how do you say it? Auction based, right? Makes complete sense. It couldn't be any other way. Right?
You could create an auction. That's one way, or you could just hold it and somebody just knocks on your door. Happens all the time. Knocks on your door, puts an offer in.
Well, that's an auction, right?
You guys are thinking of
basically an auction.
You guys are thinking of one-of-one art pieces, right? Versus when I'm talking about 10,000 units. So they're
yes.
Depending on how many people are trying to come in, and we kind of look at our floor price, unfortunately, to determine what the going rate is, and then liquidity is like, all right, well, how many buyers are there versus how many sellers? A lot of people have their diamond hands and like to be a part of the community. There's utility, here and there. We get airdrops and whatnot, but like I'm in the Bored Ape Yacht Club. This is the driest liquidity it's been in a while. I'm in a Discord with a bunch of people trying to sell, and it's all the same people, and the floor keeps dropping out, and people get a little bit scared here. So like, it's not, I can't just go sell in an NFTs too, like anything, like you want to sell into volume and not at the bottom. But, I'm still between a rock and a hard place here because I'd like to sell for what I think my things are valued at. But a lot of people are also valuing the bottom dollar floor price, which is unfortunate. So I kind of have to, you have to pick your sell. You got to know when to sell if you're selling into volume and get that top dollar. But you only get those volume pumps during announcements. If there's no airdrop coming through and people think they're going to 2x, the floor and get some more value out of it. So you really got to kind of be prepared because it's not like I have HEX back. I can go sell my HEX right now and I can hit the sell button and it sells, right? I can go drop my ape down to a floor price and probably get someone to buy, but it's not going to trigger right away.
Yeah, so I partly disagree there because you know, things that are, especially things that came out last year, you know, if you bought one, you were diamond hand in it, and the project went to shit, I would still hold it. I would, you know, there's no reason for me to sell it, right? You hold it, and it could end up like what is it, the CryptoPunks, right? They had no value. They were giving out.
That will never happen. That was a completely different thing. You have to realize where we were last year, and like, sure, CryptoPunks came out in 2017, and whatever, you can spin a narrative on how they're historic. CryptoPunks are down at like 40 ETH right now. They were up at $500,000 a piece. Now you can go buy one for 90,000. You know, apes went up to 400,000, 500,000 a piece. You can get one for 200,000. So, you know, nothing's coming back to be historic. Maybe in 10 years, you know, when we have a few million people in the space and they really want one of those 10,000s, but you know, until we get, you know, tens of hundreds of millions of people in the NFT space, and we get Instagram and all these things in the real kind of clout, like, we'll get another run here, but you know, unless there's real utility behind it, or you know, extra value, like those things that go to zero are going to.
Yeah, so when talking NFTs, we should definitely identify art, you know, FOMO seasons that are historic, that I think will have a certain value down the road just because of collector reasons. What, you know, but that's a personal thing. And then we got you know, utility, like real utility functions on NFTs. Then we have liquidity backed NFTs, right? Which is something that was created on Hex as a layer 2. And yeah, so I think the NFT market is just going to grow and will expand in different markets. And, you know, even houses, when they get sold, I think they will be handed over through an NFT, because you automatically get rid of the middle person that you have to pay so much money for to change the title. In this case, you're handing over the NFT.
But the middleman is only taking about 1 to up to 3% on the whole thing, and they deal with all the paperwork. It's not that much when you're buying, you know, a big property or something like that, for all the hustle. NFT have a great usage. You know, I've been in spaces and I've heard about NFTs in a different level. I don't want to, you know, recommend or mention any third party tokens or projects or whatever. But they were saying about identity. They were saying about stuff that, man, blows my mind. That, you know, they're planning, they're working on this and on NFT application and usage in near future, and what banks are planning even for this is like, man, spend that 3 hours and I got a headache because it's so much crazy information. So yeah, buying properties is nothing. I don't remember the channel, but that was mental.
Like anything, there's narratives and there's time horizons, and like, these things are pretty much flash in the pan, you know, unless you can pick off one that's potentially, like, the Bored Apes are VC backed and they have, you know, a valuation of $4.3 billion. So they're gonna be able to get through some of these bear markets. But if you don't have an experienced team and you're just a bunch of anons that are, you know, putting photos from Fiverr through, you know, a GAN generator, then those people are going to rug and go on to the next thing, and they're just hand over fist printing thousands of Ethereum.
Boarded Yacht Club, just as a side note, Boarded Yacht Club also ran through a generator, right?
Yeah, of course. And then they got VC back.
So the value of NFTs currently, or last year specifically, is very much community based, very strongly. Like, any NFT holder that would like tend to show even interest in the Hex community would fall in love, because we're all over the space and we're all like hanging out and having a good chat all the time. But yeah, so you know, and the survival of these NFT projects is also based on the community, right? So if you have diamond hands, the project goes up, like the price of the project goes up because people are not willing to trade. They get offers in, they decline. You can see it in the transaction history, in the offer histories. And yeah, in other projects, you know, it all depends on the founders ran it as well, right? If they give a lot of free NFTs away to get things done, then those will be released into the market at a certain point where that person is like, dude, I need my money. I don't care about these NFTs, right? So there's like so much twist to an NFT project. It's not just like ABC, hey, it's cool, let's do it, and it's gonna work. It really needs maintenance, and the project really has to bring something. For the utility factor of it. For collector point of view, you know, it's a collector thing. You know, some people have like, I don't know, metaverse craziness going, and they need to have all these NFTs that they get their hands on. They go and buy them, right? And then they display them at their NFT house in the metaverse. They place the NFTs there and say, "Hey, look, this is my place." Right? And people that, I don't know, they could create an art gallery. People could pay entry, right? There are like so many applications to it. It's endless.
I invite you to go start a collection and try it out for yourself. It's not as easy as you might think, but more the merrier.
And also, very importantly, for security purposes, so you understand what NFTs are. For your first one, go and pick a shitty one where you know the project's gonna get rugged, or that's the best feeling that you think that's gonna tell you that this project is shit. Go and buy into it, and hopefully it will be exactly what you hoped for. Otherwise, you're just gonna make a lot of money. But this way, at least you get the experience on how shitty a project can go. Right? You can see the
Horrible
going
advice. Do not waste your money on any shitty projects. If you
no,
if you follow people,
$100 for an experience, people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to university to come out to not do exactly what they studied for.
dude, if you want to buy an NFT, go buy a $5 ENS domain, and then you can have an NFT and see what it does. But you don't need to go buy some dumb thing and lose your shirt on it. Unless you're getting in at min price or getting one of these things for free, and you're interested in meme culture, right? And you want to go sit in some Discord while everyone makes dumb fucking noises, then you got the time for that? Sure. Then you deserve your 10x. But otherwise, you start buying things at 0.1, 0.2, and Ethereum, you're gonna lose your shirt, and then you're just wasting Ethereum.
Yeah, definitely don't just go buy a project that you think you're going to get wrecked in. That's kind of the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But
No, trust me. You want to have that experience so you can smell red flags from miles away. Trust me, I got burned, and that's the experience I gained. And I'm like, I wish it would have cost me less.
Advice is learn how to make them. You don't need to go buy them. Go spend the time.
as far as real estate and transactions on real estate, like NFTs are not the answer for that. Like straight up, like blockchain is, and eventually blockchain will become more mainstream, not just for real estate, but for, I'm a contractor, even for like permits and maintenance and all kinds of stuff, you know, home inspections, all those types of things. There will be able, you will be able to on blockchain be able to do and track all of those things, but it's not going to be through NFTs. NFTs are limited. It's not going to be through NFTs. It'll be a more developed, project than just a simple meme NFT. And NFTs are not the right. This isn't the right chat for NFTs. So just gonna say that and leave that right there.
About blueprints.
You're also wrong. NFT technology will be used in real estate for titles and things like that.
Yeah, and blueprints and all that blockchain technology is definitely the way of the future. It's going to be used for that. But again, as far as NFTs go and investing in shit project that you're going to get wrecked in, it's not the right chat to advise people on this chat. Hey, go find a project you think you're going to get wrecked in, and then go ahead and invest in that. Don't bring that stupid shit into this chat.
Example is that what about an architect has blueprints, and the blueprint is an actual NFT copy.
I just wanted to add that wasn't the first time I said this. I said this before with when Walrus was here and others. It's an experience, and some people share that mindset, and some others think that nah, I can learn it this way, then do it that way. But it needs to be talked about, right? Because it's reality. You cannot tell people, hey, don't mind that part. Nah, man, there's wreckage going on in the NFT world like crazy, bro. It's really risky, right? And if you cannot see red flags, if you just FOMO into things, that's the terrible part.
Some people learn by making mistakes. Some people learn by seeing other people make mistakes. That's all.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like a very long discussion and would have a lot of back and forth till we get to the conclusion of the conversation. But yeah, man, like whatever you do out there, make sure you understand what you're doing. Like do your own research, and uh, always invest or spend what you can afford to lose.
It's too quiet. I need to come up with another topic.
Yeah, get me unmuted in the chat. That'll be a topic. Cause yeah, they think they can say some things to me and I can't say nothing back. So yeah.
You're unmuted. I can hear you.
No, I'm I'm muted in the typing place where I can type and send stuff. Because people think they can say stuff
Alright.
to me.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
They muted your fingers.
Freedom.
Well, here's the news. Hex is on a healthy incline, so that's good.
It certainly is. I just checked the charts, finished up my last job for the day, and yep.
Yo, my girlfriend wants to say hi. Illuminati. It's
No.
my girlfriend's birthday. Spit some birthday bars.
Oh, please don't. Hi, everybody. So I just wanted to say hi because my boyfriend always has like you guys
Come on,
online and
brother.
stuff.
Come on, bro. Come on,
Happy
Illuminati.
birthday.
Come on, Illuminati. Spit some birthday bars.
Yeah, happy birthday. It's probably not your worst day. Sitting here, you're
Oh my
gonna straight,
god,
not
I love
curry.
it.
Gemini too,
Buying Hex
man.
ain't
Happy
the worst.
birthday.
What did you say? Buy
It
some Hex
was.
on Thursday?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Illuminati, that was buy some Hex on Thursday or Wednesday?
I said buying Hex probably not the worst play. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday, anyway.
No, thank you.
Mans is a smart guy if he found his way into this chat, so he's definitely a keeper.
Yeah. Mango, I want to talk to you in private sometime when you have a second about some NFT shit. I got a friend who's an amazing artist, and I'd really like to get some of his pieces out. Like he literally just gives away all his work. I'll DM you some pictures of what he does right now.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it in private. I think whoever figures out a strong NFT marketplace on Hex, on Pulse, is going to be a winning formula. So that I think like first to market, right? If you can be one of the first people and have a collection all dialed in, ready to go on Pulsechain, when everyone's there and looking at it there, like you can pick up on some virality on Pulse.
Yeah.
People there.
And we're down to let it go for like on the low because like I'm just like my game's to accumulate. I don't really care about the U.S. dollar value. I care about the amount of pulse chain I get. So
Unfortunately, people want to make
let it
money
go
on
on
the secondary. This is all a gambling NFT mentality. Sure, there's people that are buying the art for the art's sake, and if you're a real artist, you can find collectors like that. Then good on you, right? But beyond that, everyone here is just speculating. So you almost want to like get out in front of the wave and read up on how to make these 10K collections, right? And they're not that difficult. So if you're an artist and can use Photoshop and can write, there's sites and things that are out there now too, where you can start to plug in and put in, your art, your attributes. And then you really got to build the community around it and have.
I'll have a little.
Gotta have the
I'll
stamina.
eat it out here.
Jigsy, we got you on an open mic, sir. What are you about to eat?
Jigs is talking to his cats.
Hey, I just wanted to go back to the NFT topic for a second. I think we're going to have an exact copy of all.
Yeah, turn your mic up. Turn your mic
Yeah,
up.
you coming in quiet there, you coming in super quiet.
I only really want to talk about NFTs in here if there's a mod that doesn't care. Like, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm pretty vetted in this area, but I'd rather not if it's going to be a problem. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, I'm very versed in NFTs as well, but I'm curious to know when we get the launch of Pulsechain, all of our Ethereum NFTs are going to end up making an exact copy?
Is that a question?
Well, I want to know what if they're even going to be sellable, or I'm not quite sure what to do with them if they're over on the other, if they're on the Pulse chain. I create
Yes.
NFTs.
Right. So it's going to be a whole psychological mind fuck conversation that I think the market's going to have to kind of ask as a whole, right? So, for instance, I'm a part of the Board Ape Yacht Club, right? So those are valuable NFTs. They're going to get copies on the other side. Now, as a community, we're going to have to ask the question, all right, do these have value over here? Or I'm sorry, do these get like intellectual property rights over here? Or the NFTs only on the Ethereum side get that? Now, us individuals that get the copies, we're going to want to be able to sell these and realize some value, right? So we're going to have to ask that question. Any other NFT is going to get a copy over there, whether you like it or not. And that does two things. One, it completely dilutes and disrupts the narrative of scarcity. And that's going to be an issue for a lot of people. And because now there's two copies, it's on a different chain, but in the sense of all blockchains, right? Like there are the copies out there. You'll have the ability to sell. We will see companies like LooksRare and OpenSea, I think, at least turn on or open their interface to this chain. I would hope to see that OpenSea will accept this chain over there, or they might take the centralized line in the sand and say, we're not fucking with that. And, it's an extra copy over there and you guys can do with it what you want. I think that there's going to be a real spoke that gets thrown in, a real stick thrown in the spoke, and it's going to create a lot of conversation, which is only going to be bullish for Pulsechain. But I'm trying to hedge and not have too many NFTs that I think are valuable get copied over.
I'm a creator, so I guess I would be interested in making an NFT set specifically designed for Pulse Chain, and letting it copy over and making them a Genesis.
Yeah, I would just, I would be first to market. I would be first to market on Pulsechain. I would have a collection ready to go. And then you'll be one of the first people to be bringing in Pulse. Can you imagine just bringing in thousands of Pulse at like under a penny? Just people that like if they come over and trade, maybe everyone's coming over and trading their shit tokens, right? And then all of a sudden they have some extra Pulse, and you're sitting there on a marketplace and you're selling NFTs at 10 Pulse, 20 Pulse. Like that's where you make the money.
I mean, think about it. Me being a creator, I can keep all the NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain and not trade them. Use them as liquidity, or and once they make an exact copy over, I mean, it's going to cost nothing to be able to mint them, trade them, or do anything on the Pulse chain. But the full set would be locked under the Ethereum chain. I can even make
the problem is too, like you look at like somehow the gas fees have actually kept the value in these NFTs because it's made the almost quote unquote made it like a wealthy person chain. Like you look at Polygon, right? All of a sudden, and something that Richard or us that we need to figure out is how do NFTs on Pulse Chain not turn into the spam NFTs, because all these like Polygon launched on OpenSea, then all of a sudden you have hundreds of NFTs that are just showing up in your wallet, and those are also nefarious NFTs that if you interact with, you don't know. There's people that have had their accounts hacked because they interacted with some NFT before. So we don't want to become the spam NFT, chain, and you have to try to protect some of that value. Even Sol, it's like those NFTs are still a few $100s a piece. There's some value on it.
Yo, Captain, realistically speaking, bro, that's like there's no control, man. It's like saying like, oh, we don't want shit projects on Pulse, they will show up. It's the same. Like every developer wishes that it won't happen, right? But unfortunately, it does because it's a chain. It's a blockchain, man. People can deploy contracts, right?
No,
So
but you have to be. You can be able to like weed through them, right? Like there should be a way, and like OpenSea sends those
like
two hidden.
I
You have to be able
I
to.
be a dedicated team that puts like green check marks, right? And people that want to drop something, they can go and get audited there, right? For Pulsechain, for example, right? That's like stuff that they could do. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be what it is. Until um, other circuits are being implemented, so people can get educated before they get into something, right? Or get a better understanding or better walkthrough into what they're going to be
Right.
investing.
Marco, what I'm saying is we want people to come over to Pulsechain to buy NFTs and use the low gas fees to buy and transact, not just use it as an airdrop chain. So no one's going to no one's going to Polygon to buy an NFT. They're not, because the NFTs aren't holding value because there's so many of them. We really don't see the value of it. So it'll be used in games, right, where you can get low transactions like that. You see like racing games being used on Poly, but then they quickly realize that Polygon can't even handle that. So, for like in games, like it's going to make sense. But, if you're an art piece, like it's not, your NFT isn't holding value over there. And also the buyers are on Ethereum. So that's kind of the way that it's been shaken out. Even when people went to Tezos or to Sol, they're looked down upon as like lower brow. Sol's been doing okay because they have a lot of people that go over there and create their communities and like the chain. But for the longest time when Sol launched, they were just copycat projects. So there needs to be individual, creative, and like stand on their own thing. I think we have strong branding, right? We've been PulseX, HEX, like there's strong branding behind it. So I think by having strong projects that aren't just some copycat thing of the Bored Apes or a regurgitation of traits and stuff like that, but actually speaks to the chain. And we get our community behind it, and we can get diamond hands and stuff like that. Then people will see that there's value in these projects.
Hell yeah, and the exclusivity of it, I think, is sellable in and of itself. You know, like okay, yeah, the airdrop's cool, the port's cool, getting a copy's cool, but in my mind, I think what's cooler is stuff that's only native to Pulse.
And you want to create numbers where it's not too small and it's not too big, where you're still trying to find that sweet spot of the network effect, and getting enough people in there where you can create a community that amps people up. And that was kind of the beauty of NFTs in general, was that people in the communities are turning around and becoming your marketing, the same way Richard tells us, like he's not going out there and building these things. He's like, you go build that stuff. The most beautiful thing about NFTs is we turn around and we make it cool. We make these communities cool. We create the FOMO where other people have to come in. Like when the Bored Apes launched, like the VCs weren't there. We made that shit cool. I made that shit cool. I said, this is it. This is the cool thing. It was close to the trend lines. There's a lot of timing and inflection points, but we were looking for the next, class of 2021 vehicle that was going to make us rich, right? So we sent that and we made it cool, and we made it all eyes turn on us until we cracked the cultural zeitgeist, which is really difficult to do. Everyone and their mother at the Grammys, at the World Economic Forum, they're talking about us. They might be calling us monkey JPEGs, but they're still talking about us. And that's really, really difficult to do. They said we were a top signal, which we kind of were, but, the VCs are backing it, so it'll be okay. And it made NFT the word of the year, which cannot be, overlooked. Like that is how you get market adoption.
you know how I can use the Pulsechain and Hex logos. I know people are able to use them in royalty free for making T-shirts and stuff like that. What do you find?
Not royalty free. It's not royalty free, but you have to look in fair use
Fair use,
and
thank you.
understand how. Yeah, Google fair use and really understand what that means. And then you know, Richard has said, you know, from the founder, you know, fair use applies. Like, I don't think Richard's coming after you, but you know, use it accordingly.
Well, I
And
use it to teach people. So I
yeah,
go in communities and I create the stuff to get people excited. They're not worth anything when I create them, but people get into the space and they get familiar with using NFTs and acquiring them for the first time. Polygon made that possible because I'm able to create and send NFTs to people so they can experience what it's like to have an NFT marketplace and have it up for the first time. Someone that came in and said that they should go buy a something that is a possible failed project so they can feel what it's like. That doesn't make any sense. So that's why I got into the NFT creation, because I want to be able to teach a community of people about them. So if Pulsechain or Hex ends up having its own marketplace, then I think I'd be a good fit creating them.
yeah. For the record, anyone that's here, do not buy any NFTs. If you have extra capital, you should be holding it and looking for an entry into Hex or saving it for Pulsechain. Do not buy a single fucking NFT for the next 5 years. Don't do it. Not worth it. If you want to make your own, maybe start to figure out how to, if you're creative enough, do the research and get ready to make them on Pulsechain, but do not be buying NFTs. I am so seasoned. I've been a creative since I came out of the womb. I hit it well enough out of the park in NFTs, and I've lost plenty. I've lost on all different types of projects. So do not. And I also stopped buying like almost a year ago. So do not buy NFTs.
Well, I have a question for you on the buying NFTs. What about getting into something that has a project like Unstoppable Domains, where you can attach all your wallets, or
No, let me stop you there. Not Unstoppable, but if you're interested in ENS domains, they're the hottest NFT on the market right now. And that there, at least you're protecting yourself and going after intellectual property or your names, and those are going to have way more utility. They're also decentralized. It's, you know, one of the, like, Vitalik has Vitalik.e. Like, you should be securing your name. You should secure your last name, because you'll also be able to make subdomains, right? And like, that's going to become your Venmo, Cash App. It's going to become your .com. There is no there's no DNS associated with it, so they can never take it down. Now it costs $5 a year, and you can set it out for 5 years to not pay. You can pay $25, and you only have to pay that gas fee once. Each time that you have to renew it, you have to pay a gas fee. And the reason that they set that up versus Unstoppable is because you can buy Unstoppable once, and then you have it forever. And they felt that it was going to kill those products in the long run, because you'll just get a lot of people camping on names. At least with it recycling, that it'll at least open those names back up eventually if people don't want to hold on to them.
Yeah, you'd have a lot more flexibility with, but you're right. Not having letting them expire does cause a problem. But the Unstoppable Domains does allow you to do multiple different types of wallets versus just ETH. So the benefit there would be is if I had a Pulsechain wallet, I'd be able to put everything on my name under that wallet for payment systems.
Yeah, that is correct. You can point them to different domains, but Ethereum is for ERC20s and Hex, and also, Pulse will be ENS is open source, and I am close to the team and know that it will be copied over to Pulsechain the same way that it was copied over to Polygon. So they will be usable on the Pulsechain side eventually, and you can still use them on the Ethereum side. So say you did wrap your Pulse. I mean, this I'll need to see it, but say you did wrap your Pulse, and we're sending that around on the Ethereum chain, you would be able to use that name. And the way that I use the names too, it's like my wallets all have names. So if you're ever like nervous about copying and pasting something wrong, right? It's like it helps. It cleans it all up. And then also like as gifts, if you ever think about like, oh, I want to buy somebody a gift, like I'll buy somebody their ENS domain, even though they're probably 3 years away from using it, but I'll still protect them and allow them to have that for when they're ready to use it. And then it's going to be easy, even if I wanted to send them some crypto, like I know where it's going and I can help them manage it.
Well, it's the when you get a copy of that, it's not going to be usable on the Pulsechain side, is it? Like the ENS?
So it's not like I don't know that you're going to get like a copy of it. Like, I mean, I guess you would. It's just a different type of NFT, right? But you will eventually be able to use it on the Pulsechain side.
You'd have to have the platform that runs it, and the platform doesn't run on the Pulsechain side. So
Yeah, it's open source. It's all run in Solidity. Like they will tweak it so that it does work on that chain eventually. I've been talking with them about it.
Oh, that's cool.
Now I don't know if Richard really cares. Maybe he would want to create his own, .pls or whatever. But if he's not building it, I don't know if they're going to build it. But like for instance, Sol has .sol. So who knows? Maybe someone in the community wants to build out the .pls. The thing about the .eth is it has like clout associated with it. Like having that on your Twitter, people see it as clout. First names, Vitalik has his. You see major luxury brands buying theirs. Because also, if you're going to launch an NFT, that ENS is associated with with the wallet that created that smart contract. So it's essentially saying, buy Gucci.eth, right? So if someone goes to the Gucci store and they want, to send it, they know they're sending it straight to Gucci.eth, or when they get, a receipt from that transaction, it's coming from Gucci.eth. So a lot of these luxury brands are buying as well.
That's good info.
I think it's safe to say, though, while we're on the topic, the first teams to make successful NFT projects on Pulsechain will be multi-millionaires. I repeat, multi-millionaires. And the idea doesn't even need to be that good. This is all about being first mover advantage and also understanding how to kind of tap into maybe something that's a little bit memeified, but also like cultural, be able to tap into the cultural zeitgeist. So everything that we know about Richard, everything we know about these brands, the first person to build out something that not only our community is interested in, but maybe others could see, some first mover action on and be the first one in, then I could see it being extremely successful.
And didn't having the diamond nuts to hold on for at least 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I'd sell that shit. Just rack it all the way up.
That'll be the Genesis brand, absolutely. Pulsechain.
There's some really cool, like sometimes I'll catch these like 3D, like someone hit a meme the other day and it was this 3D hex with like 3 different sort of like weighted levels in it. I'm like, who is this artist that's out here making this cool hex stuff? Like that type of shit is just cool. You bring in the hex diamond and stuff and like, and then add in extra utility on top of like a really cool piece of art. I think that like there's going to be some real opportunity.
I got thrown under the bus when I posted it. Everybody was like, Richard doesn't like NFTs, so I didn't even bother continuing the project. I posted it in here to find out.
That's because Richard liked his narrative of his 10,000x, and then all these NFTs came in and did 20,000x's. So he was like, "Fuck this shit." But also, like, all of them are going to zero. So, I mean, I understood why he was pissed, and he's right. They all are loosely. They are, hashes that are associated with a centralized database. So unless it's on chain, like it probably, it's not. It defeats the purpose of decentralization, but. We'll be okay, and this will be a strong use case on Pulsechain, and like we need to at least be more open-minded to make sure that we get those individuals over here, because it is about creating the network effect, and it's only going to be a net positive.
It's like watching people on Sandbox selling a rubber duck tub for $200+ worth of sand. I don't understand what they're doing in this metaverse, but now that stuff has dropped like 80%, those rubber ducks really aren't worth a whole lot, are they? Did anybody see the chart I threw up in the chat?
You just put it in the chat now.
No, about 10 minutes ago. I'll throw it in again.
One with the wedge.
Yeah, it's coming up to the 4th hit. I don't think it's going to
You
stop.
said 40 cents, bro. You really think it's going to go smack up there? Holy everything right now.
Descending wedge has a measured move, yeah. Not through the fib, so. And it's coming up to the 4th hit, so it's going to break that.
Do you mind talking a little bit about the Fibonacci sequence, and maybe just start at the very basic, if you don't mind?
Yeah, when I teach trading, it's a lot of it has to do with starting off with the basics. So support and resistance. So there's a lot that has to do with measured moves and the Fibonacci, but before you even get that, you have to understand the lines and the patterns. That makes a lot more sense. Being able to see a pattern and watch it break up. You can just go to Google and type in charting patterns and you'll see wedges and triangles and all kinds of stuff, and it even tells you the measured move. Again, this is based off of people that are when it breaks a certain trend line, you've got the trading bots, and you've got the professional traders that are seeing all this stuff, and they get in and they start trading. So these patterns are used by a lot of people and traders, and this is what I'm basing everything off. So that big descending wedge is a bullish wedge. That's why I made it green. So in my trading experience, 1, 2, 3, 4 time is a break. So the wick always starts it, and then we have a second hit at the top. We have a third hit. The second one was a miss. It was just a wick that came up, so that one doesn't count. So I have number 3 and number 4 is projected. So it should just blast right through that and then come back and retest that old resistance, new support. So what I did was I projected the measured move, which is the dotted line I have. That's technically the measured move on this triangle. So it usually runs up that pattern. And so what I did was I drew a Fibonacci to be able to line up. So it should actually follow that path. So my fibs are custom. So the yellow lines are going to be the golden pocket area. So we should ride up to the golden pocket, either reject off of it or blast right through it. In this projection, it blasts right through it and goes up to the 0.5, which is a perfect rejection. It's also a double top. And then it comes down and rejects off the top of that, which is the golden pocket, and then might sit in there for a while.
So sorry, the golden pocket's at 0.382.
Yeah, the 382 and the 618 depends on which way you're drawing it, either up or down. The 382 is the 618, and the 618 is the 382. So that's why I've highlighted all those specific lines in there, and all the lines that are in between. Those are not important, but they all do something different. Like if you close.
Sorry, I'm looking at your RSI too, right? So are those factors? Are you looking at like money flow? John looks at volume and stuff like that.
That chart, that indicator on the bottom I created. So it's the white line you see in there is the RSI. The red and blue line, that's going to be a stochastic. And then the candles are an RSI version of the candles. So basically, this is called a trend breaker. So I have those lines that are drawn down, and what you'll typically see is you'll run across the tops. So you hit 1, 2, 3, and then 4 times, or 3 times it'll break. You'll usually see a break in the trend breaker indicator with those candles before the price actually breaks. So once the price breaks, then it's going to come up, retest it, and keep going. So I use that as kind of like a predetermination on the direction it's going. So right now, I have a green line that's all across the bottom. And I have a 1, 2, and then the third time it rejected right here. So I put in my buy order right there when it rejected, and I got some candles that closed. And now it's going to ride up to the next one. So the next one I have to see if it's going to break through. That could be in a week from now. It could be in a month from now. This is the 2-day chart. So we're talking in 3-4 days from now, we might be up to the blue line. Could reject. It looks like we have a lower low, so I would expect to get a double bottom where it might go up to the blue line and come all the way back down almost to double bottom it. That would start your Elliott wave and then move up from there.
Elliott wave is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just kind of curious, were you buying this last dip?
Yeah, I just put in. Well, I had a lot of hex, and I just got a hack. So they stole all my hex. I was pretty mad about that. So now I'm reaccumulating right here. Joke's on them because it dropped significantly since they took it. So, but right here is where
You
I
have
just
a trading.
right here.
You have a paid trading group, but you're not as focused on security, or what?
No, I was a little too loose with my security. I have my stuff strategically placed. So if they get something, I lock everything else down. So I really don't have myself open to that much liability. But
I'm sorry to hear that.
Pulsechain was ready to launch, so I had it sitting in that wallet. Why? That's the only reason I moved it to that wallet. So, lesson learned. Not going to do that again. But I just found out that you can. I just found out that you can buy hex on BitGet, and I'm an affiliate of BitGet, so it's a great place to get it. So I drew the Fibonacci based off of the measure move that I have on here. So depending on where this thing stops and rejects at, probably at the blue line, is where I'm going to do a little bit of adjusting. But right now I've got a projected move up to 37. which is about 500%, 300%. Let's take a look. 300, 330 projected.
My hopium's at an all-time high. Thank you.
If you actually draw a channel from where I have the bottom of that green descending triangle, it'll usually line up there because the pattern for a channel goes over, under, over, and then it'll determine which direction it goes from there.
You successfully seen your TNA indicators hit on Hex before? People say that you can't really use TNA with Hex.
I've been telling people to get in and out of Hex since it hit its top. I've been calling it. It's dead on every time. It's so predictable. Using this method, I'm not looking at the log charts. Log charts I use for when it broke down. I was watching a lot of the videos and when they were looking to Hex and stuff like that, and I was watching a lot of his videos, and some of the TA didn't make sense, and some did. I agreed with some, and I disagreed with some. And I really think that this could be the bottom for Hex. I'm not sure that this is going to be any further down. I mean, if this ends up launching the pulse chain, I think we'll get a pull back to right around this level. But from my perspective, we have a huge pullback all the way down to our base Elliott channels. So if I were to back up and look at our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm looking at about 6 cents is where the bottom currently is. So it doesn't go any lower than this. If you pull back and look at that blue line that's across the bottom, it don't go any lower than that. That's the bottom. I'm not sure we're
Crypto.
where we're at right now.
Hey, KRJ. Hey, are you familiar with? Hey, how's it going, brother? Hey, are you familiar with Waters Above Crypto?
No.
Okay, so if you go to Coffee, Crypto Coffee, they just did a stream a couple of days ago, which was quite in depth and impressive. It was all about TA. He's somebody who wasn't familiar with Hex until it was brought to his attention, and so exactly what you're talking about. But in addition to his actually guesstimations, estimate it's actually going to go down to come September as low as probably around between 2 to 4 cents. He's got some serious game theory in regards to looking at its history and basing it off of numbers, off of Greek arithmetic.
Yeah.
And yeah, and actually, I probably tell everybody in here, you probably want to go check out Crypto Coffee's last stream with this gentleman on there, and you're going to get a good little in-depth lesson in regards to Hex's quote unquote TA projections within the next 6 months. And it's kind of crazy and ironic how he's hitting these numbers and how he bases them off of the numbers that Richard uses. Richard's favorite numbers being 5, things in the system in regards to the 6-sided hex symbol. All these things are mapped, they're all matching up and correlate with one another in one shape, way, or fashion. The reason why he came up with, the 15-year stake, 5555, the 369 in regards to Hex itself. So I would actually just, it's about a good hour and 20-30 minute stream, but it's all worth the time invested in it.
What did you say? The Waters Above Crypto? I'm checking him out now.
Yeah, he's and he's a genuine guy. He's like, look, I'm not a fan of Hex. I'm not a fan of Hex. This is the first time it was brought to my attention by Hex again, by Crypto Coffee. And he said, so I did some research, and boom, and he lays it all on the table. So his name is Waters Above Crypto.
Yeah, I got him pulled up. I'll go ahead and I'll contact him.
Yeah, check him out. And the stream was about 4 days ago, and that's for everybody that's in here. It's actually quite informative.
Hey, you guys can check out Hex Trading also and bring all this to that chat room.
Okay. I don't even think I got the Hex because nobody, I'm not sure anybody talks in that one.
There's a text chat. You can post your charts. You can talk about your indicators. You can talk about all the trading over there.
Yeah, what happens when we have a PulseX and a Pulsechain? We're gonna have 3 different channels for talking about it. There's 80 people across 80,000 that are even interested in any of these projects. Let's wait until maybe we have more people to start spreading everyone across channels. Okay, silent here all day. Let's just talk about how we're gonna talk.
Shut me down.
Yeah, let's try to reserve the voice chat for people that need help with the pulse chain, because this is a pulse chain chat room.
So why don't we make a help channel and the people go there for help?
Guys, this is the help channel. This is the main channel for Pulsechain. This is the onboarding channel for new people coming into the system, right? This isn't the trading chat. This isn't advanced, staking chat or whatever else you want to talk about necessarily, right? This is mainly for onboarding new people, getting them on safely, setting them up with a hardware wallet, right? And not getting into the weeds on trading, which, it can be very questionable depending on whose advice you take. So let's move the conversation along.
Questions, crypto. Are you here? You want to ask us about how you got rinsed all week? Anyone got security questions?
I actually was curious how he got compromised.
I think they muted him because he kept talking about that, and they asked him not to talk about, how.
TA.
Same way as every single person gets compromised. They're using crypto on their phone. They're using crypto on their computer. They're entering in malicious contracts. They're downloading malicious links with spyware, malware.
Broke the rule number 1, right? Rule number 1 is you don't type your seed words into the computer, into a keyboard, whether it's a hardware or software keyboard, right? You just don't type your keys into a keyboard. Rule number 1 was broken. All else is game over after that.
Last one we want to do is paid channels, man. People are going to start their own paid channels for this TNA. Let's just let it flow. Actually a security issue if we have everyone start going looking for other channels. So like what even is the HEX trading channel? I don't want to go into any other Telegram channels right now. What's the HEX trading channel? Are you gonna send me a link?
I got you. I don't know if anybody's talking there right now, though. Checked earlier, nobody was.
Yeah, no shit. Man, we can just start our own alpha channel. I'll take John and all these people that want to bring us in there.
All right, sent you the link.
Well, that's distracted for a couple of hours now.
I'll pop a question in. Does anyone have any thoughts on whether you think we'll see multi-chain ramps in the not too distant future? So not just the ramp to the Ethereum, maybe one to Avalanche, Binance Smart Chain. What's anyone's thoughts on that?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so it was. I was watching an influencer tonight, and he mentioned, wouldn't it be good to see multi-chain ramps? So instead of just having the Ethereum on ramp, where you could maybe see a ramp to Avalanche and a ramp to Binance Smart Chain. Do you think that's possible?
Sounds probable, but the onus is back on us to make sure that it's secure enough to use.
In what way? Could you explain that, please?
We're just going to make sure that there's nothing in the code that will make you susceptible to you leaving your funds or then locking it up and running away with it, which we've seen hacks on multiple bridges on different networks in the past already for hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, very true. And yeah, even on the ramp side, I think, yeah, I didn't think of that. Okay, yeah. It would be nice to think that we could have links to possibly Binance and Avalanche just because of the fees. Just because, I mean, think about the only downside is going to be if I want to put some money onto Ethereum and then come over onto Pulsechain, I'm paying fees to go into Ethereum to start off with. Then I'm paying fees to come across the ramp, the bridge, to get into Pulsechain, and then probably same on the way out. That's the only downside I can see. No, it's not a downside. It's just I'm more than happy once I get onto the Pulsechain side just to stay and play away in there. I think.
Yeah, the safest option if you had to use a bridge would be Richard's one via ETH. But yeah, like you said, we'll still be getting troubled with the fees. There's going to be multiple bridges to different networks, I'm sure, after Pulsechain launches. But yeah, like I said, it's back on us to do our due diligence and make sure it's safe to use, or unfortunately let others use it first and possibly get wrecked before you get your feet wet to make sure it's secure.
Yeah, everybody says that. It's a good idea, but let somebody else try it first. Let them get wrecked. Yeah.
From what I understand, is the bridges are one of the most common ways people get rinsed. But I believe that there's a safe open source code that they'll be utilizing for the Pulse chain to get Ethereum on.
one thing I have considered, if Bitcoin is on its way down to 25 or sub 20, that I might consider accumulating a little bit more ETH. That way, I'm not worrying about paying gas fee for ETH when it's $5,000 or $10,000 in the next bull cycle.
That's a really good thought. That yeah, absolutely brilliant. Take advantage of when it bottoms. I agree with you. I think we could be seeing anywhere from sort of 25 to 17. I'm no analyst. It's just I don't know. I think there's a way to go down before we go back up.
You said Bitcoin 25K. When do you think that will happen?
Oh, my friend, please don't take that as any kind of quantitative analysis whatsoever, because I haven't got a clue. It's just my thoughts. I don't know. It just seems to be teaching, and then it's looking for the next jolt down. Does anyone see the analysis with the guy that was talking about the mega death cross? It's called a mega death cross. I think it's called a mega death cross. And he said that every time it had happened, I think it was 2018, and the 3 times it had happened, we saw a massive drop down. And there's one coming in like a week or 2 weeks or something. Let me see if I can search it up. But I don't want to cause fear in the market.
Yeah, it's all about time frame, really. You know, from an all-time high, about a year each time, the 4-year cycle, it retraces and hits the bottom between that time, 1 year.
Yeah, he said like within the next few weeks. He said, or of like
Yeah,
2 months.
if you look back, if you look back at the charts, I mean, there's usually the first real big dip in the market once the bear market really confirms, and then it kind of has a little bull trap rally, and then it'll kind of capitulate for a while, and then projections till like holidays, September, November, October ish will be another bottom. Not to say that it's going to be more or less than the first, but probably around the same.
Fucking win.
All depends on a lot of things, though. I mean, market can always surprise you.
Yeah, $1.4 trillion for the entire crypto ecosystem in comparison to all the economic energy flowing around on this planet is a drop in the pail. What's funny too is I think a lot of, I know myself specifically, I have at least 5, but probably 10 Bitcoin that will never be accessed again, that are completely lost to the chain. Not to mention some of the other altcoins and Bitcoin and other cryptos that I had that I'll never see again. And so I think there's a lot more BTC burned and not ever going to be circulated again than people think.
Yeah, for sure. How did you lose that? Did you lose your seed phrases or something?
This was back in the day, using Electrum wallet, where it would generate a private key, 12 words, and so we just have that stored on not a JSTOR file, like a DS file, and yeah, lost that shit. Had to wipe my hard drive. I still have the public address associated with it, so every now and then I'll just go and stare at it, get sad.
Oh my god, that's terrible, dude. I'm sorry.
It's all good. And then I had like three to four BTC locked up in Agora dark web market when it went down. I had at least one or two BTC and probably about 100 Litecoin locked up in BTC when it went down. And
Well, do you still have the hard drive?
I think we've lost him.
It sounded like he got abducted by an alien or something.
yeah, my headphones were dying. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I also had like over almost 100 physical BTC, like the Titan 0.999 ounce Troy silver Bitcoins with the Gladiator helm on them, with the private key on the back with the holographic sticker on it. And when bit dipped under 200 a piece, I peeled those bitches off. I pulled the Bitcoin out of them, sold them, and then sold the coins for melt value.
But you said you lost some due to a wiped hard drive. Do you still have that drive?
Yeah, I do actually. It's the one I'm using currently.
You might try to get a forensic person on it. I think they can recover that, dude.
Could definitely be worth a shot. I've reformatted it like 5 times.
I from what I understand, I mean, I'm not quite sure. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think that's recoverable. It would take a professional, and it's the money, but I mean, it's worth it.
If it's been used,
I've thought about it a couple times.
Yeah, if it's been used, then most likely the data has been overwritten, a few times by now.
That's what I think, because I used it. I reformatted it as for Mac and used it for a MacBook. Reformatted it again, used it for my PC. Had a little bit of crypto at that point in time, and then wiped it again and reformatted for this most recent build. So it's been through the ringer, but there is more than likely still some of the crypto that's left from when I got it back to PC, to Windows.
Is it a spinning hard drive or is it a SSD?
No, it's a hard disk drive. It's old.
Yeah, because the SSDs are pretty much unrecoverable nowadays. The spinning disks, you still have a chance, but yeah, I would say it's probably been too much data overwritten back and forth to get anything that makes sense off of that thing.
It's what I've kind of come to from the research I've done. I called 2 PC shops up here. They told me there wasn't much they thought they could do, but they would take a look.
Yeah, no, you need a forensic person, a data forensics guy.
Yeah, because this is like when I was using it. Let's see, I first got it in around 2013 or 2014. Probably got the bid on there around the same time. So yeah, it's been a fucking minute, dude.
Yeah, I had a very basic level in computer forensics introduction. Guy came and spoke with a security class I was in, and it was blowing my mind of all the stuff that they could recover that would said have been deleted or even tried to be destroyed. So I think you got a chance.
Yeah, I'll find out when I get the time and the money for sure. I'll find out. But yeah, right now it just hurts my heart. I'll go into my old Yahoo that was associated with my old Coinbase account, and I just have like over a 2-week period a string of emails where it's just like over 200 BTC purchased. I'm like, oh. There's even one point because Coinbase had a feature where you could put your bit in a vault, you could time lock it. And I was so close to locking away like 10 Bitcoin for 5 years. I was one click away from doing it. And then I was like, nah.
Okay, sorry. Look, PulseX, we got Crypto Drone and Diva. Can you let them in, please? Thank you.
The gentlemen are in. Zero drone 30.
Crypto, do you copy?
Hey, what's up there, Hex fans? My goodness gracious, it's been a few days.
How you doing, Crypto?
I'm having some Telegram Hex Pulsechain Telegram chat withdrawals. I had to come see what the old Pulsechain fam's up to. How is everybody?
Good.
Go now. Easy now.
Reminiscing on all the money I wasted in my life.
I want to congratulate Jigsy, Mr. Jigs, for getting in on the 5 cent a hex. Good on you. I know you got your ears on. I see you listening.
Yeah, Crypto Drone, you didn't miss much. Pulsechain launched. We're up 1,000x. Hope you're having a good barbecue.
Oh, nice. I better go. I better go make sure nothing's stolen from me. I'll be back.
All right, good
Half
night,
paranoid.
Good night, everyone. Have a good one. Take care. Take care.
Secure. Good night, man.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Sleep well.
You take care. Oh.
Adios, amigo.
$85 degrees in the old bluegrass state with air conditioner kicking at 71 degrees. Life's not much better. It's great. Couldn't get much better. Doing well.
We're looking
Good to
at 95 degrees and 43% humidity down here in Texas. Yeehaw.
Oof. Texas, y'all.
Yeah, buddy. I didn't get any sun today or get by the water. Probably should have.
It's good to hear that people are continuing the conversations. I know after RH's, let's say what, last week, RH had a bit of a chit chat and basically said, I'm not giving any more updates. It'll be out when it's out. Everybody's like, oh, boo. And then there was hardly anybody on the chats for a couple days.
Yep. Hex went on sale
That's
too.
how I'm
We
feeling
thank
it.
him for that.
This particular point, I'll just be happy it launches before 2023. You know, if it's November, December, I'm all right with that. Goes into 2023, I'm going to be a little bent.
Well,
Man,
time to
that-
save more money.
If it goes into 2023, there's a lot of questions that better be asked. My humble opinion.
I
With
guess
me and a lot of people that sacrificed last year. Well, last year, it's going to be coming up on a year here pretty soon, and I expected the launch to happen in 2 to 3 months after I sacrificed, and here we are almost a year later.
well, something did come out today. Was it Gamma that came on? It may have been Gamma or J. No, I think it was Gamma or J Money. So I guess something was found on a test GitLab today. So I mean, there is something going on. I mean, it's not just like dragging us along. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of that, a little bit of who knows what. But I guess legitimately there was a good significant amount of bugs. Well, at least double digits.
Jazztown, did you have a different name before?
Yeah, I was CH, man. You supposed to be out there watching my mama. And I'm up here trying to give you some insight, and you ain't told me how she's doing.
I thought you'd change. I recognized your voice. I I thought I recognized you. I didn't recognize the name, man. Yeah, Mama should be good. Everything, the weather's getting nice here. It's getting real nice.
Yeah, I heard y'all had a little heat wave though last week or something like that, but heard it's good.
Yeah, got a little heat wave. Yeah, I mean, we all have air conditioners here. When I was in Silicon Valley, California, I had friends that had multi-million-dollar homes that didn't even have air conditioners. So I'm like, what is up with that? But here in Kentucky, it doesn't cool down at night. If it's 90 degrees during the day, by God, it's 90 degrees during the night. So a man got to sleep. So air conditioners are normal here.
Well, yeah, and you've got some decent humidity out there, just like down in Texas. So hats off to you on that one.
Man, we got humidity like down in Florida humidity. We got humidity that if you wear glasses, you got to take them off when you get out of the car because the very second you get out of the car, your glasses steam up. So, yeah, we got humidity for sure. Thank goodness it only happens 2 bad days out of or 2 bad months out of the year.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. But at least you ain't got those mosquitoes like Florida.
I don't know, man. We got some badass mosquitoes around here, actually. We really do. Depends on whether people have like old pools that they don't get rid of or something. Sometimes we have a couple years ago we had a mosquito issue where people they were spraying like parts of towns and stuff. So yeah, we're starting to get some mosquito stuff. It's not standing water. Florida, you're right. Florida, you could bullwhip some of those mosquitoes down in Florida.
Woo. I know you have some bats. I remember being little.
Guys, my heart absolutely bleeds for you. I'm in the north of the UK, and there's only 2 months where it doesn't rain constantly. So I'll take some of them mosquitoes, I think.
I didn't understand what you said, John Jay.
Sorry, guys. I'm saying that my heart bleeds for you because I'm from the north of the UK, where it only doesn't rain for about 2 months of the year. So you're saying you have 2 bad months a year. Well, there's only 2 months of the year where we see a little bit of sunshine. So yeah, I'd take some of that sunshine anytime.
I hear that, man. I hear that. Sorry about that.
Well, I know you have some bats in Kentucky. I'll never forget probably one of the worst butt whoopings I ever had in my life. So since we're not talking about crypto just right now, I was little and my little sister was getting on my damn nerves, and the bats at about 10, 11 o'clock. No, it was about 9 o'clock at night actually. And the bats were flying around, eating up all the mosquitoes and the moths and everything by the lights. Well, she kept messing with me, and I told her I didn't want to play anymore. And I knew the bats were flying over her head, but didn't tell her. I threw a rock, just tipped through the rock right up in front of my face, and the bat just hovered and kept flapping its wings in front of her face. She cried for like a good 15, 20 minutes. All I know next is I was told to go pick out my next branch so I can start getting my own butt whooped by the own branch that I picked myself. So you can have Kentucky, bro.
Yeah. Out that branches. I've had to pick out my own artillery butt whooping stuff myself. I've taken the walk. Had some you got to pick some manly man decisions when you grow up when you got to pick your own switch.
Yeah, you grow up real quick. These days it's child abuse, so don't even think about it. But back in the old days.
Tell you what, a man gotta make some decisions walking up to that tree. Do I pick something big or do I pick something small? And by goodness, you knew the difference between one or the other. But it always happened with the pants on or whatnot. I never got any. For me, I don't consider it child abuse. I consider it a mental adjustment about stuff because my parents never really laid into me that hard. But it was worse going out and debating what I got to do rather than getting a couple swats on the behind.
Most of the people in the chat right now are probably like, what the hell? How'd you all grow up?
I tell you what, we never had school shootings and all that jazz back, when I was going to school in high school and junior high school and stuff like that. So, you tell me about, sparing the rod, see how that does. These badass kids nowadays.
That's an absolute truth. Absolute.
When we rode our bicycles, by goodness, we didn't have helmets and shin guards and high steel-toed shoes and all this stuff. You got out there and you did what you had to do. And if you got scraped, you come in and mama spray that stung and were cold at the same time. You sucked them tears up. You got out there and you got on it again.
Amen.
You develop skills not to be an idiot again, or at least not to test the stuff. But I enjoyed growing up. Time I did, I enjoyed it.
Back them scars were classed as trophies.
Tell you what, I'm a better man today. Talking about wearing scars as trophies. I never got any scars when I was a kid about discipline, but my dad, he used to think he was going to kill me, but it really was never that bad. My dad told me I'd go to get the axe. He's like, "Keep it up, boy. You're going to get the axe." My whole life, man. You keep it up, you're going to get the axe. And I was like, I know there's an axe in the house somewhere, but I never saw it. Then I got into my 40s and talked to my dad about it, and he said, "Nah," he said the axe was a another word for getting in big trouble. I'm like, "Man, you tell me I was gonna get the axe. I thought you had an axe in the house." He's like, "No, you're gonna get in big trouble." That's what I meant it. And I'm like, "Yeah, I bet."
Psychological warfare.
Yeah. Work like a charm, man. I've never gotten in any trouble. Never really gotten in any trouble. Really, I rode my motorcycle once as a teenager without a license, and got booked for a misdemeanor. That's about the only trouble I've ever got into. Thankfully, I'm a rebel like that. FYI, my license was only 24 hours expired. I had one right before that, so I just happened to get pulled over without eye protection the last day riding my motorcycle, and your permit's expired. You don't have a license. Oh, let's go in downtown and book you. What? They went downtown and booked me. First class misdemeanor, not having a driver's license or at least expired motorcycle license. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, they were just bored. Didn't really have anything to do.
As when you are you loaded up on your PLS and PulseX? Are you planning on doing anything that 24 hour, 48 hours after launch?
I feel like Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield in a ring because I keep going back and forth. But my willpower is going to keep me strong and just at least wait for that 48 hours because I'm not really too afraid in regards to tax implications because, heck, I'm all about doing what's right anyway. Might as well just pay your taxes. So just let the bridge open up, not even try to do any of the ratio trading. Even then, even 48 hours really isn't long enough, but I'm still going to wait till the bridge is open and then make the best move that I can possibly can because the only thing I don't have is a pulse. And so there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm going in hard on it, no matter what I have to do. I really hate to give the golden goose away, being Hex. I'm really trying to delay that, but I may have to use a little bit, and then in conjunction with some dry powder. But that's my game plan, and then get PLX, get it staked whenever the voting gets put into place, and then thereafter, probably delegate a little bit of my pulse, and then go from there and just wait out. Wait the time out, because I got enough discipline and willpower to wait it out, and just somehow, I'll just still stay in the chats, infrequently, probably not as much as I am now, and try to listen to everybody else's like game theories and try to make some moves later on down the road. But I just didn't put myself in a situation where I have to depend on it to make my life, where I have to depend on it to make my life any better. So in conjunction with the smart moves for the next couple years or so, and putting 2 years on it, that's the same statement that everybody's saying, but no one knows. I mean, anything can happen. It doesn't even really take an emergency. It could just take, oh, wow, this is good enough. I feel like playing, but I'm not like that. I'm old enough and old and decrepit. I feel like Grandpa Smurf, and I'm just going to use my best judgment in a couple of years, in 3 years. It doesn't matter. Whenever I feel right. I mean, there's so much growth and there's so much skepticism and speculation that's going on. You just don't know. I mean, it's good, to go back and forth like a ping pong ball on a ping pong table and listen to everybody's guesstimated or estimated knowledge, but we just don't know.
Well, I agree with you. I concur about lots of that sentiment. I do believe that if you go into some of your hex, if you kept some of it liquid, look, minimum. I agree with everybody else. I think minimum 250x, minimum 250x within the first 2 years, minimum. But it could be up to 500 to 1,000x, maybe more in 2 years. Probably more, but for sure 250x, I'd assume, at least. So if Hex was at 10 cents right now, 250x would be $25. So I don't think Hex will be $25 within 2 years from now, but I don't know, because once the docudrama comes out, the RH docudrama comes out, whatever platform it comes out on, everybody's going to forward the heck out of that. Hopefully it comes out on Netflix or Hulu or something like that. That being said, that could gain traction and legitimacy. That would gain a lot of people who are interested in a exotic CD of sort, guaranteed cash deposit via time restraint, delayed gratification. So that being said, it might be $25. You never know. $25. That's not very much money for a coin, but a tier 1 PLS Pulsechain native, it'd be nice. Do minimum 500 first two years, and I also have that 2 year. I have that 2 year minimal. I tell all my onboards 24 months. Give it 24 months. Of course, some of them are 6, 9, 10 months. 6, 9, 10 months. Already. So after 24 months after launch, I know a big group of us. You might be included. A big group of us are going to meet 1 calendar year after launch, and we got some T-shirts we're arranging for that first year, and I encourage anybody who wants to get in on that, keep up, ask questions. But yeah, it'll be fun. Somebody else can talk. Sorry, I'm rambling. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, where are we going?
The location's undecided, but it's definitely going to happen. 12 months. 12 months after location. Me, Jigsy, we got Redneck, all those. There's a list of people that's given their thumbprint avatar and, their screen name and avatar. They're going to put it on a shirt, and we're all going to wear it, talk to each other. It's going to be at a location, and we all know each other, but I don't know how disclosed it's going to be. But come on with it. Come on with it.
You know, I sent that to Lank, but when I sent it to Lank, I sent it with CH on it. So we'll see what kind of modifications he can do down the road.
Okay, just tell him to delete that and just do do your new one. Are you gonna use a picture? Town, I see you got C on there. You're gonna be a big C.
No, that's jerky. That's nothing but jerky with some fire in the background and a little bit of scotch and an IPA. So yeah, I'll get a picture in place.
Yeah. So a lot of I don't change my thumbnail just for the mere fact that I just kind of keep it on there. But I know a lot of people by their thumbnail picture just because I listen to it and glance at who's talking, and I'm driving most of the time when I listen. But it's nice to see people's thumbnail and screen name.
Yeah, definitely get it.
I know one thing. I'm so glad that I got out of my investments before the before the bear dump. Got into Hex, and even though Hex is down, I left about $1,000 in my other investments, and out of that $990 or whatever it was, down to like $270 out of all these other investments. Everything took a crap, and I'm thinking, hey, I may be down a little bit in Hex, but nothing like the rest of crypto.
Yep, same. Diamond hands.
I haven't sold anything this year.
Heard that. Looking forward to getting a CPA next year, though, for my taxes.
I have a question. I had a limit order complete a couple of days ago, and when I look at Etherscan, usually it says Uniswap or 1 inch, but this time it said MEV bot. Does anybody know what that is? M as in Michael, EV as in Victor, bot.
Somebody else changed their name too, or screen name. Sorry.
Say that again, Robert.
I had a limit order. Usually, when you look at Etherscan, it says Uniswap or 1 inch, but this time it was something called MEV bot did it rather than Uniswap or 1 inch. I'm just wondering, does anybody have any insight as to what MEV bot it means?
That's Mother Echo Victor bot.
Yeah, right, it's Michael, right? Michael Echo Victor bot.
Michael Echo MEV bot. Never heard of that.
MEV. Okay.
Has anybody talked about that crazy wick? I see a crazy wick on Nomics about at the 7 cent mark. The wick's clear. The wick goes clear up to 12 and a half, past 12 and a half cents. Anybody talked about that stuff? That particular wick?
I don't know, but I heard it went down to 3 cents a couple of days ago. So it's very volatile now.
Yeah,
I heard.
I saw it go with 3.5, and I was trying to buy so fast, my slippage wasn't high enough, and I got my fucking gas got taken from me, basically.
Robert, it says it's a trading bot. I've just Googled it.
Oh, okay. So what? I guess he's just in there looking to make trades when it's profitable for him, something like that.
I'll see if I can find out any more info on it.
The reason I've done a lot of trades and they're always Uniswap or 1inch. For some reason, this time was different.
Robert, I've got a document here that says a beginner's guide to the MEV bot. Would you like me to put DM you a link or put a link in the main chat, mate?
That would be great. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Do you want a DM or main chat? Can I put a link in main chat?
I don't, yeah, you might have to DM me. I don't think it likes links. I think they delete them automatically.
Give me 2 secs.
Yeah, I posted that picture of that wick on the chat. When I saw that, I was like, what?
Hey, Crypto Drone, what are these shirts y'all were talking about being made, and what was being put on them?
Yeah, come and stake it. We're a year. We want to get together a calendar year after launch, whenever that may be. We haven't decided on the place yet, but we're having the what the heck? The gentleman that was mentioned earlier. He's going to do shirts for us when the time comes. All he needs is a copy of our avatar and our screen name, and he'll put it on a shirt. And we will all wear shirts and just kind of get together and see where it's at one calendar year after Pulse launches. Just to get together, because we've been listening to each other talk for so far for me about a year, and then depending on when it launches, it'll be over a year that we've heard each other's voices and things. So it'll be opportunity to schmooze a little bit, chill, meet each other, say hi without having to, be a super public, super public type thing. But it's nice to meet our friends that we've talked to for such a long time. A little bit of a meet and greet, just 12 months after launch. And we'll give you information about it later because there's no location yet because we don't even know when launch is going to be. But it'll be fun. Get your shirt.
Sweet. Excited. Hell yeah. I'd love to be a part of that whenever that happens.
Yeah, man,
Hey,
because a
Kevin
lot of
Stake,
us
just looking
kind
for
of
Lank.
take it. You know, we see your avatar, we see your screen name. A lot of us know each other by screen names. Sometimes the screen names change a little bit every now and then, but that's all right. You know, and you know, it'd be neat to say hi and you know, chill.
Who you want to look for? Look for Lank. He pops in here. He's been here
Blank.
a
That's
lot
right.
lately.
That's who I set my stuff. Think of his name.
Yeah, he's one of the guys from How to Pulse, right? That wears that hat. Or he has that.
How Paul sell it.
All right, cool. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, John, thank you. I got that from you. Thank you very much.
More than welcome.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say hi from Canyon Lake, Texas. I'm out here on the lake and I wanted to tell everybody happy Memorial Day, happy holiday. You know, hope everyone's having a great weekend, man.
Hell yeah, man. That's a badass lake. I go to the Guadalupe all the
share
time.
your screen. Share your screen about what you see on the lake with us, man. Show us what you see. Give us some love.
Here, I got something for you. Hold on one second. Let me hit the video here. Boom, baby. Hold on. Oh, that's ugly right there. How do I flip this? That's ugly right there. Hold on. How do I flip that screen? Oh, here we go.
There we go. Oh, that's what I'm talking about,
Hold on.
son.
Can y'all see anything yet?
We can see.
Hell yeah, man. I've gone skiing there many times.
We just got off the lake, dude. We went, took the whole family on a freaking boat. And we had a great ass time out here on Memorial Day. Canyon Lake is beautiful. The sunset is beautiful. Pulsechain is beautiful. We're all going to be doing awesome in about a year, 2 years, 3 years. And I'm looking forward to meeting all you guys, man. I feel like y'all are family, man. You know, I got shirts I'm printing for everybody. You know, I got words that y'all say that y'all don't even know you say all the time, and I'm gonna give out shirts. I'm gonna give out shirts to people. You know,
That's awesome, man.
hashtags. I'm gonna be hashtagging everybody because y'all don't. I mean, y'all just like family, man. I got all kinds of sayings that y'all say all the time, and I'm gonna hashtag your names on, and I'm gonna just give out these shirts to everybody whenever we get together. It's gonna be crazy.
Dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, what's my saying? What do I say all the time?
Who is this, Gamma, or is this who is it?
That's Crypto Drone.
I'm gonna have to look on my list, dude. I have a note on my phone, and I write down something for everybody. Like I'll give you a couple, okay? I'll give you one. It's called adaptation. Adaptation.
Oh wait,
who's that?
Hey, wait. I know this.
That's Joseph. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Adaptation.
Adaptation, baby. I got sayings for everybody, man. Y'all don't realize you be saying stuff, and it's just who you are, you know. And it's just like,
Man, that's awesome.
I love these guys. I got one for Papa Boner. It's like Horsehead. I don't know if anybody was there when he said it, but Horsehead for Papa Boner. It's beautiful, baby. It's beautiful.
I always remember Papa Bunner say, "Do it now, do it now." Whenever he tells everybody to go buy their treasure, do it now and come back.
He's got quite a few. You could give him quite a few different ones, you know.
Got a few.
Okay, guys, I'm about to eat dinner here at the restaurant here at the marina.
Enjoy yourself. Have
All right,
one for
guys.
me, man.
All right, we'll see y'all soon. We'll see you down the road, okay?
Have fun.
Righto.
That's badass to see some shit like that so close to home.
It's cool. Let me see what camera's going on here. Hold on a second.
Where'd you say you're from? Kentucky? Tennessee? Somewhere in that area?
Right. I came from Silicon Valley, California, just south of San Francisco, but I ended up moving to Kentucky. And yeah, so that's where I live at right now. Got the
Sounds
wrap
like
around house porch and everything.
that Kentucky's rubbing off on you.
Yeah, they have the typical Kentucky Southern draw over here, and I try not to let it rub off on me, but it's such a relaxed way of speaking, and I got so many buddies that actually I have a lot of buddies with businesses and that do really well here. I'm like, how in the world do people take you seriously talking like that? But I don't say anything, I don't say anything. But when I lived in California, people thought I talked real Southern, and I worked for a semiconductor corporation in Silicon Valley, so I had to throw that Southern accent right out the window because just for the nature of my business. But I'm starting to relax with it now, and I embrace it a tick.
Man, you have one of the best fucking senators in Congress and the worst. How fucked up is that? I'm sure you can figure it out.
You know what? I'm not. I don't dive deep in political stuff, so I just kind of sit back.
Well, that's funny that he popped up with Canyon Lake. I was a campaign manager for a guy running in Congress in District 21 in Texas back in the day, and Canyon Lake was part of it. Didn't win. Only got 30%. We were a Republican running against the incumbent Republican. Only got 30%, but it was just awesome to see that. Is Crypto Balls from Texas?
I don't know.
Hell yeah, I'm from Texas, San Antonio, Texas. We're here.
Antonio, hell yeah. I was born in Kerrville.
Kerrville?
I was born in St. Peterson Hospital. It doesn't exist anymore in Kerrville.
Hell yeah, Kerrville's right around the bend, man. Are you come and take it or come and stake it?
Yes, sir. Come and take it, baby. But yeah,
Are
I
you
choose to
in
come and
Seguin
stake
or
it.
what? That's a Seguin
Huh?
saying. Are you near and dear
Come
to Seguin, Texas?
No, that's the battle in Gonzales back in the 1830s when the Mexican army tried to take their cannon back from Mexico that they gave them to fight off Indians. Come and take it. Come and take my cannon back.
That's right. That's right.
Deep, son, deep.
A lot of history right here, man.
Yeah, man, Alamo, all that good shit.
Thanks for the what do you call it? I don't know who moderator is, but thanks for turning my mic on. For the unmute.
Is Crypto Drone, what state are you from?
Where am I from? Where I'm at, or where I come from?
Where are you at right now? Where are you at right now?
I reside in the bluegrass state of Kentucky.
Man, you know what? I got some friends in Kentucky that I'm gonna go visit probably in the next year or so. I hear it's very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous here, Western Kentucky. Just in between Tennessee and Indiana and Illinois, it's gorgeous here. The trees are full, grass is bright green, and we got the hills. We got the everything looks great. The lake down here is beautiful. Everything's good. So this time of year is great, except for the mosquitoes. Not a big fan.
Yeah, he's near a lake. He does a lot of stuff in the summer. He's telling me that come on down, and I might just take him up on that.
You guys, there's a few lakes in Kentucky. Do you know what lake that you might be going to?
I'll find out here in a sec. My wife's about to pull up to my table here, and it's her best friend that's in Kentucky, and she knows exactly what city she's in, what lake she's supposed to. So here in a minute, I'll let you know where it's at.
Don't say what city, but whatever lake you're going to. I'd be curious.
Okay. Hey, I've been gone a few days. Is there anything happening? Like, I heard somebody talking about an influencer being paid to shill Hex or something. Have y'all heard anything like that? And what's up with that?
Haven't heard, but I'll keep my ears open about it.
Yeah,
You
I
may
was
be talking
listening.
about BitBoy.
I don't know if it
BitBoy
was
came
no,
out.
it wasn't BitBoy because I know what he said, but it was something yesterday. Two guys here were talking on something that maybe a Hexagon had paid somebody to shill a hex, and he was, they were debating back and forth whether they liked that or not. And I didn't get a chance to get on and ask them who they were talking about. I got sidetracked, but I just didn't know if y'all had any knowledge about that or not.
I got a strong opinion about it if you want to hear it.
I'm always open to everything you got to say. Everybody. What
Here's
do you
my
think about that?
opinion.
What do you think about
My
that?
opinion
About
is like a
somebody,
butt crack.
about a Hexagon paying somebody to do that?
Yeah. My opinion is like a butt crack. Everybody's got one, right? Let me tell you what. We're well overdue of shilling Hex in a more efficient way than just word of mouth. I mean, all these other coins have all these other advertisements. They're being shilled on YouTube. They're being shilled. They're so stinking, popular because of people shilling stuff. The popularity, it works. Advertising works. We're in 2023. The reason why word of mouth, we don't use word of mouth to go to Walmart or anything like that because there's more convenient, more surgical advertisement. I got nothing against, having, certain ones of influence that, to talk about it if it's going to bring people to us. I have zero against it.
I agree. I agree. I think all of that is good for the community. It's good for Hex and all of the projects involved that Richard Hart has. I was running through TikTok last night and found somebody that I was surprised to see talking about a project that's coming on Pulsechain and really favorable things to say. So I think the word is getting out on Pulsechain, and there are other influencers that are talking about other projects that are going onto Pulsechain and talking favorably about everything. I think all of that is good. I think all of that is good.
Yeah, I concur. I think we're well overdue having some type of paid advertisement. Now the NASCAR and the Lamborghini racing and things like that, that's cool and all. But if you just took that $500,000 or whatever it is for the NASCAR, got on YouTube and started paying for surgical advertisements at anybody looking for crypto YouTubes or what. I'm so sick and tired of seeing crypto.com, a metal card powered by crypto. Oh, I'm so sick and tired of hearing that, but I hear it all the time, right? And there's other stuff that I see advertisements just because I go to people and crypto and things pop up on my, Facebook and all that other stuff, but that being said, there's no reason why, paid advertisement. I mean, Richard Hart got nothing against him. I think it would be advantageous if he took $1 million and decided to surgically advertise Hex rather than buying, half of a watch for $1 million. That's just my opinion. I'm not criticizing, but I'm thinking, I can't see how he wouldn't be on board with how advertising works. And word of mouth is not the most convenient way.
I think he said in the past that when the time is right, he is going to focus more on that when he feels that the time is right. But I think that as far as Hexicans and other people in the community doing their own thing and doing what they think is best, whether it's postcards, whether it's mailers, whether it's a website, I think a lot of it is up to us as well. In addition to the fact that whatever Richard Hart's going to do on his own, when the time is right, I feel he is going to turn it up as well as far as advertising is concerned.
think we need to hire Matt Damon.
I was surprised the amount of crypto that was at the Super Bowl. I was surprised. I was pleasantly surprised, but I was surprised nonetheless. All the crypto on Super Bowl.
Or Dr. Dre, fucking Snoop Dogg, somebody big.
An island boy.
Negative.
Being over in the UK, we don't get Super Bowl over here, but I would be really interested to hear what sort of advertising did the crypto get at the Super Bowl? How
Go
intense
to
was it?
YouTube. Go to YouTube and look up 2021 Super Bowl, American Super Bowl, and you can see. Oh, look, put in commercials. You'll be able to see a list of the commercials that were on the Super Bowl.
Roughly what percentage? Was it like 70-30 or what was it?
I don't know. There was probably like 4, maybe 5 crypto commercials.
Out of how many?
I don't know. But half the people watch the Super Bowl for the commercials. The commercials are almost as entertaining as the Super Bowl. Almost. I don't know how many total
Dallas Cowboys
commercials.
in the crypto.
Alexa,
Badass we get
how
them.
many Super Bowl commercials were there? Alexa can't hear me.
Holy shit, my Alexa just talk to me.
I do like what Big Boy did though, and I think that more is coming with the influencers like
Tell
him.
me more. What happened real quick with BitBoy? What happened real quick? I don't know.
He was on with some guy a couple days back, and he tweeted out the Bitcoin chart, and he crossed out the Bitcoin chart and he put a hex on there. And he was talking about the 85. He was talking about the 85% dip, and it's awesome. If you look it up, you'll see it. Like, I mean, he's really saying basically what he's saying is Hex is right there in there with the big boys doing the same damn thing. That Bitcoin is always talking about these other coins that are doing this and that, but really Bitcoin does the same thing. There's a lot of people that jumped on that comment without really looking at what happened and making themselves look stupid. That really Hex is actually right there with Bitcoin.
And I want to try to look it up.
He was saying something about look at this Ponzi, this and that, and it was actually the Bitcoin chart that he posted. It was hilarious. It was good, man. He got a lot of people with that one. But really, he's giving
I do send
validity
it to you.
to Hex.
All right, let me check that out. You sent it. Did you send it to me in text?
Yes, sir.
Let me check it.
He actually got me. I was tweeting up a storm on his ass, and then finally saw another post and saying, "Guys, it's a meme." You know, he was actually trolling. He was trolling these Bitcoin maximalists. Is who he was trolling. Really, Hex is. He's giving credibility to Hex actually. And like I said, I'm seeing more TikTok influencers actually, because of Pulsechain, giving credibility to Hex. Pulsechain is actually one of the top layer ones on that are up and coming as far as people interested. And a lot of these TikTokers that aren't your normal TikTokers, like Blockchain Boy or you know, what's a couple other ones, Bare Naked or whatever. These other guys, a lot of these other ones are actually taking notice and taking it seriously. They're stepping out of the normal narrative.
I'll tell you what, a lot of them slid over to Sol because they feel like they could get in on something new, right? Same reason Sol was invented by these VCs. It's like they feel like they missed the boat on Ethereum. So when these kids feel like they can get behind something new from the ground up, that's what's going to be interesting. And if you could, pump that virality behind it, then everyone and their mother that are their followers are going to get in behind them, and then they can get paid, and we all get paid.
I see a perfect storm, much like Mando. He's seeing a perfect storm in his visuals, and I see a perfect storm coming for this next cycle.
The best part is it's not backed up by some shit coin or some fucking rug pull. It's backed up by, great code, great products, great founder, great community, the best branding, the best logos, right? So it's going to come down to us, and also like getting in those early virality kind of memers, right? So when we see Richard sending these cars and doing stuff like that, that's the language that they speak. Get a couple music videos in there, talk about your PP, send it. Let these kids like come in and feel a part of it. Talk to the 20-year-old. It's easier said than done, but as soon as they feel like they're a part of something or that it's theirs and they can have some type of ownership on it, they'll get everyone else in as well in their age group.
There's another project that I've been a part of the last 3 or 4 years that went to Sol because Ethereum keys, and I know the main guy that's in charge of this project, and I'm about to talk to him about Pulsechain and let him know about. I mean, he might already know. I don't know, but I might talk to him sometime this week. But he has a project that's already has a working product the last couple of years, and it's doing a lot of stuff in Africa, Nigeria, um, and he's going to Seoul because of the Ethereum gas fees, of course. So I can't wait to talk to him and ask him about Pulsechain and see what's on his radar. But what's interesting about it is that he has a working product. It's been a working, viable business for a few years already. So it's going to be very interesting.
What's cool too is like there's enough content, right? With Richard, I see some of like the memes get created with like even like Will's Only has a pretty funny like intro, right? With like Richard like dancing and stuff. It's like there's enough stuff that you could clip together, and like Pulsechain like rhymes with plenty of things where like you can make a hip hop track, like whether it sticks or doesn't, that's yet to be said, but there's enough content that can be rechopped and like brought there that I think could actually be a winning formula. And Richard has this like underdog mentality, even though it's not even we're not necessarily underdog, we're like the other project, where like if you can get virality on your side, right? If you can get the masses to come and back you, like you only need so many people that have real connector points to like the network effect and have that real influence. And you can drum up and send it, like that's the way that it's done. Richard's done the hard work in creating amazing products. Now we just need to kind of feed and start these little fires in different places and build the snowball to where once people really look under the hood, they're going to know what they're dealing with, and it's just going to be full on. And for the majority of people, they don't even want to know. They just want to know that their friends are in it, and that it's fun, that they're making money, right? And like they'll just keep the YOLO alive.
I agree. Time will prove this false narrative that has been going on about RH. Time will prove them ignorant, liars, and just haters. And when that happens, it's gonna be on, baby, because people are gonna pile on when they realize that they have been lied to all this time.
These kids are getting smarter too, right? Like they've been in the NFT space for a year. They've been through a couple rug pulls, right? They've seen Anon founders walk with the money, right? So they've been in a couple rugs. They watch Terra, they watch Doge, right? So they know what a rug looks like. And I think that, even just doing a little bit of research here, like you can read past the maxis. And these kids aren't maxis. They're not ETH maxis. They're not Bitcoin maxis. So this is going to give them an opportunity to be a maxi of their own and actually get a bag from zero. And then that's where that's where you get the network effect. That's where you get these communities that want to back it up. And then, like I was saying before, that becomes your marketing engine because you have all these kids, all these people making the content, putting things out, getting other people in, and people will feel left out. And that's how you really design the mechanics of true FOMO.
Right, I totally agree, though, man. Captain Mango, totally agree, man.
I've seen it. I've done it. I know what to look for, and it's repeatable, right? So it all comes down with timing, right time, right place. But everything that Richard's doing with the launch of this new product, some people are saying he's timing the bottom, yet to be seen, right? But it's all about time and place and getting that upward momentum to get that fucking hockey stick dick just straight up into the red.
Yeah, and then what makes it extra special is we have two projects that we're gonna be hitting. We have Pulsechain, we have PulseX. If we're in all three projects, we're gonna benefit. My wife is about to disown me because this is like my second family, so she's getting jealous, man. Sorry.
All right,
I'm,
you're released.
I'm in this chat. I'm in this chat all the
You're
time,
released.
dude.
Don't, man. We're in a bear market. Go spend time with your family. I got it from here.
Glad to have you, though.
No, it's definitely a balancing act. She was somebody that didn't appreciate crypto at first, but when she started seeing the balances grow since 2018, she's definitely a believer.
You're a good educator.
I've been able to bring in my sons, both my sons. I brought in a couple of family members and some extended family and friends, and so it's been good. It's been good. But
What do
the bear
you
market
tell
kind of
them?
gives a reality check. Is the bear market?
Yeah, but what do you tell them when they bought it 20 cents and now that it's down at 4? Are they checking the charts or what?
The first thing I tell them is about the volatility. Before they even get in, I tell them, look, you're about to buy in this, but I show them the chart and I show them all the drawdowns. and all the drops. And you cannot be emotional. Look at you need to expand out and look at the chart the last, what, 5, 6 years, 7 years. And when you see your balance going into the negative, you need to think long term. So that's the first thing that anybody needs to tell a new onboarder is about the volatility, so that they're not surprised. That really helps a lot when it does happen, because it will happen really. Now that we're going into a bear, what I'm telling people is to save their dry powder, wait, because I think we're going lower, and then they can start laddering in small positions through the next 6 months or whatnot. So that's basically the game plan for now. I know a lot of people are thinking we're about to hit the bottom and we're only going to go up from there, but I do believe that we are going to go lower again after a bull trap. I do think we're going to hit a bull trap. A lot of people are going to pile on, and then it's going to get dropped down again, of course, by manipulation.
Now, crypto balls, why do you feel that way? Just curious.
Richard Hart said we're going down to 10,000 Bitcoin. 10 to 12,000. So if that's the case, I think it's going to drag everything down with it. I'm using RH as one of my guidelines. I do follow other people as well. But I think RH is has been the most accurate. So a lot of that, is following what he said about the cycle, about the 4-year cycle that hasn't changed yet. The 4-year cycle hasn't changed yet. We're going to get that drawdown on Bitcoin.
When is the 4-year cycle estimated to be in swing?
November 2020.
Well, yeah, apparently it's not till 2024. We're supposed to hit another parabolic or bull run. So I think we're going through all this year and then part of next year too. It could shorten because of big money coming in. But I do still believe in what I already said, that I think we're going to 10 to 15,000 Bitcoin. So I'm basing a lot of that on him. And it brings the rest of the market down. When Bitcoin goes down that far, it's going to drag everything else down with it. So I got dry powder on the side. I got dry powder. So I'm going to back up the truck when we get down there, if we do get down there. Let's see what this sunset looks like. This is pretty, man. Canyon Lake, Texas. Let's go.
Nice.
Future home of Pulsechain. Let's go. I'm gonna be buying a yacht out here, guys. I don't know if y'all know about this, but I'm gonna have a boat out here that I can just come and pick up. There's a nice one right there on the end there. I might pick up. I don't know.
Nice.
You know. But we got a beautiful sunset going on over here at Canyon Lake, Texas. Got a lot of money over here too, man. I'm excited, guys. I hope you guys are too, man.
Super excited, bro.
Coming up. It's gonna be every weekend for us, guys, in the summer. We're gonna have Pulsechain meetups. You know.
That's what I'm talking about.
With the hashtag. I gotta remember what I got for crypto drone. I'm gonna have to check my notes. I know I got something for you. Alrighty, guys. I'm about to eat. Y'all have a nice evening. And we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, enjoy, and thanks for sharing. Enjoy yourself.
All right, guys.
Be safe.
Gotta love summer.
Natural vitamin D.